forecast of winter on the move. Millions facing new weather alerts this morning. Delays on the roads and at the airports adding up. Al's got your full forecast. Then sky-high honor. Prince Harry getting ready to take on a new title, Living Legend of Aviation. More on that achievement and why it's causing turbulence among critics straight ahead. Plus, football and family.
And what's been exciting is she's bringing a whole new set of eyes to this game.
It's the phenomenon that swept the nation and the NFL, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
It was not just, oh, okay, football's on. We'll watch it with you. We want to watch that.
How their love story is now bringing dads and daughters closer together. And Resolutions Reboot. Struggling to keep up with your New Year's goals? You're not alone. From working out to maintaining a healthy diet and sorting your finances, all the small changes you can make right now to stay on track. Today, Friday, January 19th, 2024.
My perfect day starts with the Today Show. And we finally made it to the plaza.
Sending love to our daughters.
Kylie, Kobe, and Kate
in Hayhara, Georgia.
From Clemson, South Carolina.
To celebrate my 30th birthday.
Celebrating 40 years of friendship. Happy Friday from Phoenix, Arizona. Buffalo, New York. Omaha, Nebraska.
And Clearwater, Florida. Hi to our moms.
Back in Brennan, Mississippi. From Minneapolis.
Today's my 40th birthday.
Brought the girls from Cincinnati to meet to Minnesota.
We're back. Coming up on 8:15 on a Friday morning with one of our favorite series, Inside the Game.
All right, when the world's biggest pop star started dating one of the NFL's brightest stars, it brought a whole new level of attention and a swarm of Swifties to football games.
Look, there are critics who say, look, this is a distraction and it's annoying, but a surprising and vocal group of supporters are jumping to their defense and all these new converts to football.
Yeah.
Girl dads are like,
indeed.
okay. NBC's Sam Brock joins us with that story. Hi, Sam.
Yeah, Savannah, guys, good morning. Haters gonna hate, no doubt. Now, the biggest game of the weekend for the NFL, of course, is the Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Buffalo Bills. One of the subplots, though, if you will, are all of those critics saying that the Swift-Kelce relationship is commanding just too much attention. One group defending it, dads, who are describing an incredible opportunity to bond with their daughters over football and music. This morning, dads and daughters teaming up to show support for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's love story.
And yes, she's here. Watch, looks like a Taylor video.
Some even taking to social media to share how music's biggest star showing up at games to support her Kansas City Chiefs boyfriend has actually led to some unexpected bonding on football Sundays. One dad writing, my 12-year-old daughter just asked me to point out Jason Kelce, and it spurred an entire conversation. I love her beyond words, but the kid never cares about football. That was cool. Another father adding, I actually feel bad for the Brads, Chads, and angry dads who spent the year complaining about Taylor Swift interrupting their football because I spent the season trading Swift-Kelce memes with my 14-year-old daughter.
Taylor's sitting in there with Donna Kelce.
Ever since this Sunday night football game between the Chiefs and Jets set social media on fire, there's been some bad blood from a few football fans, sports analysts, and even award hosts complaining there's too much Taylor and not enough football.
The big difference between the Golden Globes and the NFL, the Golden Globes, we have fewer camera shots of Taylor Swift.
Connecticut dad Keith Steckler says his 7-year-old daughter Emmy is a big Swiftie, even dressing up as the pop singer for Halloween. But a new football fan, he did not see that one coming.
For me, it felt like the Super Bowl, which would be the only other time that anybody would remotely want to sit down and watch football with me.
Why do you think it felt like the Super Bowl?
It was appointment viewing. It was not just, oh, okay, football's on. We'll watch it with you. We want to watch that.
According to NBC Sports, viewership among teen girls increased by 53% when Taylor attended that Chiefs-Jets game in October. But for youngsters like Emmy, who's only 7 with an attention span to match, she suddenly engaged in football. And who are you rooting for?
Chiefs.
And do you know any of the players on the Kansas City Chiefs?
2.
Okay. Who's on the Chiefs?
Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes.
If you're going to pick any two, that's a really solid selection right there. And these two are everywhere.
I don't know Jake from State Farm.
But just imagine
my homes, and my auto.
The Chiefs stars, boosted by Swift, have become household names for families.
I think that the Taylor Swift relationship with the NFL, she's just there to have fun. And what's been exciting is she's bringing a whole new set of eyes to this game.
And if you didn't envision a circumstance with Swiftie NFL jerseys and little girls holding Go Taylor's Boyfriend signs on the sidelines, then you haven't been listening to voices from NFL CEOs.
Our female audience has grown leaps and bounds.
To dads happy to find a new way to connect with their daughters.
It allows us to spend more time together and do the things that we both individually like to do.
And if you thought, guys, this was just about pairing first downs and friendship bracelets, I want to go ahead and bust the narrative right now. Taylor Swift has attended 10 Chief games so far this year. They are 7-3 when she is in the house, which is to say an elite level of winning, 70%. So no, she's not bringing down the Chiefs. One other personal anecdote here. My wife knows absolutely nothing about football. She knows one player in the NFL. Travis Kelce, naturally.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Sam.
And by the way, if you're a girl dad and you need to get into your teen daughter's phone for whatever reason, and you don't know the passcode, try 8987.
That's
try it. 8987.
Okay.
That's
Just a little pro tip for you dads out there.
Big matchup coming up. It's a big one. That's right. The Bucks are coming into the lines. Mostly sunny. Ford Field. It's an indoor stadium, so don't worry about it. 23, the weather's not a problem, but it's going to be 23 degrees. Bucks, Lions, Sunday, 2 p.m. Be there!
Did I miss your Lions?
What?
Did you do your Lions voice? What about the Lions?
No, I did. No.
A roar?
Roar is the lion.
Oh, I missed the
They're very close.
The Pirates.
What's the lion?
That's the raccoon. That's what the fox says.
We're going to help you reboot your New Year's resolutions from your health to your money. Small tweaks you can make that can make a big difference. Hi to everybody on the plaza and those on FaceTime too. But first, this is today on NBC.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker. All right, welcome back. If you're struggling to keep your New Year's resolutions, you're not by yourself. Studies have shown that many Americans fail to make it past the month of January and then they give up on their goals. But experts say it's not too late. You can reboot your resolution and make some small changes to stay on track. So here to help us, Dr. Sue Varma, a certified psychiatrist. Dr. Varma, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so some of us are already disappointed because we said we were going to try to get fit in 2024. And all those goals, they got cold out. We decided not to do things.
Yes.
It's hard to reboot and to say, let me do a fresh redo, but you can do that.
Absolutely. And the key is to start small and to stay consistent. So if you said to yourself, I want to to go to the gym 5 times a week. I say start with 2, because what happens is if you can stick to a goal with 85% certainty, you're more likely to get results, and that positive reinforcement keeps you going. The other thing is I would say have an at-home routine. There's no excuses. If you can have a 10-minute workout, a 15 and a 20-minute, and have some dumbbells and a mat. And the third thing is to anticipate obstacles. Look at your week ahead and say, these are the 2 days, and anything I do above this is going to be bonus, and you're going to feel amazing about yourself.
And also, I think it's important, too, to schedule it into your daily, because I sometimes schedule it on my calendar like a meeting.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, that's the one thing that always goes bye-bye, and that's the thing you need.
Yes.
Okay. So,
non-negotiable.
Right. Now, let's get into finances, because finances can be daunting. After Christmas, people found themselves with so many bills and things, and so you're trying to reset and reboot. So what's the right way to get right with your finances if you've fallen off the wagon?
So basic things like financial literacy in terms of like what options are available to me. If you're a first-time home buyer, are there any incentives? If you are having a healthcare spending account through your job, are there childcare incentives? Are there childcare tax credits for your camps, for aftercare? So I think it's important to know. And it doesn't have to be so daunting. Have a budget, have transparency between you and your partner, for example. Look at the credit card bills. Are there debts? Can you move it over to a lower spending account with like a lower fee? And then think of long-term investments. Look, I'm all about the splurge. If you want the lattes and, you know, the juices, the expensive stuff, we know that none of that is going to make a long-term dent, but can you replace it with an espresso machine that lasts you longer?
I like what you use the word financial literacy. Sometimes you choose like to stiff arm your finances, not even look at them. But it's really important to know what you're dealing with, not be afraid, right?
Education, and it's a part of health, financial wellness.
Okay. The healthy diet piece. I mean, everybody started off with something, but I feel like everyone's on Ozempic, but let's pretend everyone isn't. Let's pretend like everyone's still dieting. So if you are, and you want to kind of stick to it, but you've already fallen off the wagon and you go, you know what? I'm going to put that aside. You can reboot.
Yes, so we need to think about long-term habits, and getting enough protein, even if you are on Ozempic, is really, really important. You don't want to lose the muscle mass, because that's what's happening to people, is meal prep in advance. If you are not the cooking type, buy yourself pre-cut vegetables, frozen vegetables, pre-made meals, a meal service, whatever you can afford, whatever's within your budget, but you have to plan it in advance. I would also say is like, don't focus on the weight and the number, focus on the goals, because you have control over the activity. I am going to sign up for 2 exercise classes a week because that is within my control. The number is not so much. The third thing is, I would say, is just be flexible and be compassionate with yourself, and think about this as sort of like a long-term plan.
Dry January. We're already midway through January, but a lot of people are on this dry January kick, and some people have blown that already.
Yes.
So
I don't love the all or nothing, because a lot of people that I work with struggle with the drinking, and I would say think of it as damp January. Let's be compassionate with ourselves.
SG's on damp January.
And damp January
There you
is
go,
have yourself a drink every now and then. I'm totally fine with it. And mocktails are huge nowadays. It's all the trend. There's a lot of fuzzy, beautiful little things, juices, little things that you can do. And also look at the stress management piece, because a lot of times people are drinking heavily because they're not able to regulate and have coping mechanisms, right? So I would say keep a worry diary, write down your worries, write down the triggers so that you know that you're going to be less drinking, and be mindful. And it's not just it's not a month. We want to look at drinking for the entire year. And self-compassion is huge, Hoda.
And you're busy, by the way, before I say goodbye to you, you're working on a book, right?
Yes.
What's the book called?
It's called Practical Optimism, the Art, Science, and Practice of Exceptional Wellbeing, and it comes out next month.
Next month?
February 20th.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Well, we hope to have you on for that, and we look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Varma. Savannah, over to you.
All right, thank you. Guys, if you want to protect your skin from the winter weather, you've got to see this next one. We have a roundup of affordable products that'll keep you hydrated and glowing, just like Dr. Michelle here. But first, this is Today on NBC.
welcome to today. Thank you so much for being with us. We're just getting started, folks. Your questions are almost better than mine. What can fans expect?
Us forgetting lyrics.
Greg loves to say Friday. There it is.
Friday.
We are back with Shop This List today. With brutal cold out there and a winter storm gripping much of the country this week, it is time to give our skin a little extra TLC. We've got board-certified dermatologist Dr. Michelle Henry here with products to keep you hydrated and moisturized from head to toe, literally. We've made this really easy today. If you want to get these products, you scan the QR code. You could actually add it all to your cart in one click, and these aren't outrageously expensive. So don't be scared, and we'll go through them one by one, see if you want to do that. But you can also do it individually if you want.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with this body wash. I don't generally think of a body wash as particularly moisturizing, but you say this one is.
Yeah, so we often overlook body washes, but it's the first step in our skincare regimen. So we want it to give us something, not just take away.
Yeah.
So this is fantastic. It's going to exfoliate. It has sugar granules, so it's going to get rid of dirt, oil, and debris, but also hydrate the skin. It has niacinamide, which is going to fortify your skin barrier.
Yeah.
Has a little bit of cocoa butter, so really great.
Does it smell good? That's the main criteria.
Good,
okay.
Absolutely critical.
All right, a hair mask, which I always love the idea of, but I don't really do it all that often. What do you like about this one?
This is really important. It's really rich. You know, we're going outside. That moisture is being leached not only from our skin, but also our hair. And so this shea moisture, as the name implies, is very moisturizing. So it has Manuka honey. And so Manuka honey we use for its medicinal purposes. It's healing, it has lots of nutrients for the hair. So really great. It also has some oils sourced from East Africa. They're rich in fatty acids. So really good if you're dry, you're brittle, you're having breakage, you're colored
Is
hair.
this the kind of thing you could put on and sleep in and then wash it out the next day, or not? That's a no-no.
You could. You absolutely could.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Our next one is what? This is body lotion?
So this is body lotion, and this is Good Clean Goop. And so this one is fantastic. There's a 30% discount today, so scan it. So
it smells good.
It smells so good, and it's made for really rich, intense hydration. So it has niacinamide, which is going to fortify that skin barrier. It has a little bit of ceramide. So we always talk about those. Those are critical for waterproofing the skin. And it also has kind of a plant that's similar to cacao, so it makes a really beautiful butter.
Yeah.
It's called Kupua soup. It's from the Amazon, but it's really, really rich, and it's really hydrating.
It's nice, and it's pink. It's such a cute pink. I love a pink. Okay. This is a starter product if you want to kind of dip your toe in the pool of retinol, which everyone's, all you dermatologists are like, this is the product we all need to use.
Yes, I love retinol. It's the most transformative ingredient in all of skincare, but it can be irritating, especially during the winter. So this is made for gentle use. So it's for sensitive skin. So it has retinol, but it's encapsulated. So it's going to go in deep and not irritate the surface of the skin. And it's complemented with bakuchiol, which is like a plant-based bakuchiol.
Okay, right.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. But it's a plant-based retinol, and so it's nice. So it's going to get the effect of a full concentration without the irritation.
So how would you do it? Would it be morning and night, or is it like not once a week? How often would you do something
I always
like this?
start out a few nights a week.
Okay.
Just to work, even with a gentle retinoid, work your way up to nightly.
Okay. A lot of chapped lips out there right now. Why do you like this? Is it a lip balm?
It is a lip balm, and I love the name Holy Hydration, which is fantastic.
Holy Hydration.
Because our lips are suffering. Our lips don't have oil glands. And so that's why when you lick your lips, they just get drier and drier and drier. So you need this. So it has castor oil in it. It has squalene, which is like what our sebum makes naturally.
This is the third vocabulary word you've thrown at us.
Give a little lesson. So squalene is really important. Hyaluronic acid, we all know that.
Yeah.
So it's packed with good ingredients, and it's $7. And it's a mask.
Really, really nice.
So fantastic.
All right, sunscreen. Don't skip it just because it's winter.
Exactly. If there's light, there's sun, and if there's sun, there's damage. So this is nice. It's easy. It's lightweight. It absorbs beautifully. It's 100% mineral, so great for sensitive skin, great for those with acne. It has a little green tint, so a lot of my patients complain about looking really red and ruddy during the winter months.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so it helps to blur that a little bit, and it has antioxidants.
Okay, and sunscreen is the last thing you do.
The
you
last
do
thing
serum,
you do.
moisturizer, sunscreen last.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
And finally, this little steam, what is this, just a little humidifier?
Very, very cute portable humidifiers. And so, you know, when we warm up indoors, we're using dry heat. When we go outside, it's dry. So our skin is just getting leached. So wherever you can get some humidity is critical. So this is great. You can take it to the living room, to the bedroom, on your desk.
Yeah.
It's going to help your hair. It's going to help your skin. It's going to help your nasal passages. I like it. It's a little treatment in the office.
Usually I just, when the dishes are hot and you open the dishwasher, that's my facial. But this works. It's a little classier. Okay. Dr. Henry, thank you so much. Again, if you want to purchase these items, you can scan the QR code or go to today.com/shop this list. And we should mention Today does earn a commission on purchases made from this segment. And today it's solely featuring products available at Target. Oh, Carson.
It was so good. Yeah, we're just talking about the Bears. Sorry. It's a chef thing, Savannah. Hey, ultimate mac and cheese. Get a shot of it, Jimmy. This is incredible. Big football food. We got a big game on NBC and Peacock this weekend, and we've got the chef who's gone super viral for this game day mac and cheese. This is Teeny, and we're going to cook this sucker. But first, this is today on NBC.
Welcome to the third hour of today.
We're so proud of you.
Cross that finish line in style. Now.
This is for you, too.
I had news anchors on one wall and you. I love this stuff.
All right, we're back with Today Food Loves Football, joined by TikTok star Teeny. She's gone viral for this incredible mac and cheese recipe. A video now, nearly 90 million views. It's probably changed since we wrote the copy for this. It's probably at more like 100 million. As we said, the dish is perfect to make for Sunday's huge NFL football game, a battle on NBC and Peacock. We got the Detroit Lions hosting Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Teeny, great to see you. Who's your football team, by the way?
Ravens.
Ravens, right.
Yes,
Ravens could win it all.
We're going.
So for people watching, maybe they're not on TikTok, they've heard about this, Matt. Tell us a little bit about yourself quickly. You're 22 years old?
22.
Wanted to be a chef?
Yeah, so I went to culinary school, worked at a few restaurants, and then I went on a TV show for cooking.
And then you put this on TikTok, and why do you think this recipe of all recipes went so viral?
Probably because it's more cheese than pasta, so it's just cheese and mac, actually.
America loves cheese.
Yes.
We got the gang over there. They love cheese. They love to eat.
There we go.
Savannah's rocking the rosé. All right, Teeny, let's get into it.
Yes.
What's the? There's a lot of cheese there.
It's a few pounds of cheese, but it's okay. So here it's Colby Jack, and I'm gonna shred my own cheese. You want to shred your own cheese because pre-shredded cheese, it has a film on it, and it's not gonna like be nice and silky smooth.
Yeah.
And your cheese sauce will be a little grainy. And you
It's
don't
in the
want that.
details. You open up a bag of cheese, it's got that little foam on it. That's not good eating.
You don't want that.
You get the homemade little cheese here and you put some elbow
So
grease
no
in.
pre-shredded.
No pre-shredded.
Gotta do the work.
Only for scrambled eggs. That's it.
What kind of cheeses are you using
This
here?
is Colby Jack, and then I have cheddar, and then I have mozzarella. But you can really just play with whatever cheese you like.
But these are the ones that you like?
Yeah, I like these.
All right, so you have your pre-shredded cheese, and then what do you got here in the spice world?
So for my seasonings, I have garlic powder, smoked
Friday.
paprika.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Woo.
Teeny, cheers.
Cheers.
Yep.
I have smoked paprika because I really like the smoky flavor, and I have Old Bay because I'm from Maryland. So there you go.
There you go.
Just a
Gotta
little.
put in everything. And then, of course, salt and pepper. You need salt and pepper, everything. That's like the base of everything.
Right. Okay, cool. What's next?
All right, so over here, we are going
You're making a roux?
We're going to start our roux.
Wow.
So use this one.
This is really from scratch mac and cheese.
Yeah. So actually, what I like to do, I like to toast my seasonings first.
Oh, nice. Open them up a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to bloom them. That's what it's called. And it's going to give you more flavor.
A little blooming?
Yes.
Yes, chef.
Okay, chef.
I'm going to sprinkle some salt and pepper in
I was
here.
telling Teeny that I sat next to the cast of The Bear at the
So
Emmys.
jealous.
It's like the only.
Are you into the show?
Oh,
I
not
love
every
the
chef.
show.
I mean-
I love
Doesn't
the
it stress
show.
you out? It stresses me out.
No, because I did it for work.
Yeah.
They can relate to it, you know, all the
All right.
chaos and stress. All right,
So
Tini.
now I'm gonna make.
So you're blooming, and now you're going to
blooming it.
add, what's that?
Flour, because I'm gonna make a roux.
Right.
So a roux is fat and flour. Our fat today is butter.
Okay, let me help you out. What are these
Yes.
items?
So we have evaporated milk, and then we have heavy cream. So
Okay,
you
tell me
just
when.
wanna-
Whole
Just
thing?
pour it all of it.
Okay.
Yep, and you want to make sure you get all the flour cooked out, and you want to get all the clumps, and just keep going.
Okay.
This
We
is
wanna-
not for the lactose intolerant.
No, not at all. No.
This is starting to seize a little bit. Let me help you out here.
Well said.
All
I'm
right.
just gonna keep mixing.
For a vegetarian.
No.
You ever make like mac and cheese balls? Like,
Yeah.
because you can make different things out of
So
this.
that's something I've been experimenting with. I made fried mac and cheese balls for like the Super
Well, you're
Bowl
good.
parties.
It's TV.
All right.
You
so
don't actually have to do it.
all right, so this is what it'll look like once it's all done. So this is a bechamel. And then, so if you want to start adding
Yeah.
half the cheese.
Look at this cheese, Mike.
So wait, how much? Half. So
What? How many pounds
a
of
little
cheese
at a
is
time.
this? A little at a time?
So, and then sometimes
a lot of work.
you kind of want to take it off the heat because you don't want to curdle your cheese. Then it'll be grainy. You don't want that. So
Right.
just take it off the
Don't
heat.
eat it all, dude.
I'm having a
And
little
so,
bit.
no, you have to taste as you go.
Okay.
Yep.
There you go.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Teeny.
Savannah.
Don't defend
Savannah.
him. Okay.
Continue to eat.
That's right. Don't yuck and yum.
You can
I
keep
mean, this is
going.
what people ask, why is it so good? What is it about? There's 1,000 mac and cheese
See,
recipes.
like,
It's this. You see the
already-
details? It's
Look at
the
that.
blooming
And the
of
time,
the
right.
spices.
That's
Look how patient
It's the
she is.
hand-done cheese. It's the patience of the roux. It's the mixing. It's
Made
a little
with
bit at a
love.
time. You don't just dump it in.
No.
It's
a little bit at a time.
Look at that.
TLC's
Wow.
now Teeny love and care.
Teeny love and care.
All right, now what are we gonna do?
All right.
We got how much? We got a minute, so let's build it.
Okay. So
So we're gonna go noodles down first.
now we're gonna put
No?
the pasta in here,
Okay,
and I like
gotcha.
to use cavatappi pasta. I just call them corkscrews because
Why do you like that particular pasta?
Because it's long and it has like a hole, so all of the cheese sauce gets in there.
Oh, that's
It's
awesome.
really
So-
it
There's a
makes
hidden
it,
tunnel of love.
it
in
makes it makes a difference.
Yeah, you bite
ahead.
into it.
Scoot over, elbows.
And you you're just picking to bake it off. Is that the?
Yeah, so now we're just gonna mix it and we're gonna put it all in here. So
Wow.
this is a little heavy. Do you want to pour
Need some
this?
help. You need help. Gotcha. Sorry.
And
I'm
then
gonna hold
weighs
your,
more
I'll
than
hold
you,
your
Teeny.
burst too.
Hey, Teeny, do you finish this in the broiler so they
yeah,
gets that
so
little
the
crust
last
on
2
top?
minutes, I like to put it on the broiler just to get that nice crust on
Yeah,
top.
that's
I love
fantastic.
it. And now you just like put all the cheese on top.
Why don't you stop that?
That's his
All
favorite.
right, so that's in, and then we broil it off, and then
Yes.
here it is.
Done.
Teeny, you crushed it.
Magic.
Who do you like in the game, Detroit or the Bucks? Not that you care.
No, I love football though, so I really think the Lions. I like a nice like underdog story, even though they both are kind of like underdogs, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for the Lions.
What does your family think that 90 million people have checked out this recipe?
They're really proud of me. It's like one of those like out of body experience.
Hey, Teeny, do you have any other recipes? Because you could like build on this. Like, what's your next big
Yeah,
thing?
so my whole TikTok, I just do a bunch of recipes. I like to make things from scratch.
Pushing to
'cause
TikTok.
From scratch is like with love, and I like to really like dissect everything.
Let me send some people over to today.com/food for the recipe. There. One more reminder: catch the Bucks Lions Sunday. NBC and Peacock coverage starts at
Way to
2.
go, Teeny!
Teeny, everybody! You crushed it. What's your Ravens? Great job. We're back after a quick check your local news and weather. I mean, come on.
That was well done.
That's a look at the weather across the country. Now here's a peek out your window. I just want quiet. This is truly a pinch me moment right here at Fenway Park. Sweet, but I like it.
Very much like yourself.
What time is it, Al?
Best time of the morning.
That is pop star.
I want you.
Pink is in
Jay, are
there.
you-
And I miss you so much. They're delicious.
Bam! Carson! Carson! Carson!
This morning on the third hour of Today, multivitamins and memory. A new study finding one pill a day could help prevent memory loss. What we need to know. Plus, it's kickoff with Kornacki, previewing an epic weekend in the NFL playoffs. Our man in khaki, Steve Kornacki, talking rivalries, history, and favorites to win it all. And don't sweat it. We're celebrating National Sweatpants Day in our style file with comfy looks you can wear at home or for a night out. Today, Friday, January 19th, 2024.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of today. What day is it? Friday. That's right. I'm Al along with Nell. Craig Dillon is off golfing down in Orlando. Thanks for being with us. Once again, we are heading into a bitter cold weekend. And we got some snow to talk about. Take a look. This puts the white in the White House. Got snow there, looking very nice. A little dusting of snow. For a while, Reagan National Airport was closed down.
Was that bad?
Yeah, it was that. It was caused, they had to really space out the planes, things like that. 31 degrees, wind chill of 24. Now let's take a look. I-95. Or I should say inside Philadelphia, downtown Philadelphia, your old stomping grounds. 27, 18 degrees right now.
Looks like the same street as the Comcast building.
It not quite.
No?
Not too far, but not
too far
quite.
from there. So anyway, so of course the snow is going to be relatively light, except for the lake effect snow, which is going to be a problem. But look at these, the wind chills over the weekend. It's going to feel like -9 in Burlington, Vermont on Saturday, 4 above in D.C., -10 on Saturday in St. Louis, -4 on Amarillo on Friday. The good news, guys, is that as we get toward the middle of next week, temperatures will shift. We'll get a pattern shift and temperatures will start.
I have a meteorological term that I want to ask you about.
Yes.
I should have asked you years ago. When you say lake effect snow, is that just snow that comes off the lake?
Well, we've talked about this in that the Great Lakes, right? In fact, now that they're not ice covered, so the cold air blows across the warmer waters of the lake, picks up moisture, comes back over the land. That moisture cools off and drops the snow. So with the leeward side of the eastern end of the lakes, that's why you'll see heavy snow in Cleveland, south of Chicago, Watertown, New York, those places.
You'll have a quiz in an hour.
You just taught a lot of people something. Because I've heard the term for years and I've never...
If we understood it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anytime.
All right. Well, now to some really encouraging medical news today. As we get older, we can all relate to being a little more forgetful. Well, a new study from Mass General Brigham finds that daily multivitamin could actually help prevent normal memory loss and slow down our cognitive aging. So here to tell us more about these findings is NBC medical contributor Dr. Tara Narula, a cardiologist at Lenox Hill Hospital at Northwell Health. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
You know what? We've talked about multivitamins a lot, and people have wondered whether they're, really worth it. But this time, it shows it could have some value when it comes to our memory.
Yeah, it's true. And, we know so many Americans take them, about a third of Americans. They've been around since, the 1940s, and we don't normally recommend them for things like cancer prevention or cardiovascular disease. But this new data does suggest that there may be benefits. So this was a very large nationwide study, high quality study that looked at about 5,000 older Americans over the age of 60 who got a daily multivitamin or a placebo. And they found that those who took the daily multivitamin did have slowing of cognitive aging by the equivalent of about 2 years. And this was both
2 years.
2 years. Yeah. This was both global cognitive function, which really means things like your reasoning skills, attention, planning, and also what the researchers call episodic memory, so your ability to recall day-to-day life events. They then looked at a smaller group, a sub-study of that group that got just in-person assessments of their cognitive function, and they too showed benefit when it came to that episodic memory.
Wow.
Now, we always want to point out some limitations. This was predominantly a white population that was studied, so it does need to be reproduced in more broad ethnic diverse groups. It was Centrum Silver. Al, I know you take that, so we don't know if that applies to other formulations of multivitamins.
Yeah. He does have a great memory. I frequently comment. I was like, wow, you remember that?
Might be your Centrum.
How long? How many years have you taken it?
About 2 years.
Okay.
Every day.
Yeah.
How long do we know in this particular study when they started taking the multi?
It was like 2 years. This was like, the patients had a cognitive assessment baseline and then at 2 years. So they saw some of these benefits sort of early on.
Downsides?
Yeah, are there any?
Yeah, so we think of multivitamins as being
I'm curious.
very safe. It's always good to show what you're taking to your doctor because some of these supplements can have more harmful effects. In particular, if you're taking very high doses of things like vitamin A or C or E, sometimes that can be problematic. But in general, multivitamins are safe. And the real value from a public health perspective is that they're affordable, they're accessible. And so if they really are as effective as this research would suggest, this could have a real broad impact. We don't currently have any FDA-approved intervention for asymptomatic older adults to slow cognitive aging. So this could be really groundbreaking.
So no offense to Al. Should younger people at the table, should we be taking
a
them
multivitamin
as well? Or should we wait until we're 50?
You take vitamins, don't you?
I do, but not a multivitamin.
I don't take vitamins.
I know. I took my prenatals when I was pregnant.
Yeah,
That's it.
they always say find it in your food,
Right. Well, that is really a good way, right? Because we know food is filled with those micronutrients, vitamins, minerals. So that's definitely important. And the question is, should some of us who are younger start taking that. I don't think we know, but certainly because it's safe, there could be benefit. It's
I'm going to
probably
do
like
what you
chicken
do.
soup. It can't hurt.
Yeah, I'm going to do what you do. What are you going to do?
I think I might start taking
All
it.
right, there you
actually.
go.
All I need to hear.
And one of the things to help you also with your memory is to limit alcohol. As I look at the guy with a beer on it.
I know. I didn't know you were allowed to do this in the morning.
Well, we had a beer last hour, and we waste so much beer here. I always feel bad.
So I just drink it.
I keep it through the top of
Waste
the
that
night.
one, not.
Some people are doing dry January. I'm doing a moist January.
I see that. Yeah.
Only you would use the word moist.
For that.
You just save your judgment, Dr.
No,
DeRoy.
Al is right, though. Lifestyle interventions play a real big role. And so things like limiting alcohol,
Fine.
avoiding smoking, exercising, eating a
Those
healthy
all
diet.
matter.
All matters,
Yes,
yes. It's all
Still really interesting, and we're talking to your doctor about.
Thank
good
you.
stuff. All right,
Have a great
thank you.
weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
We are heading into a busy weekend for sports fans. And this morning, we have a look at some new high-tech security systems that are in place at major stadiums. NBC's senior tech correspondent, Jake Ward, is here with a look at how artificial intelligence is actually keeping us safe. We spend a lot of time talking about the downsides of AI.
Yes, sure.
This is actually an upside.
I know, typically I bum you out with these kinds of stories, but this is a good one, I promise. You know, good morning. We have all been to a stadium or a theme park, right, and experience that dread of going through security. You got to empty your pockets, you got to empty your bag, you walk through a metal detector, and sometimes you got to do all of that with kids. Well, now, new AI-powered weapons scanners are looking to speed things up, and many people do not even realize they're there.
With a record-breaking summer for concerts, and at the height of football season, there's an effort underway to modernize how venues keep fans safe. Here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, home of the Atlanta Falcons, this $1.6 billion facility is full of technology, like a robotic security dog and a biometric system that scans faces rather than tickets. And most of the nearly 70,000 people here on game day do not realize they have just been searched for weapons.
Did you realize that you were being screened for weapons today?
No, I didn't realize that.
No.
These Evolve scanners use AI to detect the specific magnetic signature of a firearm and ignore phones and keys.
You see the lights on the back stay green unless there's an alert. They go red, and then that shows up on the screen for the operator.
Today, the system pulls aside the head of security, who's carrying a fake gun for our benefit, and points staff at the exact spot on his body.
It's not just this guy. It is this guy, right side, hip.
Exactly. That's the benefit of the AI.
Without frisking, wands, or lines, Evolve says their scanners can screen thousands of people an hour. And while Evolve screenings are not as thorough as airport security, one of the goals here is to keep people moving.
We have about 700 school buildings using our technology, and the idea of being able to be screened but also get to your desk and be ready for the school bell is really, really important. That we should be able to live in a society where that can happen.
Evolve has had trouble detecting certain kinds of knives, but Mercedes-Benz Stadium's Vice President of Security says that is not his top concern.
I'm not as worried about Grandpa's knife. We have the resources to deal with that. In reality, we're looking for what we say, the bang and boom. A firearm,
an explosive.
Yeah.
Venues are trying to find the balance between convenience and safety, and ticket holders here are also trying to determine where they draw the line.
Like, are you used to waiting in line at a facility?
Yeah, the line is quicker. It's more expeditious.
Now, of course, regulating firearms is always a very hot button issue. And, you know, regardless of your stance, this is the thing, right? We're in this singular American moment, right, where people want to be able to lawfully own a firearm, but they do not want to go to a game where people are carrying those firearms, and they do not want to stand in line. And it's those three things together, right, that have come together to make this kind of technology possible. Now, they say it doesn't work all the time. Nothing is 100% safe. It also misses some knives every so often, but they say knives are not a problem we're worried about. We can handle that. We can, you know, what we care about is explosives and firearms, and this thing does an amazing job at doing that. A layered effect, and much, much better than a metal detector.
And I imagine the technology will just get better over time as well.
That's right. It basically teaches any one stadium that has somebody walks through all of the stadiums are learning because the AI is learning.
It's like
I love
building,
you said,
oh my
you
gosh.
said you're probably going through it at a number of places, but you don't even
Well,
realize.
they can build it right into the architecture, and you would never even
I'm
know
here
about
for it on that
Thank
one.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you, Jay. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Jay.
it.
All right, well, coming up in our Consumer Confidential, the biggest financial scams on the rise, how to spot them before you become a victim. And then later, Steve Kaki Kornacki is standing by at the big board to break down the NFL playoff action this weekend, including a new chapter in an old rivalry. We'll be right back. This morning in our Consumer Confidential, how to spot financial scams. The Federal Trade Commission says in 2022, look at this, 1 in 5 people fell for an imposter scam, costing them about $2.6 billion. Even Bravo's Andy Cohen recently revealed on Today that he was the victim of a scam. So we have CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent, Sharon Epperson, here to tell us how to protect ourselves. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's almost like a thread through the show because we just had Jake Ward here talking about, well, thanks to technology and AI, we can make us safer. But that same, all this technology is also making it easier for scam artists to make us feel like, you know what, wait, this bill collector, this debt collection business, this might be legit.
Exactly. So we're thinking that that's something, they say something that makes them think they know us. So this has to be a legitimate company. But the thing you need to know is if they're intimidating you, if they're putting pressure on you to pay, and if they're giving information that you don't know how they really got that information, that's a red flag. So if they're claiming that they owe your money and it's a fake company and there's harassment, intimidation involved, don't do that. What you need to do is know that no debt collector can contact you except between the hours of 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. your local time.
Okay.
And if you've set up parameters already with the debt collector about how they contact you, that's the only way they can do it. Also, if they're disclosing financial information to you or asking you for financial information and you have not verified that that's actually the debt collection agency for the creditor that you were working with, then that is another red flag. You need to contact the original creditor and make sure they're working with that debt collection company before you disclose any of the financial
Because that's the thing, isn't it? So for some people, they haven't paid it in so long, it's out of their hands, and so they don't know who is trying to collect the debt.
Exactly. So making sure that those two companies are connected is important.
Sharon, let's talk about some specific types of scams here. Let's start with the grandparent scam. What is that and how do we avoid that one?
That's been around for a long time. Someone pretending to be your grandchild. That's the one of the key factors of elder fraud. But it's worse now because of AI and advanced technology. All it takes is 5 or 10 seconds to someone to get a voice print of your voice and then use that to create the scheme that they want, to say they're in trouble, they need money, and can grandma or granddad help with that? So the imposing that way is the way that those grandparent scams happen. The way to get around that is not to answer any call or text from a number that you don't recognize. If someone that says that they're the grandparent, call them back and say, okay, let me call you back. Or come up with a safe word, some word between the two of you that you know when you call that that's really them. And then also, if you're concerned, there may be a family member or friend that you can text or call to say, are they even home? Have you seen them? Could they possibly be calling me? Just so you know it's legit.
That's good.
Here's the one kind of interesting, the romance scam.
So how people put so much information on social media through dating apps. People feel like they know one another, right? So they develop a relationship and they gain their trust. And then you ask that love interest, well, I'm in a tight spot right now. Could you just send me some? And then that's how that scam happens. And so it's very important, again, red flags. If someone in your family or friend says, you may want to check this person out, listen to them, do that. Don't share any of your information on these accounts that's financial or really personal identification information, and don't send money or packages for someone just because they've asked.
We have time for one more. Let's talk about the FTC saying that the investment-related scams are the most costly type of fraud. What do we need to know about cryptocurrency scams?
$3 billion in terms of losses for people with investment scams. And crypto is a really big one. It's actually a very big one with romance scams, too. People either ask for payment in gift cards or in crypto. So if someone's asking you for a payment in crypto, that could be a red flag. But often it's someone asking you to invest, saying, I'm an investment manager. I'm going to triple your money. I'm going to quadruple your money. That's a red flag. So what you want to do is make sure that you're doing your research and you're not just automatically putting money or investing in crypto. You've researched the virtual wallet, the digital wallet, the virtual currency platform. You've made sure, too, that if it's a romance scam, there's dating, there's investment advice. Like, you don't necessarily want to mix the two up.
Don't mix love and money, or even lust and money.
And you also just don't want to pay just because of you have an unexpected request asking you to pay for something.
People are just so trusting, even still.
The most important thing, though, is to just discuss what we've just talked about. Go back, tell you saw this segment. I'm going to tell my family members, my friends about it, because studies have shown that 80% of people that are just aware that these scams are out there don't get scammed.
They don't get
scammed. And if 40% won't lose money or won't lose their personal information, again, just by sharing this information.
There you go. 414.
I know, each one teach one. Sharon Epperson, thank you.
Always.
I love your saying.
I don't know where that came
Still to come, we've got another action-packed weekend in the NFL. So who better to break it down for us but than the man, Steve Kornacki. He's ironed those khakis. He's plugged in the big board, breaking down all the action. Quarterbacks to watch, history on the line. It's all coming up, baby. And she went from searching for the lost ark to showing off a hidden talent. Actor Karen Allen talks to me all about her passion for knitting. Third hour of today. I'll be right back. Chanel's surprised it's snowing out. Do you listen to anything
I always tell people, news people are the worst, because when the weather folks talk, that's when we check our phones.
Oh, that hurts.
I'm right here.
I know. And I appreciate you so much.
The snow's falling here in New York City.
It's snowing. Dang.
It's going to be a great weekend to watch some football, folks. Huge weekend in the NFL playoffs. 8 teams left in the division round, which means...
Starting now, I'm going to listen.
Nah, he took it personal. It is time for Kickoff with Kornacki. NBC News national political correspondent just a few days ago was talking about the Iowa caucuses now. Steve Kornacki taking us inside the games. Right. Welcome back, sir. So let's get right into it. First matchups tomorrow. Who do we have, Steve?
Yeah, you got a couple of David versus Goliath contests on Saturday here. You got the Houston Texans. There were no expectations for this team this year. Here they are coming off a crushing win over Cleveland last week. They beat them 45-14. Now going into Baltimore, going to be obviously a very tough environment there for the Texans, an indoor dome team coming up to the cold weather. The Ravens, the top seed they had last week off. They are going to be ready for this, you got to think. And then the Packers, who dismantled the Dallas Cowboys last week. Jerry Jones saw those shots from him. He was in shock last week. The Packers advanced. Their reward for that, they get a trip to play the San Francisco 49ers. A very tough road for them, but they get the chance. And you remember, it was just a couple of years ago, this same matchup in the playoffs. The Packers were the big favorite. The Niners came into Lambeau Field and upset them. Could the Packers return the favor now 2 years later?
In fact, also the chance for history with the Texans quarterback?
This is the stuff that depresses me because I can remember way back the first professional athlete who was actually younger than me. And he actually retired this year.
Oh,
but
wow.
Speaking of young professional athletes, C.J. Stroud last week in beating, this is the Texans quarterback, in defeating Cleveland last week, the youngest NFL quarterback ever to win a playoff game. His birth date, not to depress anybody out there, October 3rd, 2001.
Wow.
And he was born. So you got C.J. Stroud, and then you got Lamar Jackson, the comparative veteran here. You look at the career stats. Obviously, Jackson has been an electric quarterback. Stroud, look at these numbers for a rookie. Absolutely amazing. And Jackson, yeah, look at that. I mean, they talk about rookie of the year. How about MVP? Yeah. And Lamar Jackson, what you don't see on here, remember, a dual threat quarterback. Yes. So he's also run for over 5,000 yards, 29 touchdowns there. But what a season for C.J. Stroud. And now the ultimate test for him coming up.
Let's talk about Sunday.
Yeah, we got some good ones on Sunday, too. How about this? Well, we showed you this last week. Remember the icicle graphic when we were talking about the Kansas City game? Again, the Kansas City game gets the icicle graphic, but they are not at home. They're playing at Buffalo. They had the blizzard in Buffalo last week. They're getting some snow.
That's right. Lake effect snow.
A little more on top of that.
I heard you say that.
But how about this? Patrick Mahomes, in his career,
yes,
he's played in 3 Super Bowls. Those are neutral sites.
Right.
12 other playoff games. Every single one of them has been a home game for him. This is the first time in Patrick Mahomes' career he is going to go into a hostile environment in the playoffs. And talk about a hostile environment. Buffalo in the winter, in the weather. So that's going to be an interesting one. And then you get the Bucs and the Lions. The Lions winning what was their 3rd playoff game in 67 years. A second in 67 years last week. They're going for their 3rd. It was their first one since January 92. And Baker Mayfield and the Bucs coming into Detroit.
You've got a Detroit trivia question for us. And in full disclosure, I suggested this, but I did not look up the answer.
Okay. Here we go. So we said it was January 5th, 92, the last time before last week that the Lions won a playoff game. It was over the Cowboys. And so we're asking you, in 1992, since they play at Ford Field, the Lions do, what was Ford's top-selling vehicle in 92? The Mustang, the Taurus, the F-Series pickup, or the Explorer? What do we
Ladies first.
I think it was the Taurus.
Taurus.
I'm going Taurus.
I'm going to go F-150 even back then.
Really?
Interesting. I remember the Taurus was a good family car back in the 90s. The answer is Craig wins.
Oh, you're right.
F-150.
Really?
That's America's truck.
I had a 91 Ford Escort, and I just felt like everybody had an Escort.
I had a 92 Ford Explorer.
Really?
Yes, I did.
Steve, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Looking forward to the weekend, guys. Thank you.
When you head to New Hampshire. No, I'm kidding. By the way, you can watch that Bucs-Lions game right here on NBC and Peacock. Mike Tirico and the team starting that coverage at 2 p.m. Eastern.
All right. Well, still to come, if you're even thinking about a career change, listen up. We're going to tell you LinkedIn's top 5 jobs on the rise in 2024. But first, actor Karen Allen is known for her job as a movie star, a director, and a stage actor. But her real passion project is in a different kind of studio. We're going to show you that when the 3rd hour of Today comes right back. any excuse, but there is a real reason we're playing that iconic theme song from the Indiana Jones movies. In the Berkshires in Massachusetts, there is a knitting studio that creates beautiful scarves and sweaters. But if you pull that thread, you'll find out the woman who's making them is a real-life movie star who's taken on quite a different role.
It's just thrilling to me that I can make something with my hands that then another person loves.
Karen Allen shot to fame with film roles like National Lampoon's Animal House.
You want a beer?
And Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Right.
But when she's not on screen, she's in her studio with her first love.
You started at an early age knitting.
My grandmother taught me how to knit. I sort of imitated that love and then took it to my heart. And then I fell in love with just textiles. I would look at the way someone had designed a fabric or a rug, and I would just think, oh my God, that's so beautiful.
That early fascination led Karen to study textile design at the Fashion Institute of Technology. But after seeing a play, ended up on the road to Hollywood.
I just fell in love with the theater. Suddenly it was everything by chance. I was studying at an acting school and I walked through the lobby and there's a little 3x5 card on the bulletin board. It said, feature film casting college-age actors and actresses, send picture and resume. I popped it in an envelope just for the hell of it. Got a phone call and it was Animal House. A casting director went, "You're my girl."
Like that?
Yeah, I was who she imagined the character was. They cast me in Animal House, which was amazing because I'd never worked in film in my life.
From there, she took on one of the biggest movie franchises in history, Indiana Jones, landing the role of Marion Ravenwood.
Nobody tells me what to do in my place.
When you read the script, were you like, oh, this is different. This is a different kind of character.
I wasn't allowed to read the whole script. The scene that they sent me was the scene in the bar. They didn't know who Indy was going to be, so I auditioned with a couple of potential Indies, and a lot of women wanted to play Marion Ravenwood, and I was just one of many, many actresses that auditioned, and I guess I gave a good audition. I mean, I guess I did.
I guess, that's an understatement.
Karen continued to act and direct while seamlessly creating clothing and accessories. She even returned to FIT, studying knitting machines until opening her own shop in 2005, Karen Allen Fiber Arts, in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. The store sells Karen's knit garments as well as items from artisans all around the world.
What made you decide to open up a place like this?
Well, some of it had to do with my son. So after he was born, lots of new questions arose. And I thought, well, what am I going to do with myself? Because the travel involved in filmmaking is very difficult with a child of a certain age. You don't want to be pulling them in and out of school all the time.
When they're babies, it's the one thing.
When it's babies,
but when they're in middle
easy.
school, high school.
Yeah. So I thought, I've got to plant my roots here. It occurred to me that maybe if I ever wanted to make a line of knitwear, maybe now is the time.
It's one thing to create these pieces, but it's another thing to open up a business in a store.
Well, that's a whole other thing. I had no idea what I was doing.
Really?
Well, no, I'd never had a store before. It was really, for me, just breaking new ground all over the place.
Whether in front of the camera or in her studio, Karen finds a common thread in all her pursuits.
When we look at a Venn diagram, movies, theater, textiles, what's the overlap for you?
They're all things that I have true and deep fascination for. Somehow those three things seem to create a full meal for me, a full way of navigating my way through life.
That was great.
In fact, I'm wearing one of her scarves.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And Karen has sent a scarf for each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
And that
much.
matches. Look at how this matches each of what you're
This is
wearing.
beautiful.
We had no idea.
Karen,
I love that.
you.
Thank you.
That is nice.
And here's the other thing. She is so multi-talented.
Okay.
I learned that she has another skill. She plays the harmonica. She used to play with John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd when they hit up blues clubs.
Really?
She's been on stage with Willie Nelson. We even found a clip of her playing the harmonica Florida in a 1985 interview here on Today.
With Gene Shalit.
Yes.
I mean, he's a legend.
Oh, that's
So,
cool.
I just, I'm in love with her.
That was a treat.
I could tell you guys really hit it off.
And we're in love with these scarves.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. There you go.
Thank you, Karen. Well, coming up, if you're even thinking about making a career change, you'll want to hear the most in-demand roles on this year's LinkedIn Jobs Report. We'll have that coming up in just a second. And then later, who says you can't look good and be comfortable at the same time? We are celebrating National Sweatpants Day
Scarves and
with some elevated looks in our style file. We'll be right back.
That'll make you comfy.
This is
Welcome back. A lot of folks have made 2024 the year they plan to find a new job, or maybe you're just curious about what's out there. Well, this morning, we are breaking down LinkedIn's annual list of jobs on the rise. So here to reveal what's booming is LinkedIn editor-in-chief Dan Roth. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome back.
We always love these lists. So let's get right into it here. Let's talk about maybe a snapshot of the job market as we start the new year.
Absolutely. So a lot of people are looking, most people, in fact, are thinking about looking for jobs this year. Recent survey we did found 85% of people are considering a new job this year.
85%?
85% is a huge number, 27 percentage point increase from last year. So most people around you are probably at least have the itch to go look around. It is a tougher job market, though, they are entering than has been in a long time. 2 applicants for every 1 job opening right now. That's a total flip from where we were about 18 months ago. 8.8 million jobs available now from companies. That's a low that we haven't seen since March of 2021. So fewer new jobs. People aren't losing their jobs. It's still very low unemployment, but companies are not listing as many jobs as they once had.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's talk about jobs on the rise. The top 5 jobs for 2024 that we think are going to be the most popular.
Sure. So these are the top 5 showing up in our data. Chief Growth Officer, Government Program Analyst, Environmental Health Safety Manager, Director of Revenue Operation, and then Sustainability Analyst. So these are the big jobs. I know we're going to get into all of them, but we can explain what the trends are behind these jobs.
Okay, let's talk about that. So you said, first off, roles that drive growth.
Yeah, so companies are having a harder time right now finding profits than they have had in a long time. It is harder to eke out those extra dollars. If you are somebody who could help a company do that, you are in huge demand. So these 2 roles are, the top 2 roles here are ones where you are helping a company enter new markets, get more efficiency out of your companies. These are people who typically work with sales and marketing teams really closely. The idea is, how do you get your customers to spend more, and how do you find new customers? Recruiters, still in demand. Now, recruiters are positions that are like canary in the coal mine. They're the first to get fired when things start going poorly, and they're the first to get rehired when industries come back up. So they're in huge demand in like healthcare, where there's still a lot of demand in that industry.
This grabbed my attention. More than 2/3 of the jobs on this list didn't even exist 20 years ago. We started the show today talking about AI. So are there any positions maybe in that area, or perhaps?
This is the hot space to be in.
Really?
So first of all, 80% of the jobs on our list this year are new to the list.
80%?
80%. Wow. They weren't here last year. Now, 68% of them didn't even exist 20 years ago. There's a massive change going on in the job market, in the world. A lot of this is being driven by AI. If you can get into AI. You should get into AI would be my recommendation. Number 6 on our list this year is the artificial intelligence consultant. Number 8 is somebody who is a artificial intelligence engineer. So one is a person who recommends what you do in AI. One is a person who actually does the work.
We need somebody to understand.
How do you know if they're real?
Right, that's a great question.
But I mean, I guess it's one of those things where people don't understand it. So it's like, if you understand it, come on in.
Exactly. And you have to understand. The thing is, you have to bring this into your company. And so there is a demand for someone that can tell you what to do. These are great jobs, by the way. They pay really well, like over $200,000 a year. There's a lot of flexibility. 50% of the jobs in these two roles are either remote or hybrid.
Wow.
So if you can get into this, I would highly recommend getting into it.
And we expect even more growth, it would seem.
Absolutely. I mean, the demand is just going to pick up. It is going to change how we do everything.
Just out of curiosity, these artificial intelligence jobs, what's your background? What do you study in college?
I mean, a lot of it is either, if you want to be an engineer, you got to have a computer science degree. You need to understand how this works. Now, this is a new industry. And these are new areas for a lot of people. So it's not like there's people who've been around for 20 years who are experts in this. You can become an expert pretty quickly. You can take online courses, especially in the consultant job. You don't have to be a technical wizard to be able to be a consultant.
God, Dan, you're so
thank
good.
you. That's
So
really
good.
eye-opening.
You always learn something when you come.
That's right. All right.
Thank you, Dan.
Good to see you.
Have a good weekend.
Coming up, we're celebrating National Sweatpants Day in our Style File with comfy looks for around the house and on the go. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's been a cold week, so it's fitting that this Sunday is apparently National Sweatpants Day.
Wow, who knew?
Said no one did. So we're celebrating early in this morning's Style File, and here to share her cozy advice, Editor-in-Chief of InStyle magazine, Sally Holmes is back. Welcome
Sally.
back.
Sally.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Who doesn't love a good sweatpants?
Come on.
Man.
No one on this planet.
Yeah.
Adults and kids.
But the first model is going to take it up a notch because it's not really a sweat pant. It's a sweat skirt.
Yes, Amber on my team is wearing this adorable sweat skirt from H&M. I love this so much. I've been watching a lot of Suits, much like everyone, I think, in America, and the pencil skirt Rachel Zane wears, such an office-appropriate idea. This takes it up a cozy notch. I love the Mary Janes. Again, a secret cozy look with the platforms. So comfortable. She has this really elevating metallic shirt on top, pulls it all together. I love, love, love this for drinks, brunch.
Okay.
So
That's
cozy.
cool. That's reasonable, too.
Like,
That's
you know what I mean?
very nice.
100% with sneakers.
H&M?
Run out of the house, go to the store, you look put together, and again.
I know, you guys
You
might
could
see
wear
that on
that.
Monday. That's really cute.
Craig and I share something in common. Both our dads at one point rocked a tracksuit.
That's true. That's true.
Well then,
Are they back?
lucky for you, tracksuits are back.
What?
Oh, those are cute, though.
Those are.
These
I mean,
are
I shouldn't say those.
amazing. They're totally throwback nostalgia. The athletic look is so in right now. Kevin on my team is wearing this amazing version from ASOS.
That's cute.
With
That's
the
really
sneaks,
cute.
really, really cool. I mean, Kevin is also cool, the fashion director, but he makes it look good for anyone.
Yeah, it is.
And then Sam, she has this monochromatic version. Again, so on of the moment, monochromatic.
I feel like my 11-year-old daughter dresses like this every day. They all like
100%.
You know, you could almost get away with almost wear pajamas. It's the same kind of thing.
Well,
Well, that's coming up, right?
just you wait.
I was just about to say,
Yeah.
let's go to this next one. Speaking of that. Is there a way to wear pajamas during the day and people just not know?
I have done it myself. Cara on my team is wearing this super cute version
These are
from
pajamas?
Express pajamas. The trick here is the print. It makes it feel intentional. It's like you can roll right out of bed,
Especially
except
with that attitude, yes.
Are y'all punking us?
No! I can tell you, I myself have worn a pajama top with jeans to drinks.
Oh, like a little, like a cute little.
Yes, like you tuck it into
Yeah,
denim.
you tuck. Yes.
If you're like, I can't go full jammies, the gateway is top
And
with
it probably feels rebellious and comfortable, doesn't it? I bet.
There you go.
Cara can
I don't know
attest.
about people rolling around in pajamas.
And she's kind of wearing slippers.
And yes, she has a little heeled slipper just to
like
make it feel
it.
again
I just-
intentional,
There you
tie
go.
it in. She has this like duster that's making it feel.
let's
Okay,
see
now we got to bring out the
sweatshirt
sweatshirt dress.
Okay, Tess is wearing the sweatshirt dress. Chanel, I think this one's for you.
Let me see.
I have to tell you, this is officially Taylor Swift approved. She
Okay.
wore a sweatshirt dress last night, again with the coat.
Oh, it's so cute.
The textured jacket makes it feel elevated, put together.
Yeah, I'm so here for that.
Very cool.
She has the little kitten heel boot.
You can do
Feels
boots
like
or sneakers, either
she's
one.
going somewhere.
That's
You want to know
super
where
cute.
she's going.
That's very cool.
She's going somewhere and you want to know if she's going to
There
like
you go.
that.
Can you wear sweats at work? You got something for that?
100%. I call these secret sweats.
Oh.
Jonathan.
Tell me about the secret sweat.
Jonathan and Ava are wearing these secret sweats.
Those are hot.
Those are really cute.
These bonobos pants that Jonathan is wearing, you might not think. I know Craig is like
I love
hot
bonobos,
to trot
yes.
on these pants.
Both do.
They are made of a jersey sweatshirt-like material. So for all those people who have,
Craig's going to go feel
Craig
his
is gonna-
pants.
I'm going to ask permission though. Can I?
Doesn't make it right.
Ava's are really,
See, that's nice. That's stretchy too. It's got some give to
those
it.
are really nice.
It's a good color.
they're great. And Ava's wearing a pair from Quince. Again, it has
And their
that
shoes.
office
Those are really cute.
work appropriate vibe. She could
Yeah.
go straight to the boardroom. You'd have no idea.
No.
I feel like so many of us have been, doing that back to work transition,
Yes,
back to the
yes.
office. You don't want to let go of the cozies that you were wearing when you were working from
Yeah.
home. This is the
love
way
that.
to do
Sally,
it.
this
Let's
is,
bring everybody
this is
out
great.
real quick.
Thank the models too.
Love
This
the
is-
skirt,
Well
love the
done,
this,
y'all.
love the that.
Thank you.
Al,
So
I'm waiting
good.
to see you on Monday in a pajama top. I'm seeing polka dots.
That's right. Well, I've got some Garanimals I'm going to bring in.
Sally, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
all. To shop these looks and more, you know where to go. It's today.com/shop. Third hour of Today, right back after this.
It may be getting colder outside, but that doesn't stop our amazing Start Today community.
Yay.
Here we go. Steps in. Okay, let's shout out a few. Carrie is in New York, all smiles with a few walking buddies. Carrie! Next up from Craig's neck of the wood, Pam walking in South Carolina. Pam! And then we've got Denise hitting the road in Nebraska.
Way to go, Denise!
And Kimberly is walking with her pup who has a familiar sounding name, Bauer. Ooh,
Kimberly!
And finally, we have Marcia and her husband Dave bundling up and walking a few trails for their walk. Marcia and Dave. All right.
Thank you to all of our fabulous walkers. And don't forget to scan the QR code if you want to sign up for our newsletter, or we'll make it easy. Just go to today.com/starttoday.
Hey, we're going to start off next week of the third hour with actor Kyle MacLachlan live in Studio 1A.
All right, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, the top travel destinations of 2024.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow on Wild Child, and Dylan will see you on Earth Odyssey. Have a
And
great
we will see you
great
Monday,
weekend.
we hope.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Today, Jenna and I take the plunge, a cold plunge, as part of our journey to better health and wellness. Plus, Donna's in New Hampshire with a knock-knock surprise for the owners of a beloved coffee shop. And we're talking about actress Emma Stone revealing the dream role she's hoping to land on a popular game show.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey-o! It's January 19th. Happy Friday. Good to see you.
Friday.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Isn't everybody ready for this Friday to be here? I sure am.
I know. Chilly in New York, finally.
I like how you said finally.
Finally.
See, even Hoda takes the freezing weather, the high of 28, and makes it a pleasant thing.
Well, you know what? It's
winter.
And
Yeah.
we need to have this feeling every now and then.
Yeah,
I mean, my
snow.
kids finally got their boots on this week.
It's cold.
Like, yeah, it's
cold, and that's the way it
is.
should be. Okay.
So, yeah, Emma Stone is having quite the year. I mean, she's been really killing it.
She has. Like, I bet she'll win an Oscar.
Yeah.
I know nothing, but I bet she'll win an Oscar. She won the Golden Globe. She won the Critics' Choice Award. She is supposedly just spectacular in this film.
Yeah.
Poor Things.
So there is something that looks really good.
Yeah.
So there's something that she still says is on her bucket list, something she's been missing out on, and it's a shot on Jeopardy.
Okay, here she is. She's revealing her secret desire on Variety's Awards Circuit podcast. Take a listen.
I don't want to go on Celebrity Jeopardy. I really want to like earn my stripes. I would like to go on Real Jeopardy, but you have to take the test, and you can only take it once a year with your email address. So every June, I take the quiz, and they don't tell you how you did. They just say, we'll let you know in the next 9 to 12 months if you got on the show. And guess what? I haven't gotten on the show. But I watch it every single night, and I mark down how many answers I get right, and I swear I could go on Jeopardy.
She watches every night and marks down the answers she gets right.
That feels like it is strategic.
She's smart.
She's very smart.
I feel dumb whenever I watch Jeopardy.
I'm not great at Jeopardy.
Well, because you don't feel.
There's certain things where I can dominate, and then there's certain things where, like, certain categories.
Let me tell you something. Nothing humbles you more than watching Jeopardy. You realize that you might think you're smart, you're not. You're not at all.
It's also just having
everybody
all that
on the
information.
show
Where does
is
that
smarter.
information go? You
know what? There's information, and then there's knowledge, and then there's wisdom. We're wisdom people.
Yeah.
We don't remember things.
Yeah, no,
but
we don't.
have wisdom. All right, so this is one of our favorite segments. You guys know it is. It's Social Dilemmas, but we've got a twist on this one.
Oh, it's a big deal. We have a big announcement. You ready?
We're ready. Here it is. We've teamed up with Real Simple Magazine. All right.
So this is so much fun. Once a month, y'all, we are going to be their official etiquette experts for the Modern Manners Social Dilemmas column. I mean, we thought we love social dilemmas. Real Simple loves social dilemmas. We're not really experts, but here we go.
Okay, so should we just read one?
Sure, here's the first question.
All
Ready?
right. Mm-hmm.
This is what Jackie asked. Jackie says, a bunch of friends and I have a group chat and discuss all sorts of topics. Recently, one friend invited someone new to the group, and the vibe is off.
Oh, geez.
We're always supportive and open to different points of view. But she's made some insensitive comments.
Ugh,
I'm
that
not
person
sure what to do.
on the group chat, the
Yeah.
new person.
Yeah. Well, Hoda, you had such a great response.
Did
to
I?
this. You sure did. But
Okay. Mine was go to the person, the friend who invited this other person into the friend group, and just kind of off to the side say, hey, look, you know what? I'm sure you love your friend. She's probably amazing. But I feel like since she joined our group chat and has said a couple of things that have hurt people's feelings,
Yeah, and this
the
is not
vibes
the
are
vibe.
off. Yeah, we're all about lifting each other up, and we
Yeah.
want to make it kind of a positive thing. So maybe you could have a conversation with your friend.
Yes. And then the person could just say, hey, Susan, or whatever her name is, we're compassionate people on this.
Yeah,
We like
we want
to
to be
lift people up.
positive. Yeah.
I get that that's your humor, but sometimes
Yeah,
texts don't
it's taken the wrong
translate.
way. We
So-
said something like that
Yeah, we
in this
did.
magazine. All right, here's the next one. Jillian asks this. I help watch my brother's 2 young kids with him once a week, so his wife gets a break. I imagined it to be quality time with my brother and the kids. However, he's on his phone the whole time, and I'm left babysitting. How do I tell him I want to help out, but not with the current dynamic?
Yeah.
You had a good answer.
I think I did. I think what I said was, hey, tell your brother I come over to spend time with you too.
Yeah.
I want to be with you.
Yeah.
And let's just keep, let's level set expectations. Are you hoping to have some time off? Because if you are, I just need to know that.
Yes.
But I want this to be time for us to interact together.
Yeah.
And is that so tell me, bro, if that's cool with you.
Yeah.
I also said, and it's true because we've done studies on it here, that when you're on your phone, and I know he doesn't mean it this way, he loves his children, but that maybe she could just say in a very non-judgmental way,
yeah.
hey, I know you love your kids, but when you're always on your phone, that may not translate. You want to make sure they feel special.
Yeah, I like that.
And you said something too. Excellent.
I said something like, I feel like my kids learn about relationships from watching relationships.
Totally.
Like when me and my sister are hanging around and we put our arm around each other, or we chat, laugh, or tell a joke, or even have a little whatever.
Yeah.
They're learning. Oh, that's what sisters do.
Exactly.
And so, that's how siblings act.
Yeah.
So I think you're teaching them something else. But anyway, why don't you submit your questions?
Sure.
To Hoda and Jenna, modernmanners@realsimple.com, and then we could answer them on the show.
We're going to have our own email where people can submit.
What is this?
This is just,
by the way,
excellent.
This is a great magazine.
I love this magazine. I'm going to
Okay.
read it in the car ride home. Okay, and we've got something really special coming up, y'all. It's a knock knock surprise. That's when Donna shows up at the doorstep of someone very deserving. And this is going to be extra fun, all thanks to our sponsor, Belvita.
Yeah, let's see what Donna has in store for us. Hey, Donna!
Hi, Hoda and Jenna. I am here in snowy Londonderry, New Hampshire, and we've got a cozy knock-knock surprise for you. We're being quiet because we're just down, a few doors down from the Nest Family Cafe, where we're going to surprise the owners, Jamie and Ryan Getchell. We can't wait. I'm here with their friend, Emily, who nominated them, along with so many of their employees and customers, and Jamie's lovely parents. I'm so excited. Emily, why are they so deserving?
Jamie and Ryan have worked so hard to build this beautiful cafe. Has great coffee. It's for everyone in the family, and they serve their community, and we're just all so proud of them.
And we can't wait to surprise them in just a minute. So Hoda and Jenna and everyone watching at home, I want you to grab your morning cup of coffee or tea and hang tight, because in just a few moments, we're going to give them the surprise of a lifetime.
Oh, awesome, Donna, we can't wait.
We talking you.
Jinx. All right, coming up next, guys, Jenna and I suit up for our latest adventure.
Yeah, we cold plunge on our transformation journey.
Get in
right
it.
after this.
Get in
Take
it.
a deep breath. We're okay.
And we're fine.
okay.
We're fine.
We're doing fine.
Fine. We're celebrating our girl, Jenna Bush Hager.
Go, read me. It's so good. Are y'all still happy your daddy's home? There's Jenna. She's not afraid to be herself.
Love you, Jenna. I love you. I love you. I love you.
As we have discussed at nauseum, last year we did the polar plunge just for fun. But this year we wanted to practice a cold therapy and see how it could transform us in 2024.
All right, so Jenna and I geared up, took some really deep breaths, and went in for the plunge. Check it out. It all started with one bucket list challenge 2 years ago, taking a dip into 45-degree water in the Atlantic Ocean in the middle of winter, known as the polar plunge. Celebs from Hailey Bieber to Madonna and David Beckham have all done a cold plunge. And since we were also ahead of the trend, we're now both committed to doing a redo by taking a look at how cold therapy can help us transform in 2024. I don't want to bring up the polar plunge, and if Jenna brings it up, I want you to turn off the camera immediately. Click off. Got it?
I heard that Hoda was trying to censor me.
I hear from sources, people who are into this, that it can make you feel like you've had 5 cups of coffee, but you feel alert, you feel alive. So is it worth the 3 minutes of being in ice water? Maybe, but I'd like to try. So we enlisted the expertise of Jonathan Leary, founder of Remedy Place, a wellness center in Los Angeles and New York City, to help us get ready for the cold plunge. Do you do cold plunges?
Every day.
For how long?
6 minutes.
Did you start with 30 seconds?
Yeah, well, you know, you work your way up. It's just like any other form of training. We're gonna try for a minute and a half today.
30. A minute and a half, we can do it.
And I promise you, like, that's the hardest part. Once you get past a minute and a half,
right?
yeah, it's just the initial shock. So these ones are 39 degrees. So it's the same temperature as an ice bath. It's a little bit colder, but
39 degrees?
There's limited research, but for some, cold plunges may help decrease inflammation, increase focus, or even help regulate mood. But before we can take the plunge, step 1 starts with breath work, a practice I've recently added to my routine. When I first heard about breathworks, I was like, oh, it's called breathing. I've been doing that since the day I was born. And one time I tried it. My body felt alive, it felt tingly, it felt emotional, it felt all these things. Breath work is to get your body situated for the cold plunge.
Yeah.
But what's happening to your body?
you're oxygenating your body.
Yeah.
And when you're in there, it's actually helping you control your breath, and it's holding back your body from shivering. So it's helping you keep warm, and the more that you focus on the breath, the faster your body adapts.
Breath work is also shown to help with decreasing stress and anxiety.
It's 30 breaths. You start in through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Last one, all the way out. Take a full inhale and hold that for 15 seconds. Now going into the ice bath after this, know that it's challenging, but it's worth it.
And with that, let's plunge together.
Okay, ready? 5,
5,
4, wait,
3,
2, 1.
Go all the way in. Okay. You got it. Remember, control the breath. Slow the breath down. This first part's the hardest part. Focusing on the breath is going to help you adapt faster.
While Jonathan recommends working up to 6 minutes in a tub, today's goal was 90 seconds.
You guys already are a minute and a half in, so if we want to push it a little bit more.
In? Should we go to 2?
Yeah, let's go to 2. Maybe we do 2.5.
When we were in it, I felt a little panicky.
Me too.
Just a little bit.
At the very beginning, I was like,
it's shocking to your body.
Yeah.
It's after we got regulated, and I think I was looking at you. I get why it's good to do it
with a partner.
With a partner.
Yes.
Because when I looked at you, I was
To
like,
regulate
Jenna's
together.
calm, we're calm, we're okay. By the way,
It's
I
so
was
fun to do scary things.
Yes, and the pregame was what much worse than getting in
Yes.
there. That's the
the lesson.
thing. And actually, I do feel invigorated.
Me too.
Now.
I feel
Do you?
good.
I know. I feel like
Take on
alive.
the world, the cold plunge. And you know what? You didn't leave me hanging this time.
We did it!
That was fun. We did it. We were very intimate in that tiny tub.
It felt a little odd, but we liked it. Cold plunges, by the way, are not for everybody, especially if you have high blood pressure, diabetes, or heart disease. So if you're interested in trying that, it's probably best to talk to your doctor first.
And we're going to try, Talia, our executive producer, went and did it just for fun over the weekend and stayed in there for 6 minutes.
6. We were like, we did 2.5. She was like, really?
I did it for 6.
Yeah, sit down.
So
2.5.
we're going to try to do 6 at
Next
some
time.
point. All right. Okay. Coming up next, we're just moments away from Donna's knock knock surprise at a New Hampshire coffee shop. Right after this.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Knock Knock Surprise is sponsored by Belvita Breakfast Biscuits. Rise and thrive.
It is the moment we've been waiting for, our Knock Knock Surprise.
Donna's in Londonderry, New Hampshire, about to surprise a couple with something very special thanks to our sponsor, Belvita. Donna, take it away.
Okay, I am so excited. I'm just down the hall, a few doors down from the Nest Family Cafe, where I'm going to surprise the owners, Jamie and Ryan. I just want to let you know that I'm here with a fabulous group of employees, family, friends, and customers, and I'm going to leave them behind a little bit so I can go surprise them first. Let me tell you a little bit about Jamie and Ryan. They are parents to 3 children under the age of 7, and the reason they came up with the Nest Family Cafe is because they had an unpleasant experience going to a cafe, bringing their kids with them, and so they wanted to make the Nest Family Cafe a safe place for young families. What you can find there, besides amazing coffee, is a lending hand for new moms, a free play space, a lot of support, and they even partnered with a local church to help new moms, watch out, David, who are in need of celebration. So we're going to celebrate them now. Come on. Hello. Is there a Jamie and Ryan? Will you guys come on over here? I'm Donna from the Today Show, and you're on Hoda and Jenna right now. Jamie, come on over here. Ryan, come on over here.
I don't know what it is.
I know, this is wild. Come on over here so you can get all the loving that you deserve. Your parents are here too. And if you want to bring your adorable children, they're more than welcome. You guys want to come in? Come be on TV. Oh my God. Okay, I know that you're shocked and confused and have no idea what's happening. Obviously, all of your loved ones arranged for this to happen, but I want you to take a closer look as to why you and the Nest Family Cafe is so admired. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Jamie and Ryan are 2 of the best people I know. They have the biggest hearts.
As parents with 3 little kids, to find a place they couldn't find for themselves, they had to start from the beginning.
We are live at the Nest Family Cafe. You can see our balloons are up today.
They were the baristas, they were the social media, they were doing the party planning. It was just the 2 of them working together.
It is a clean, welcoming, warm cafe where your kids can play and you can have a quality coffee.
A lot of their activities are free. They have sing-alongs and coloring activities, and there's a playscape there. So it really is designed for families.
We also have a nursing corner where moms can go and nurse their babies, and our moms really love it. My favorite part about the Nest is how much they do give back. That was what drew me to them as a customer first, and then as an employee.
From the beginning, they decided that they were going to have a blessing corner.
People donate things for children's, infants, and babies, all different products. Local people just drop stuff off, and whoever's in need, you can just take it.
Jamie and Ryan partnered with me and helped me throw a baby shower with the church for my single pregnant moms group called Embrace Grace. The members of the Nest community showed up and gave gifts. The girls really were blown away. I just was so touched by the way that people showed up and gave.
I've never seen 2 people who love kids so much and really want to help their community.
I'm so proud of you, and I'm so glad that we can celebrate you and recognize you for all the hard work that you've done. And enjoy! Surprise!
Surprise! Jamie, how are you feeling right now?
Shocked. I had no idea. Ryan just told me to be here this morning, and that was all I knew. So,
Ryan, I know you're in disbelief. What do you want to say to this community who loves you so much?
We started this journey 3 years ago on a Women of Prayer. And we wanted coffee with our kids, and we had no idea that the community would just rally around us and just love this concept and just come share coffee with us every day. It's unbelievable. Thank you guys so much.
And I've got to say, we cannot honor a coffee shop without some coffee. So, of course. So on behalf of our sponsor, Belvita, everyone here is getting free coffee. And you guys all also get Belvita swag and Belvita breakfast biscuits.
Thank you.
What do y'all think of that? Well, you know that that's not all.
I'm shocked still.
Belvita also would like to gift the Nest Family Cafe $5,000 so you can continue to grow.
That's so nice. Oh, thank you so much. I'm at a loss for words. That's amazing.
What are they doing with the balloons? What are they doing? I know. It's because your family is so wonderful. And I can just feel the love in here. I'm so happy for you guys. And I know that you've done so much in just a year and a half. So I hope that this can help with
so
more
much.
to grow in the years to come.
You want to hold it, Wyatt?
All right, I think it's time to brief you on coffee. What do y'all think? Come in, Jen, I'll save some for you.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful.
We love that, Donna.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful,
How
beautiful.
Coming up next, the latest trends in athleisure fashion. Right after this.
What time is it, Al?
Best time of the morning. That is Pop Star.
I want you.
Pink is in there.
And I miss you so much. They're delicious.
Bam! Carson. Carson.
Many of us live in our athleisure wear, so why put on real pants if you don't have
That's
to?
what Jenna says every day. Why put on real pants?
It was a shock when I first said it, but then I do say it every day.
Here to show us the latest trends is Executive Health and Fitness Director of Women's Health, Jacqueline Andriakos. Jacqueline, hi.
Hello.
So you're going to fill us in on all the things we need to know about athleisure?
Yes, we want to be cozy, comfy. We don't want to wear real pants.
Some of us do have to put on real pants every day, but a lot of people go to the gym and stay in that all day.
Absolutely. And with these looks, you don't have to because they're elevated.
Amazing. Let's start with Helene.
Is that Helene? Is that pronounced right, Helene?
Yes.
Helene, you look adorable.
And
Tell us about what she's got. I like the bodysuit trend.
The bodysuit is a trend that has such staying power. As you can see, I'm a fan too. Brands are having a lot of fun.
This is a bodysuit?
It is. One piece. It's got this jogger bottom.
Cool.
Here on beautiful Helene in this Offline by Aerie bodysuit. We have the flared yoga bottom. So brands are having fun with different silhouettes. A little Reebok sneaker, Lululemon belt bag.
So cute.
I have to shout out that Aura ring too. This is my favorite device for sleep tracking.
The Aura ring. Show us the
wearing it.
Now, what does it track?
It looks like jewelry. It tracks activity, heart rate. It gives you cycle information, sleep information, and nobody knows that you're wearing a tracker, which is the best
Maybe I'll
part.
become obsessed with the tracker.
She gets obsessed. She gets on fads.
I sure-
Don't introduce it to her.
Well,
You
so
will
does
love
she.
the Aura ring.
Next up,
Thank you, Helene.
Thank
You're
you.
gorgeous.
We've got Grace stepping out. She's in floral.
Yes.
Love it, Grace.
Florals, they took over the spring runways. They
Yes.
are a little more transitional than the all neutral classic
Yeah.
gym look. It's so much more fun. This is an Old Navy set, this beautiful pastel.
cute, Grace.
Beyond Yoga
Love it.
pullover, an FP Movement bag, some Under Armour sneakers, and also this device, a stress relief wearable. It's called the Apollo Neuro. It sends a little vibration touch therapy, very gentle. I like to lay on the couch.
When you
close
feel
your
like that?
eyes.
What do you mean,
stressed?
like
a very light vibration. Close
If you
your eyes,
feel stressed.
sink your breath. Yes, and it's meant to calm the nervous system.
Can you imagine if we wore that? It would just like
it'd be like boom, boom,
electrocute us.
It's very gentle. It's very gentle.
I love that bag. How should we style this for outside of the gym?
Outside of the gym, put this pullover all the way on, a little bit of jewelry. This is the look. This is ready for outside of the gym. Absolutely.
Okay, we are really excited to introduce you to our next model. Her name is Linda. She is Sydney's, otherwise known as Sydney's grandmother.
Yeah, she's one of our great producers' grandmothers.
And she's so cute. She's playing pickleball in mesh, which is another trend.
Absolutely. This Alala dress that Linda looks so beautiful and has some mesh at the top. This cropped mesh jacket is actually an awesome Amazon find.
It's so cute.
And mesh is functional. You get a little breathability when you're still trying to cool off, but you want some coverage.
You're meant to be a model. This is awesome.
Reebok
Linda, you're
sneakers have
adorable.
never looked better. Tangerine pickleball paddle. You're ready for the
Let's
court.
talk about her device. What she got on her wrist?
This is the Fitbit Charge 6. Now, this is a great device if you're a little newer into fitness trackers.
I went through a Fitbit stage.
Yes, it has all the bells and whistles you want in a tracker, but it has a thinner design. It really blends nicely with an outfit. Comes in amazing colors. I love this sort of tangerine that Linda has on.
Linda.
Absolutely
you're the best.
Linda, you're going to be our model from now on.
Yes, you did great. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, our
So
next trend is metallic, and this is Claudette.
Claudette's so cute.
These Heroin Sport metallic leggings, they come in so many really surprising metallic colors. Usually you see gold, silver. Obviously, this pink pair is just so beautiful. And also, it's performance fabric. Claudette is a trainer. She's part of our Strength and Diversity mentorship program. She can attest to being able to move in this fabric. It's not that stretchy, itchy.
It feels good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Comfortable?
Feels so good.
I mean, you look chic.
What about that?
chic.
Those bags, I'm obsessed. What are they? Crossbody?
It is a
What
sling bag.
backpack?
It's
You
a
need that
crossbody
backpack
sling
'cause
bag.
it's a good
What do you
size
put
for
in
you.
there? What
Water
goes in
bottle,
there?
wallet, cards, keys.
Or your sumos.
And this look is all brought together by this Whoop sports bra. It looks like a standard sports bra, but if you've seen the Whoop wearable on the wrist, it's a really good performance and recovery tracker. But this bra, you take the device, you pop it in the bra, you don't have to wear a wristlet.
How cool is
Very
that?
cool. It's integrated into the garment.
Oh my gosh, Jacqueline, these
Everybody
looks
come on
amazing.
out one more time.
Let's look
Everyone
at all
looks
of these
so
looks
beautiful.
together.
Amazing.
Thank you,
Thank you, guys.
Jacqueline.
Of course.
Thank you all. And to check out all of these incredible looks and all of the latest gadgets, you can head to today.com/shop.
And we will be right back. Jacqueline, great job.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Welcome to Today. Thank you so much for being with us.
We're just getting started, folks.
Your questions are almost better than mine. What can fans expect?
Us forgetting lyrics.
Greg loves to say Friday. There it is.
Okay, it's something we talk a lot about on our show. Imposter syndrome. It's when you feel like you don't deserve the things that you have achieved.
Yeah, but why are we sometimes overcome by self-doubt? We've got an expert here to explain, but first, let's hear from some people who know firsthand what imposter syndrome is all about. It's estimated that 70% of people experienced imposter syndrome at some point in their lives. Celebrities from Natalie Portman to Tina Fey and Bella Hadid have all admitted at one time or another to feeling like an imposter. Even former First Lady Mrs. Michelle Obama spoke about it while promoting her 2018 memoir, Becoming.
Young people nowadays call it imposter syndrome. I had to work to overcome that question that I always ask myself, am I good enough? That's a question that has dogged me for a good part of my life. Am I good enough to be the First Lady of the United States? And I think that many women, and definitely many young girls, walk around with that question.
I first started as a young lawyer at a large corporate law firm. The self-doubt sort of thoughts start to creep in, and I started to feel like maybe I didn't really deserve to be there.
Starting the job, first day orientations, I'm like, I'm not supposed to be here. Like, I don't know how I got this job. I instantly just felt really small.
But feelings of imposter syndrome can also surface at home.
Second guessing everything that I do. If I do something successfully, if I have a great conversation with my son and anybody pats me on the back about it, I'm automatically trying to find someone else to give the credit to. I'll go, oh no, well, it's because my husband's a great dad or my kid's a great kid, but it's never me. I'll never own the compliment or I'll never own the success.
For many, living a life without imposter syndrome would be freeing.
The thought of it knocks the wind out of me. I have no idea what I would be capable of, but I feel like I could conquer the world.
All right, with us now is the author of Your Unstoppable Greatness, psychologist and an executive life coach, Elisa Orbe-Austin, who specializes in imposter syndrome. We're so happy to see you. Yeah. Why is it that wildly successful women will feel less than?
Yeah, oftentimes it's not when they become successful. They've been feeling it all the way along their life. So when the success comes, it has just added to that feeling of I don't belong here. This is just another moment in which I don't deserve this. And so the wild successfulness sometimes make it harder because it is very public sometimes, and people are sort of fearing people are going to question whether or not you actually
why you deserve that.
It's so interesting what we say to ourselves. I know Mrs. Obama wrote about this.
Yeah.
It's sometimes the voices of the critics, whether it's the teacher or and when you're in a public job, people out there on Twitter or whatever it is saying oh, you don't deserve where you are, that then you repeat those words.
Yep.
What is that about?
Yeah, oftentimes we've had this experience early on where in our childhoods we've been told that we can't do certain things, or there are certain opportunities that we didn't get for certain reasons. And so then when we hear those voices, they become reinforced. They're familiar voices in our head. We tend to believe them more than we believe somebody who says you do deserve it.
Yeah.
And we probably hear that often, but we don't take that in the same way we do take the other.
And it's interesting what she was saying about family, because I remember when I first got my kids, I said out loud, I wasn't sure that I deserved them. And I remember saying it and feeling it.
Yeah.
I know, isn't that the,
yeah.
Because, it's and I remember questioning, I was crying when I said it, and I said, why am I saying this?
Yeah.
But I felt that, and I think a lot a lot of women feel are they deserving of something so basic as, a child even.
Yeah, and I think that's what oftentimes people think it's just a work thing, but it can actually show up in your personal life with your children, with feeling like this great moment in your life doesn't belong to you.
How do you emerge from that?
I mean, part of it is really recognizing how imposter syndrome functions for you. So what is happening for you particularly that is actually the way that it serves, so that you can actually notice when it's happening, being able to kind of understand the childhood dynamics set this in motion, and really figuring out which ones were the ones that were affecting you, because they're likely the same ones that are affecting you currently today.
Right.
And breaking that pattern, changing the narrative of the way that you speak about your successes, your failures.
Or speak about yourself at all.
Yes. And we often speak about ourselves very poorly.
Yeah.
And so that has to really change to a much more positive, accurate narrative about who you are. It's also really important. We often do a lot of this alone. So it's very important for us to be able to kind of have community around us and be able to find people that can actually support us in a very positive narrative about what we do.
I was just curious, you said there were three specific types of childhood experiences.
Yeah.
What are those three?
So the first one is being the intelligent one in your family.
Yeah.
So the one in the family that was actually really thought of as smart. And so when things didn't come easy to you, you thought, oh, I'm not as smart as everyone thinks I am. Or the hardworking one, which is the one who didn't get labeled as smart, but everything had to come as a result of really hard work. And so you didn't necessarily get to see the natural things in which you are gifted at or skilled at. And then the last one is survival. survivor where you didn't get either piece of feedback. So as a result, you tend to feel like it's a way of surviving because you had either neglect or abuse in the home. And so it gave you an opportunity or successes to achieve and get out of what you were experiencing.
It's
you still feel like that
interesting
kid.
because it's
yes.
like you would think when you say to your kids, look at that math test.
Yeah, you're so smart. It's amazing.
That's a compliment, you know?
Yeah.
Is there something we should redefine when we're thinking about raising children?
I think it's partly adding the effort that they put into it. So they
Look how
realize
hard
they
you
actually,
worked and you
that they actually achieved it through something that they actually did, as opposed to a natural skill or talent or some ease that they may not feel is actually that easy.
To check out Lisa's book, Your Unstoppable Greatness, you can go to today.com/books.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes.
Coming up next, from beautiful beach getaways to charming cultural cities, we're going to check out some of the year's hottest destinations right after this.
Let's look at the weather across the country. Now here's a peek out your window. I just want quiet. This is truly a pinch me moment right here at Fenway Park. Sweet, but I like it.
Very much like yourself.
All right, if those winter doldrums are setting in, you need a vacation. You know what? And we've got the thing for you.
Yeah, here with the hottest 2024 destinations to book right this minute is one of our favorites, travel expert Mark Elwood. Hi, Mark.
We want warm, we want sunny,
We've been Googling.
We want Tulum, Mexico.
Oh, you read my mind.
I did.
I'm going to take you to Tulum. So Tulum is a really hot destination. I think if anthropology were a place, it would be Tulum. It's sort of cool and chic and a bit boho. The challenge has always been getting there.
Yeah.
It's about 2 or 3 hours drive from the big airport in Cancun, which we've always had to use. But now, there is an airport in Tulum.
They built an airport in Tulum?
Do regular flights go in?
So I love that you ask. If you search for TQO, which is the code for that airport, starting at the end of March, you're going to see flights on Delta, United, Spirit, to Orlando, to Atlanta. It's going to unlock that region in a way as never before. Very convenient, little quick vacation there.
Yeah, I love that. Okay. Cancun is a favorite of so many, because it's also easy to get to.
This is the thing. If you're looking for that part of the world, I would say we've got a great hotel there, which I know you've sent people to, which is part of, it's a world of Hyatt property, and what it's part of is this new trend towards high-end all-inclusives. So when you hear all-inclusive...
Yeah, you get a little scared.
You think it's going to be wild,
You also think, I'm eating my body weight at the buffet, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
This is totally different. This is more about so many things you could do, a climbing wall, tennis courts, whatever you want to do, right there at your fingertips, and you don't have to think about it.
Yeah, by the way, nice for families.
And it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
The images are amazing. Okay, the Bahamas is also, for us East Coasters, an easy trip.
So this is what's interesting. So the Caribbean on the East Coast, I was in Cayman this weekend for the cookout. Amazing, easy to get there.
Yeah.
For the West Coast, really hard.
Yeah.
Until now.
Oh, no. You have all these secrets you're revealing.
So if you live in LA, you could now get a JetBlue or an Alaska flight to Nassau.
What?
Alaska now connects Seattle to Nassau. So it unlocks a place like the Bahamas, which is a plug-and-play vacation.
Right.
It's like you know, one of those turnkey homes. You go there. It's got a brilliant food festival in the spring. Martha Stewart, Nobu Matsuhisa will be there. Also, of course, things like the Goombay Festival in the summer, which is the Calypso-inspired music, which is really part of the Bahamas.
Yes.
Fusion of cultures that built that. Look at that party. Who wouldn't want to
Are
be
you
there?
talking about direct flights from the West Coast?
How long is a direct flight from?
You're going to fight. It's going to be 4 or 5 hours. The same thing where essentially the West Coast is used to flying to New York.
Yeah.
Think
Miami.
of that, but it unlocks the Caribbean.
Wow, that is amazing. Okay, your next. Would you have a place we should stay in?
I do. I have a lovely brand new hotel right downtown, just reopened after a $50 million renovation.
Look at that.
On its own little private beach, but walkable to everything. So it's the perfect hideaway right in the heart of things.
Love it.
So nice.
All right, what if we want to be freezing and we want to go to Canada?
I mean, I think the thing is, I think the reason I would recommend Montreal, which is what I'm going to talk about.
Beautiful spot, by the way.
The world can feel quite uncertain at the moment, and I think people do pause about being too adventurous.
Right.
Berkshire Hathaway did say, Canada, one of the safest countries to travel to in the world. Montreal, one of the safest cities. And then you've got so much there. You've got the Women's Professional Hockey League, you've got figure skating, and then you've got Montreal en Lumiere, which is one of those crazy festivals that I can't really describe.
Everything's lit, right?
It's sort of a party and it's free and there's giant ice rinks, one double the size of Rock Center.
Wow.
You're basically having family fun. A lot of it is free, remember? So once you're there, it's a brilliant experience.
Cool. Beautiful. And where do you like to stay?
I'm going to put you at a little hotel right in the center of downtown, walkable to Old Montreal. This is this lovely Marriott.
Pretty.
And it has a sort of Alpine-inspired terrace. So you know those chic in the Alps. You're out there in under a little rug, drinking some mulled wine. That's what it's got.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Okay, Waco, Texas. Now, this is my backyard.
That is your house. This is up to you. Like, you can talk about this.
And I have gone there recently to see Chip and Joanna Gaines, and Waco is
booming,
chic.
right?
Yes.
See, I love that you would say that because it's a college town.
Look how great it looks.
It has this great old architecture. Chip and Joanna have redone these giant silos downtown.
Yes.
We're also, of course, the reason. Do you know why I'm sending you to Waco this year?
Why?
April the 8th, the total eclipse, which will be visible in certain parts of the country. Waco is in the path of totality. If you're there on that day, you'll get more than 4 minutes of mind-blowing darkness.
I need to tell my parents.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you do.
Mind-blowing
Mind-blowing.
In the middle of the day. I mean, in the middle of the day.
Okay. All right. Sounds
we're also going to see...
Where are we going to stay?
I'm going to put you in... The new trend in hotels is building them out of shipping containers.
Oh.
And this is a brand new hotel.
How cool is that?
Constructed sort of Lego style out of shipping containers downtown. Performance space, exactly what you're talking about. That slightly hipsterish...
Oh, it's pretty.
Cool. Way cooler than you would think.
Yes. Can we also just say that Chip and Joanna opened a hotel that I couldn't believe. It's called 1928, I think.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Joanna spent her teenage... She moved there as a teen.
Yeah.
They've really helped put Waco
They
on the
have.
map. But the students are important too.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome to the third hour of today.
We're so proud of you.
Cross that finish line in style. Chanel.
This is for you, too.
I had news anchors on one wall and you. I love this stuff.
Next week, we've got music superstar Common.
Plus, one of our favorites, Austin Butler, will be stopping by.
And reality TV star Lisa Vanderpump.
Wow, that's a well-rounded week. You'll have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
This morning in Today Food, we got this pasta dish. It is simple, yet so sophisticated. Your family is going to be amazed. Alfred Portale is a James Beard Award-winning chef, restaurateur, and cookbook author. Also the culinary director of Sartiano's, a modern Italian restaurant right here in New York City, and the executive chef of Portale. Chef, good to see you.
Nice to see you, Al.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I love you. This is about as simple as it gets, but I've been so looking forward to tasting this.
Yeah, it's a very, very simple dish, but very versatile.
Okay.
But we start with emulsifying a little bit of butter. I've got a bit of heavy cream in there.
Okay. Cream and butter so far, check.
And we want to whisk this in.
Is there a temperature that's too high for cream?
It should be medium-high heat.
Okay.
You want to just keep it moving. Once you emulsify the butter, then we add, this is a mixture of lemon juice and lemon zest.
That doesn't make it curdle or anything?
No.
Lemon juice and lemon zest.
Really quite simple. So once that's working, we drop the pasta. I'm using fresh pasta.
Okay. And that cooks faster than the dried box?
About 90 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we have some boiling salted water. We cook that.
Okay.
I have some over here that looks about done.
Okay.
So it's a very simple dish. I think a simple but rather elegant, simple, and easy and versatile.
Yeah.
At Sartiano's, we serve this dish with Osetra caviar.
Oh.
So
shake it up a little bit.
So you could do like seafood with that, like shrimp or something like that?
Yeah, I like to do it with smoked fish is great, smoked salmon,
Did you like
shrimp,
sprinkle bacon
lobster,
on top?
and vegetables.
Or like they'll insert some bacon?
Some bacon in there?
Bacon, all right. Then we're talking
guanciale if you want to be fancy.
So now you're just adding a little Parmesan
cheese, chives.
I'm trying it.
And if it gets too thick, would you add a little pasta water to that? Or
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
That's it.
Oh,
amazing.
and
know
that's
what?
it.
That's literally a 5-minute dinner.
You guys have
on
to try
the
this.
table.
That fresh pasta, first of all, priceless. Wait, I missed this. What did we put in there?
Chives.
Oh, chives. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Are you kidding
There we
me?
have it.
All right, now I have to try
And
it.
it's so simple.
Wow.
Oh,
Simple, really bright
oh
flavors.
My gosh.
Amazing.
Oh,
Yummy. Is there a secret? Why is this so yummy?
that is so good.
That is delicious.
So delicious.
Chef Alfred
And the
Portale.
best dinner I think we've ever
I know. I
made.
want people to try it so they can see why we're
You go to today.com/food. Get this
my
recipe.
goodness. Oh
my
Make
gosh.
this tonight.
Yeah.
Third hour of Today.
Just
We'll be
find a
right
lemon
back.
And you're good to go.
Yum.
People will kiss you full on the lips for this.
Look who's in our kitchen this morning. Home chef and cookbook author, Hold on.
Palak
Patel.
You got it.
Yeah, Palak is whipping
Thank
up
you.
a delicious recipe from her debut cookbook, The Chutney Life, 100 easy-to-make Indian-inspired recipes. Palak, welcome.
Thank you.
We're
Thank you
so
for having
happy
me.
that you're
I'm
here.
so excited to
and
be
we're
here.
Very excited
We
to
feel
try
like
this
this
out.
is a great weeknight kit.
Yes.
Such a great weeknight meal, and it's really fall forward. You know,
Okay.
spaghetti squash is super great for fall, so I'm excited.
Okay, awesome.
Talk
So
to
tell
us.
us what we should do.
All right, so we've got our spaghetti squash here. I've already sliced this in half, and we're just going to drizzle this with a little bit of oil and salt and pepper, and then this gets
So
roasted.
you just scraped it out? No big deal? That was it?
All the
Okay.
seeds and all the kind of middle flesh, so super quick. And then
Salt and olive oil. Okay.
Salt really well, because that's going to add a lot of that flavor in there. And then we've got our pepper, and you can be as generous as you like with this.
Cool.
And then we're going to roast this cut side down. That's going to help the inside of this flesh
Cut side
cook.
down.
Plus,
Okay.
you're going to get these golden caramel edges, and that's where you get
Okay.
a lot of flavor.
How long do you
So
roast
that
that
goes
for?
in the oven, 375 for about 45 to 50 minutes until it's really nice and golden.
Okay.
Now.
While that cooks, we're gonna make our sauce. So I've got some oil here, and this is where we add a lot of great flavor.
Awesome.
So we've got cumin seeds. These are gonna start to kind of sizzle and crackle in the hot oil. And then adding your spices to the oil is just a great way to add that depth
spice is
and
that?
flavor. These are mustard seeds.
Oh, mustard
It's very,
seeds.
it's just, they're crunchy. They have this kind of little bit of zing to them. And so we're going to cook these, and they're going to get really nice and toasty.
How long? You cook them for about 10 minutes?
I'd say about 10 minutes, and you want to kind of hear them crackle and pop, and that's when you know, all right, it's ready to go. And then we've got our aromatics. So we've got garlic, ginger, green chilies.
Yum.
If you don't like spice, you could always leave these out. And we've got some diced red onion. So all of this, we can.
Those in there.
Yeah, you can do that, and
I'll do these.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'll
if you're
do this.
making it for kids, you leave out the green chilies.
You
probably?
can leave out the green chilies, but the garlic and ginger is not going to add kick. It's just going to add flavor.
Yeah.
So I make this for my kids all the time.
Right.
I'll add a little extra butter and cheese for my children. So, and then you can add whatever veggies you like as well. So this is really versatile. If you want to add meat, you could add meat to it.
We add these spices?
Yes, and so I've got tandoori masala, garam masala, and cumin. So it's just really warm and
yummy.
And some
spices.
tomato paste?
Tomato paste. This is going to add a beautiful color along with just like a really great buttery tomato sauce. We're going to cook this down until it's really nice and
So it looks like
golden.
what we have
Which is over here.
So then we get here and the flavors are going to develop. Those spices have a chance to kind of blend together. To this, we're going to add some butter because that's just going to add that richness and creaminess to this sauce. And then we have a little bit of chicken broth. This is going to help thin the sauce out a little bit. And then to that, a little bit of good old cream.
Cool.
And again, cozy, really great fall meal.
This is the fun part right here. So this is your cooked squash.
Cooked squash. So this is what it looks like. It's going to be golden. You scoop it out. You've got strands. And this is what you end up with the sauce.
And you don't even need to do anything. Just
Super
scoop
easy.
it out.
You just scoop it up, and it's going to turn into these kind of like spaghetti strands, as you see.
Oh, it's super easy.
It's, Mother Nature's version of
and it's kind of a way to get veggies, but it's like a noodle.
Oh my gosh!
It's like a noodle, and so you don't miss the pasta.
Is that so yummy?
Yes, it's
that
a great
is
meal for
super,
fall.
super yummy.
Thank you. I'm glad you
Thank you
enjoyed it.
so much, Pollock. Thank you.
That is delicious.
All right, thank you. We'll have those recipes and more. Go to today/food.
Thank
Wow.
you. Yummy.
It's Make Ahead Monday, and we're always trying to find ways to just switch things up a little bit. So this morning, we have a meatless twist on two classics. Joining us to help our healthy lifestyle influencers and hosts of the Facebook show Keeping Up with Coco and Lala. And it is Coco and Lala with us this morning. Good morning, ladies. Hi.
Hey there.
So before we get started, I just have to ask, how'd you decide to make vegan and vegetarian meals together?
Well, I'm vegan and I'm vegetarian, and so we just came together and created a dynamic duo.
Tell me this is good. So we're going to do this. Let's jump in. You're starting with a cauliflower bolognese sauce. Lala, why is cauliflower a good substitute for meat with this?
Because it honestly, it tastes just like meat when you have it with the spaghetti sauce
And the taco
seasoning, which we thought of this for you guys because we know you guys are busy moms. Al's doing this healthy eating type thing. So this is a great substitute and the kids love it. Coco has 5 kids. Her kids love this.
Okay.
And it's simple.
So
and
let's
you can
get
do it in
cooking.
Yeah.
Let's get cooking. What do we? You start off, and you mentioned taco seasoning, which I'm a big fan of the taco seasoning.
Yes. Good. So you want to start by ricing some cauliflower, and you can always buy this pre-riced as well. So once it's riced, all you need to do is get your saucepan, add in some garlic and some fresh onion, and saute this for about 5 minutes. You add in your cauliflower, and you let that simmer and saute for about 10 minutes, and that's it. Once that's done, you add in your taco seasoning.
I'm gonna try this.
This is so amazing, you guys. We literally call this best ever. because my daughter Malia, who was 7 at the time, well, I kind of tested this recipe on my family without telling them.
Mm-hmm.
And she tasted it and she's like, this is the best food ever. So now we call this best ever. So after your taco seasoning is in, then you add in your pasta sauce.
Okay. Just your
And
favorite
just
pasta
like
sauce?
that- yes, your favorite pasta sauce.
How do you not make it too
Just like
soggy?
that, you
Sometimes
gotta-
with the cauliflower rice, it gets mushy.
Look at you knowing.
Well, because I like cauliflower rice, but
So you want to make sure that your pan is hot and you have a little bit of oil, and you definitely want it so that it's not too mushy. That's why you only want to leave it on for about 10 minutes, you guys, because you're right. You don't want it mushy. We don't nobody wants it mushy.
Okay.
And then
And
you
just
put this
like
over
that, it's done.
any kind of pasta.
Any kind of pasta. Any kind of pasta. And if you really want to healthen it up, you can use zucchini noodles or
the zoodles.
Yep. And then so you would take it out the fridge the next day, you have some extra. And then what you want to do is add your vegan barbecue sauce to your cauliflower. Already have it pre-seasoned from yesterday. And you want to heat it up. You're going to add it to a bun. A toasted bun. You can add a little bit of green peppers if you like. And on top, we're going to, now I don't know how to say this right, so I think it's gardeniera, but I say Italian relish.
Sure.
Ooh,
a little bit
give
of
it a little kick.
relish. And
Yes, a nice
give
kick.
it a little kick.
Yeah.
And TV magic, it's done.
Very good. Throw a little vegan cheese
And there's
on
no
there.
meat in anything.
And you can have vegan cheese too if you want. Yep, absolutely.
Wow.
That's really
no
terrific.
meat. No meat. It's quick. It's easy. Anybody can do it. Everybody probably has taco seasoning in their
Oh, yeah.
Yes. You know, there you go.
We'll keep you
Two
posted.
healthy-
I'm going to try it.
All right, we're going to try that.
Fantastic.
We're gonna
Coco
post
and
it.
Lala, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. All right. For these recipes, head to today.com/food.
If you're looking for a way to get everybody together this weekend for dinner, tell them you're making the ultimate Italian family meal. Of course, we're talking about spaghetti and meatballs.
And you can't get any more classic than that. Our friend Scott Conan is going to show us how to fix it ahead so you don't have to spend your Sunday in the kitchen. His recipe is straight out of his new cookbook. We love this title,
Peace, Love, and Pasta. By the way, brilliant title, Scott. How are you?
I'm great. It's nice to see you. Thanks for having me this morning.
Well, everybody loves a good old-fashioned plate of spaghetti and meatballs, but I know you have your Scott twist on it.
You know, it wouldn't be me if I didn't just do a little something to it. I started with this beautiful Neapolitan tomato sauce. So I took a bunch of beef and onions and celery and crushed red pepper and garlic, and I cooked it all up together and got it nice and caramelized and brown. I added a bunch of tomatoes to it, fresh tomatoes, canned tomatoes, about 50-50. And then I just cooked it for a while. I made a large batch, so this went for about 3.5 hours until this meat, which I later pulled out, was just falling apart and beautiful. And I love those little flecks of meat every once in a while that you get in the tomato sauce itself.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is take that tomato sauce and make these little polpettine. We call them polpettine because we charge by the vowel in Italian restaurants, right? So, you know, it just goes. So I have here this beautiful, can you see that? So it's ground beef, ricotta, Parmesan cheese, garlic, oregano, just a really simple, straightforward recipe. The key to it is this panade. And I just mix it up like that and make these meatballs. I like the meatballs really tiny.
Oh,
so I
those
line them
are
up like little
adorable.
soldiers. Those, yeah, and I just take them and roll them out really small. It's painstaking, gives you a lot to think about, a lot of time to think. And I just line them up on the little tray just like that. And then what I'll do is I'll go to this cast iron pan here and I'll fry them up.
Oh, fry
in
the balls.
butter, a little bit of olive oil, and a little bit of, and you see how nice and golden they get? They're just really beautiful.
Oh, yum.
And I toss them in that sauce, just like this.
Look at that.
I add a little bit, and I'll just let that cook like that together for about 5 minutes or so, just for a little bit of flavor impart. But there's so much incredible concentrated flavor inside this tomato sauce with those meatballs now. I take this pasta, this macaroni. This is a store-bought one. You could easily do the one that I have in the book as well. It's a beautiful macaroni. And toss it together. And I add a little bit of this pasta cooking liquid as well. Did I lose you there?
Yes.
I think I lost you.
No,
oh, there we go.
right
Perfect.
here.
We're just
taking notes.
Right there with you.
Okay. So toss it all together. Add a little bit of butter, a little bit of torn basil inside of it. And this is special stuff. You know, you could freeze the sauce ahead. You could freeze the meatballs as well. I mean, those are really important things to do. And then it's just really easy assembly for you.
I mean, by the way,
Scott, we want
that. It looks so good. You said you throw some butter cubes in the finished product?
So I put a little bit of butter inside there. You know what it does? It rounds out the edges of the acidity of the tomato sauce.
Okay. You know,
so I feel like it just kind of softens it on the bone.
Hoda and I both like to eat our spaghetti with our kids, Lady and the Tramp style.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
And we're going to try it with your recipe this weekend.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. To get this recipe, head to today.com/food. And for Scott's cookbook, we love this. It's called Peace, Love, and Pasta. Head to today.com/shop.
We are back. It is 8:49 with Today Food. And this morning, our dear friend Valerie Bertinelli is back.
She's with us.
She's, by the way, we just lost her shot 2 seconds ago, and she came back because we just trust and believed.
The power
anyway,
of Valerie.
We are so happy that Valerie's here. She's got recipes that are full of light and full of flavor. Hey, Valerie, I know you're just resetting your shot. We're so happy that you're
Yes, I'm
here.
I don't know. Oh, I got to fix the
That's
the
all right.
sound.
Take your
Oh,
time.
no, you're good.
Take your
We
time.
can hear you.
Don't worry.
Can you
Got time.
hear
Don't
us?
worry.
It's the perfect.
It's good. We see your glasses and your ceiling.
You look
It's fine.
adorable.
I don't know if she can hear us.
Oh, she can hear us. There you go.
The perfect spring dish, Valerie?
Why are my earpods not coming on?
I don't know.
right.
You know what?
Because you're listening
and
to
you know what?
Wolfie's
You
music.
don't have to be a arithmetician to be able to make this.
Wow. Never going to hear the end of this.
Go, Valerie.
I love how long people are watching the show.
Go, Valerie.
Yeah.
Valerie, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
All right.
Girl, we're
Yes,
so glad.
okay.
We're so glad to see you. Other than your shot just going down, how have you been doing?
I've been doing very well. How about you guys? I cannot wait to get my butt to New York to see you guys in person.
I know.
Yeah. Oh,
We
let's go.
want you to be one of the first chefs who walks through the door. So, what are you whipping up for us today?
Oh, I am whipping up. Oh, let me get everything on. I'm so worried about actually getting on. So I've got a little bit of olive oil. This is a nice lemony, herby with pasta with some nice fresh beans. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a pan going with a couple tablespoons of butter. I'm all verklempt now. Okay, so let me get the heat up and get this all melted. And then into that, you're going to throw some shallots, one shallot. And that's all nice and chopped easily. Shallots are really easy that way. Get that stirred up. While the shallots cook, you're going to slice up some garlic. Now, usually I like to grate garlic into any meal that I'm making, but I want to see the slices of garlic in here, and they get really beautiful and soft and creamy, and they just melt right into the pasta. So I've got the pasta already going, just plain old spaghetti, the good stuff, good old-fashioned spaghetti that I grew up on. So while this sautés a little bit, plus we're going to get a little bit of chili pepper, red pepper in here. And this is going to soften up in the butter and the olive oil. So as that softens up, the pasta is really ready to go because I put it in when we first met you guys at the very, very beginning, like 45 minutes ago, not that long ago. Anyway, you're going to use the nice hot pasta water and throw in your snap peas. And you're going to give them a really quick blanch in there. And so while those guys blanch and this guy fries up, you're going to throw in a little bit of heavy cream. And this is going to give you a really beautiful, creamy sauce. It's just a couple tablespoons. It's not much. I love that I'm hearing all these mms and mms. One of these days, we're going to be together and you'll be able to actually taste it.
Yes.
So while that cooks down, I'm going to throw this heat down really low because I don't want to boil off all the cream. Then you're just going to grab some pasta water out of your pot right here where your beans are blanching. Throw that in there and you're going to loosen it up. And while you're at it, just grab all of your spaghetti and your beans, snap peas. Why am I calling them beans? And you're going to throw them right into what you just created, that
I
beautiful
like that
sauce.
thing just drains the water right there.
Yeah.
I know, isn't that great?
Yeah.
Then you're going to throw on some lemon juice and some lemon zest. Get a nice
brighten it
lemony
up.
flavor because that's the way I roll. Get that all mixed up. And while you're mixing that, throw in some Parmesan.
Of course.
And then you're going to throw in some fresh herbs,
Oh,
some
that's
parsley.
fantastic.
And
That's a live shot?
That is beautiful. Ooh.
there you go.
Hey,
Now,
Val, could you
all of
serve that cold?
You absolutely could. Look, I made some last night. It came right out of the fridge. And I'm going to have this for breakfast when I'm done with you guys.
Oh, my God.
Beautiful. Valerie
Isn't
eats
that
pasta for
beautiful?
breakfast too.
Yeah.
That's great. Who's
Oh,
better
hell
than
yeah.
that?
Hey, Valerie, how's Wolfie doing?
He's doing great. His album drops on June 11th. I hope he comes back to see you guys.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I love
Look
that
at
song,
that boy.
Free. That track Free, I think, just came out recently. So many good songs
Isn't
on that
that
record.
amazing?
Yeah,
I mean, it's so hard for me, even though I know him, that he plays every single instrument on that. It's just crazy. He's brilliant, but I'm his mom. What do I know?
And Carson, when that single came out, what kind of reception
Distance.
did it get?
Oh, immediately.
Yeah.
As I spoke to Wolfie, he was worried about what Van Halen fans would think, but he's carved his own way and with this record. And as Val said, and I'll say it, I mean, it's ridiculous that he is that talented to do every part on that record, and it's so good.
I love you, Carson.
No, it's true. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
Yeah, it's great. You don't have to pay
I'm so
anybody
proud
else.
of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
right. You'd have to split that check 5 other ways.
Good to see you, Val.
We miss you.
It's so good to see you guys. I can't wait to see you. I
Enjoy
hope
that
it's soon.
pasta.
Yeah. If you want to get your hands on Valerie's recipes, you can go to it's been a long 24 hours. Today.com/food. And don't forget to catch episodes of Valerie's Home Cooking on the Food Network. Bye, Val. We love you.
Bye, Val.
This morning's guest is known affectionately around the world as Pepper Ty for her fun videos, her love of spicy food. And Chrissy Teigen knows her quite well. She calls her mom.
I love it. For years, Pepper has been showing off her culinary skills on YouTube in Pepper's Corner, a series featured on Chrissy's channel. And now you can cook along with her because the Pepper Ty cookbook is out today.
That's right. We're so excited that she's here with us to tell us that and so much more, and to share one of her favorite family recipes. Good morning, Pepper. How are you?
Good morning. Hi, good morning, New York.
I love Thai food. Pepper, before we get to your recipe, I guess Pepper is not your given name. You weren't born with that name. How did you get that nickname?
When I first came to America in 1983, her father and I bought taverns up in Seattle, Washington, and we run the tavern for a while. And I've been cooking there, and I always make my own food, and I eat so spicy, so hot that. And then my Thai name is kind of hard to pronounce, so they give me the peppers.
We'll take it.
As
We'll take
my name since then, yes.
Sounds good. All right, let's talk about what you're cooking here. Stir-fried spaghetti?
Yes, spaghetti and like a sweet chili jam with sun-dried tomatoes. I think it was a very easy, pretty much kind of like a pad thai a little bit. I think it's a lot easier to this one.
Wow. Wow.
Good morning.
Hi, John. Hi, Chris.
They are wedding.
I'm so excited for Mom. We can't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not rehearsal.
I saw person. I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
John is dressed. Chrissy is not.
We miss New York.
I know. It's so fun to be all together like that. Pepper, so how do you make this? Give us your recipe here.
So I just fried garlic, chicken, slide up, and then chili jams. I add in sun-dried tomatoes, and wait till the chicken is cooked. This is the chili jam. I had it in my book. You can make your own, or you can buy it at the supermarket.
And you can make it spicy or sweet, right? Or maybe if your kids don't like spicy.
Yes, right, yes. I mean, even this chili jam, it comes with no spice, mediums and high. And for me, I add more.
Of course. You do. Pepper, you use a lot of fish sauce throughout the cookbook. What is fish sauce for folks who aren't familiar with that?
Fish sauce is like a fermented fish. And I cannot live without it. We use a lot, try to get people to learn how to use it. Even our household is like a regular thing at the house. People really tend to using it now more than 20, 30 years ago. Our house is like every day, more than the soy sauce.
Right. Oh, wow. So, Pepper, Thai food, I think anybody would say, is one of the most delicious cuisines on earth. The flavor is just so elevated, it's so good, but people are probably a little intimidated to try and recreate a Thai dish in their own homes. Why should they not be nervous to do that?
People always order Thai food, but I know they're intimidated. I mean, even Chrissy, she have me now. She's rather have me doing it. It's so easy. We have to do our own hair today.
Does she always do that when you're cooking? Come in and do your hair?
Such a stage mom.
You look beautiful.
She loves to teasing me and playing around with me.
I would cook every day if Chrissy Teigen came in and did my hair.
And tussled your hair.
I did that. Yes, I did that.
Pepper, thank you so much. Congratulations on the cookbook.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Miss
Pepper.
New York. Love your guy. I watch you guy every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's called the Pepper Thai Cookbook. You can find it at today.com/food.
Love Thai food, right?
Got to do it tonight.
Now
that's a picture.
Bye, guys. Bye, Chrissy.
Bye, Chrissy.
I wish John was in a towel.
Guys, thank you.
It's a family affair today.
I love her.
Okay, if you're tired of coming up with dinner ideas night after night, we're kicking off a new series to help you out. It's called
One and Done. It's simple, inexpensive, and also healthy one-dish wonders. And today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is starting us off with the menu for you tonight.
Hey guys, so everybody has been requesting hearty, delicious meals that you can whip together in a flash. And that's why I love One and Done. These are one-sheet suppers, and we are going to be making roasted chicken and Brussels sprouts. And you'll say, it could not be any simpler. So we're first going to make the marinade for the chicken. And I'm adding in some olive oil. And this is a little bit of a secret ingredient. 2 teaspoons of vinegar. What's nice about the vinegar is it acts as a tenderizer for the chicken. Half a teaspoon of garlic powder, because everything's better with garlic. I have 1.5 teaspoons of kosher salt. And last but not least, smoky paprika. I love smoky paprika, and I'm putting in a heaping tablespoon. And it's going to give it a nice, vibrant color as well. So now I'm going to cut up my chicken breasts. So I have skinless chicken breasts here. If you want to leave the skin on, you can do that as well. But the key is, because we want this to cook really quickly, I'm cutting each breast into 3 large chunks. And if the breasts are really big, you can certainly do 4 or even 5. And now I'm just gonna add the chicken breasts into the marinade that we made. And the vinegar is gonna allow the chicken breasts to tenderize. I covered up my chicken and I'm gonna marinate it in the fridge for 30 to 60 minutes. Next, what I think is the star of the show, our Brussels sprouts. So I love Brussels sprouts so much. I trim the edges and I'm cutting them into quarters. They are packed in vitamin C, and they also have cancer-fighting properties. And you'll notice as I'm cutting, we're getting all of these stray leaves. It's the best part of the Brussels sprouts. The best part, because they brown and crisp up. To me, it tastes like potato chips. And Hoda, I know you're laughing right now. You're saying, Joy, those do not taste like potato chips. They taste like potato chips. I'm gonna take all of my Brussels sprouts and I'm gonna lay them out on the sheet. A little bit of olive oil, a little bit of salt, and some ground black pepper. And if you like a little spice, you can add crushed red pepper flakes too. I'm gonna pop this in the oven at 400 for about 15 minutes. Guys, I told you, like potato chips. Can you hear that? That's a crunch. So good. And now I'm gonna nestle the chicken, and this also works perfectly with thighs. Now I'm gonna pop this back in the oven one last time on the middle rack, set at 400 for 10 minutes or until the chicken is done. And there you have it, one and done. Now you can enjoy it exactly as is, or you can bring it to the next level and add some fresh lemon juice on top, and either some crumbled feta or some grated Parmesan cheese. Hoda, Jenna, this is a winter chicken dinner.
If you need something quick and easy for dinner, we promise this recipe will be a new family favorite.
We're making chicken Parmesan meatballs,
Yummy.
courtesy of our friend Gabi Dalkin from What's Gabi Cooking, and she's just released her 4th cookbook. It's called Take It Easy. She's got a baby who's 16 months?
A year and a
18
half.
months?
20 months.
20 months.
20 months are very complicated.
20 months.
Thank you.
She's got a lot.
She's very
look at
yummy.
that beautiful baby.
Her name's Poppy.
What? Her
Yeah.
name's Poppy. We
I
have 2
know.
Poppies in the house.
She's a real happy little munchkin.
All right, let's talk about this 4th cookbook. Is easy breezy.
It's all about taking it
Yeah.
easy, getting dinner on the table, friends around the table, just like really good food that doesn't take a lot of time.
Honestly, when you're cooking for your family, you gotta keep it easy.
100%.
Stop! Let me just show Hoda's foot. All right, we're gonna start with the balls.
Okay, so these are chicken Parmesan meatballs.
Why do you always say that?
Would you not say
balls
this?
is your favorite
What are
word.
they,
Balls.
Bobby?
They're
Thank you.
balls.
Thank you.
So this is chicken parm in meatball form. So we've got ground chicken. You could do it with ground beef or anything. You're
Or
just
turkey
gonna
or something.
100%. All your seasonings in there. Some red pepper flakes. You want to
Does
throw
that
the
make
egg
it
in
too
there?
spicy for kids? Or
I
no?
mean, you might want to tone it down. Poppy, I like give every spice.
And
I'm
she-
like,
Because you want her to be an eater.
yeah, I
that's
want her to be
good.
an eater. So like I
Is
give
that
her everything.
Parmesan?
Yeah, Parmesan and panko. So instead of
You want
like
me to do this?
yeah, just go ahead and stir it
So
all
the
together.
raw egg is cool to stick in there.
Yeah,
obviously.
And you don't want to beat it?
Well, you can like get, if you're not on live TV, you could get in there with your hands and like really
Mush
mush
it
it up and get it together. And
Okay.
then once it's done, you're gonna like take a
Wait,
scoop
look.
of it.
Oh, I see. Look what she did, JBH.
scoops it.
She hollowed out the scoop.
Yes,
and now
you're
look.
gonna pop.
No, you don't.
I know.
And then
I know.
what? Now
and
what?
Then you're,
Stuffs it with cheese.
you would take your hands,
Mush your
mold it
hands
all
over.
around it, and then you're just gonna put it out there.
So look at these. So
Yeah.
these have a mozzarella thing
Well,
inside.
so this you then put on a little bit of flour,
Yeah.
toss it around, and it goes right into the hot
Okay,
oil.
now if you decide you don't want to fry it, could you just like bake it?
Air fry it, bake it, whatever you want. And like this, you could also skip the flour if you didn't want like
so wait,
the
are you
crust.
frying it in literally almost no oil?
I know, it looks
Yeah,
like no
you don't need a
oil.
lot because you're just gonna want to like want it brown
Brown.
on all the sides and then take it off, let the oil kind of come off
Okay.
for a second, and then you're gonna nestle it in your
Can I
favorite
ask
tomato
a question?
sauce.
How do you know that
Please.
it's cooked all the way through?
So
Yeah, good question.
you do like 4 or 5 minutes on each side, flip it, and then you can pop the whole thing into
Pop
the
the
oven
whole
if
thing
you
in the
want
oven.
to,
Do you
just to
need
like
to?
finish. You don't need to if it's cooked. Also, like I open it and just look sometimes.
Okay.
The ice machine is going on.
Something happening.
Yeah, there's some sort of.
Something
we
weird
thought it was
here.
a raccoon, but no. I think it's the ice machine. No.
I just open it.
All
Let's
right.
stop.
Okay, now you're gonna make some pesto to go
So
with
this
it.
is a basil vinaigrette. It's one of my favorite things. It's like a condiment for my website that you put on everything.
Basil vinaigrette. I'm into this.
It's
So
like
what
a
do you got in there?
So these are
Shallots?
shallots and garlic that are in there. Go ahead and throw the basil.
May I throw this in?
Yes,
Basil.
please.
Okay.
We're gonna put some olive oil in here, and this is one of those recipes you could make
smell
now
it.
while like
Smell the
basil's
basil.
at the end of the
Ridiculous.
season.
And what's this?
Throw some salt and pepper in there.
And can
I'll
you
do
make
the
this for
pepper.
salads and stuff too? This
I
basil?
use this for everything.
Everything.
Salads, chicken, this. You pop the
So
top
yummy.
on, and then you're gonna get this insane, beautiful green basil vinaigrette and just drizzle it on top. And if you wanted to add some shaved parm, you could.
Yeah, add some shaved parm.
Yeah, more is more. But
Okay.
like,
Wait,
it's
I have a
truly-
question. Does Poppy ask for this?
Yeah, Poppy loves
I mean,
a
I
ball.
know she can't talk that well,
She
but
loves
does
a
she ask?
meatball.
See, she loves a ball too.
By the way, you just like saying the word
No,
poppy.
I
Makes
don't.
you feel
But
good.
like, look
Poppy
at that
does make me feel
molten
good.
cheese in there.
It's so yummy.
Like, it's so
Should the cheese
fun.
melt or should
Gabi.
it just be kind of like?
It doesn't matter. Like, it's gonna be
See?
nice and warm, but
You know
like,
what I
it's
like about
flexible.
Gabi? That's what she says. Just make it. It's
Yes.
good and eat it.
I'm gonna
Gabi,
make this recipe.
You rock.
Thank you.
You can check out Gabi's new cookbook. You can go to today.com/books. And to get this recipe, go to today.com/food.
Yeah, this is such a great recipe, Gabi. Send your love to Poppy.
I will. Ditto.
Love supporting local restaurants, and our sponsor, Citi, is helping us do just that. When you spend $5 or more dining out with your enrolled Citi credit card, $1 will be donated to a great program No Kid Hungry until they reach $1 million through December 1st. It's a great way to give local businesses a boost while also helping feed kids across the country.
Yeah, and we asked one of our favorite local chefs who works closely with No Kid Hungry to join us this morning, Chef Dan Kluger. He's the chef and owner of 3 great New York City restaurants, including the recently opened Penny Bridge in Long Island City, which is just right across the river here.
Right across the river.
Beautiful.
Super close. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know No Kid Hungry is super important to you. This is a great initiative.
I mean, getting kids food, that is important.
Well, you're making steak this
We're
morning,
making steak.
which makes Carson so happy.
You mind help me?
But, Chef, we've talked a lot about the sauce. You're going to make a sauce.
We're going to make the barbecue sauce. She's going to help. It's basically ketchup, Worcestershire, molasses, Tabasco, mustard, and smoked paprika.
Isn't there like a stigma about putting a sauce, like the A1 on a steak, sort of is not great because if you have a good piece of meat? That's the old thinking.
It is, and I think, the menu at Penny Bridge is really inspired by classics and comfort food and things that were important in my childhood. And some things are like best in class what they are, and then some are a variation. And this was like my father made meatloaf when I was young after he had a heart attack, and he put spinach in there to make it healthy, but then covered it in bacon and sauce. I like that.
Yeah, I love that.
Wow.
So you make your own sauce, no guilt.
Exactly.
Right, so what are you going to do with the
We're doing filet mignon, season it heavily. The 2 things I think a lot of home cooks don't do is they don't season well, and then when they put it in, they start moving around.
Right.
Just let it sit, let it develop that crust.
Look, Hoda, I'm a natural.
Professional. And so we had these cooking for a little while.
Like I
made
always
the
do.
sauce. And then what you want to do is
Are you cooking this whole meat in the skillet right here?
Yeah, but we're going to put it in a broiler. So basically,
to finish it off because it's so thick.
we want to glaze this up, and we want to create a crust of the sauce. So that's like the component here. This little bit of bitterness, sweet, sour, crunchy that you're going to get from the sauce.
I made the sauce, Chef.
Thank you.
Okay.
Luckily,
you
I don't
already
need
had
that
your
one.
own.
So this is kind of like a searing, saucing process to get the crust, and you bake it off for how long?
Then you put it in the broiler. I would say probably about 8 minutes. I use a
But you
probe
just check
thermometer.
it, and then your number. Leave it 5 degrees short. It'll rise a little bit.
I go to about 125 to 130. That will take me to my mid-rare medium.
After it
which is
sits for 10
perfect.
minutes. All right.
Exactly.
What do you got?
Let it rest. Then we have spinach. We're using some lardon, some bacon that we chopped up, render that out, and then we're basically just
Lardon.
going to throw all the spinach in.
Yep.
We want to start wilting that down.
How is it, guys?
It's great.
So good. Should I turn these over or anything?
Sure.
Okay.
You taste the sauce?
Oh yeah, Carson, I'm like you. I'm a purist. No sauce. This sauce is incredible.
Right.
It
makes sense.
Next
It helps
level.
the crust, too.
So then we've wilted the spinach down, and then one of the things that I like to do is add a lot of herbs. So I'm adding mint and dill to it, the spinach. And so this is going to become, the herbs are really
Thank you.
part of our vegetable.
You got a fork over there?
No one cares about the vegetable. Okay?
This spinach is good.
You like the spinach? It's
great.
Can you make these little
Chef,
chips?
that's amazing.
And then we finish it with some chips to give some texture and a little more flavor.
All right, you just need a fork.
What's your cut, Tom? I go ribeye, New York strip.
Bone-in strip.
I don't do the filet enough, though.
No.
Every time I have it,
Get
and
the
it's good.
porterhouse.
It's
Best
amazing.
of both worlds.
So good.
Chef, thank you so much.
Thank you.
.com/food. Get the recipe.
Wow.
Appreciate it. I'm thrilled to say good morning to our next guest. Finally, after all of those teases, the pioneer woman herself, Bree Drummond, has made it all the way from her ranch in Oklahoma. Are you near Blake's ranch in Oklahoma?
Not so much.
Not so much,
But, we're in the same state.
Yeah.
So, we know each other.
When I was there marrying him and Gwen, I would have stopped by your ranch and said a little hello.
Next time.
Or your 25th wedding anniversary. I could have renewed your vows.
Well, Ree's also out with a brand new cookbook. It's called Super Easy. It features more than 100 shortcut recipes, which we like the sound of that. Actually, lots of them going on in the ranch in Oklahoma. You look absolutely stunning. You've got a daughter who just got married, right?
Yes. Hard to believe.
Yeah, and you're about to celebrate your 25th anniversary, and Carson's going to do your renew your vows for you.
That's hard to believe, too. I know. I'm only 29. I don't know how I could have been married for
You look
25
29.
years.
What happened to you? During COVID, all I did was eat and drink and not work out.
Well,
And
listen, same. I was wearing pandemic pants this time last year. I don't know if you remember, but yeah, I just, the wedding was a great inspiration and motivation. But then once I started kind of exercising more and getting healthier, it felt so good that I just kept going. So I'm kind of glad I'm over that hump. And now it's about just maintaining and enjoying.
Well, I don't know if these delicious recipes are going to be on any maintenance, but they really smell good.
Speaking of my wellness journey, let's eat some tots.
Yes.
With cheese all over them. So, yeah.
It starts with chicken.
Yep.
Yes, so I'm going to make tachos. Now, do you know what tachos are, Carson?
no idea.
You need to know.
I'd like to know.
Tachos are just like nachos, but they're made with tots.
Oh, Yum.
So I baked some tots with a little
We have the
cumin
gang
and
eating
chili
already.
powder.
Oh,
Cook
nice.
some chicken, add some celery. So these are buffalo chicken tachos.
Yum.
Celery, garlic, and green onions.
Did you
and
make
then-
up tachos, or is that a thing? I never heard of tachos.
It's kind of a thing, but it hasn't swept the nation yet.
Yeah,
so
it's going
now
to.
it will. I'm kind of hoping, but
be trending
anything
by the
you
end of the
can put
segment.
on nachos, you can put on tots and
Okay.
call them tachos.
Love
So
it.
then, of course, buffalo sauce, and then you just let
Oh.
this simmer. I started
Delicious.
with raw
No.
chicken, but you can do rotisserie chicken to make
Okay.
it easier.
Yeah.
So simmer that until it's luscious.
Have you
and
changed what
saucy.
you cook now because of your sort of wellness journey? Has it put you on a
No.
different path? Or you,
No, and you know the thing is I have teenage boys, college students, lad,
Right.
is a, you know,
Ranchers.
yeah, cowboy, and so I have to make food that everybody loves,
Right.
and
Yeah.
I'm not good when I deny myself,
Yeah.
you know, whole
Butter
categories
and
of
oil
food.
and-
So I'm just kind of learning to eat. I like to say I eat a Rhode Island-sized piece of cake instead of a Texas-sized piece
Right.
of
That's
cake.
the best way. You get the
Portion
flavors and the taste.
How does that
It's
taste?
just
That's
delicious.
really good.
Everything's good.
So good.
So you pull the tots out of the oven. They're seasoned, so they're a little bit elevated. I kind of push them into a pile,
Yeah.
pepper jack cheese
Yum.
all over. I
Okay.
mean, this is
It
what
gives a little
life's all
spice.
about right here.
Right here, yeah.
And then you spoon the saucy chicken all over. And so you can do ground beef and
That's some hit.
you know,
right?
black beans and do sort of a
Is the
Tex-Mex.
chicken gonna, because it's hot, melt that cheese, or are you putting this back in the
No,
oven?
it's going back in the oven.
Okay, I
yeah.
thought so.
So
Okay.
because you
That's
want to
amazing.
melt the cheese like nachos. So all the cheese you want, melt
Where's mine?
it.
Oh, here we go.
That's delicious.
Okay, yeah.
Cheese.
Pepper
Actually-
jack cheese, the buffalo sauce. It's hardy.
It's got a kick, but
Oh, jeez.
did you know redheads can tolerate spicy food more than anybody
Really?
else?
Is that true?
Yeah, so
This is good. Is that true? You love it?
we'll delve into the genealogy of that some other time. But,
Wow.
but basically, you garnish with blue cheese, and to make blue cheese dressing, I just take ranch dressing and add blue cheese to it. And
clever.
It's
Another
very
shortcut.
easy. You can do bottled ranch, or you can make your own, but
Brilliant.
nice little shortcut. So this is why my teenage boys love me.
Oh, I can see
They
why.
That is delicious.
Hey, Carson.
Really, really good.
Hey, this is gone. I mean,
Yeah.
wham.
What happened?
Oda's eaten a whole bundt cake already.
Oda, we have not started the cake segment yet.
Hey, take a breath.
No one's missed these eating segments more than Hodes.
So good.
Remember, Rhode Island, not Texas.
She's going state by state.
All right, well, that does bring us to our chocolate cake. Now, this is your secret recipe, right?
Okay, yes. So, confession, my top secret ingredient in my top secret cake is dark chocolate cake mix.
Ooh, okay.
And listen, I had my house full of humans during the pandemic and large 6'5" humans
Yeah.
and football players, and I was making so much food that I was about to lose my religion. I mean, every day I was just like, I can't do it anymore. So I'm not afraid to whip out the chocolate cake. I doctored it with, bittersweet chocolate chips just to make it a little bit more rich.
Wow.
But the thing
This is the secret. It's a box cake.
well, it's what, yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, I'm topping it with ganache, which is heavy cream and good
Oh, well, there
quality
you go. It's a
chips.
mouth
Yeah,
twister.
good.
That's
Okay.
all 2 ingredients,
Yes.
and then it turns into this
Here.
luscious.
And are these
Oh, this
inside
becomes
food, or is
good.
this like a topping
This
thing
becomes
situation?
so well. You can just eat one if you like.
So you just
but-
made, okay, yeah. So you made the
We gotta
cake.
go.
Oh, we're out of time. Okay, I really wanted to understand this. And then drizzle.
drizzle. I do sprinkles on top, but after Halloween, you can take
Beautiful
leftover
cake.
candy, chop
And
it
put
up,
it on
and
top.
put it on top. So
Hold on.
Hold
Oh
on,
my
she's
God.
licking- she's
Wait a
licking
minute.
the plate.
Hold her, show it. Clean
Literally.
Plate Club.
Clean Plate Club.
Clean Plate
Done.
Club.
You left a
And she's going to eat Al's.
And also, she's going to move in with you.
and she's giggling. She's giggling a lot over there.
Congratulations on everything. Love your show.
Thank
Yes,
you
Great.
guys.
the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, of course, you can find all these recipes at today.com/food and pick up a copy of Super Easy at today.com/shop.
hoping to find an air fryer under the tree this Christmas, or you still haven't pulled it out of the box from last year? We know who you are.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got a recipe just for you.
Gina Hamoka is the New York Times best-selling author and founder of the award-winning blog Skinny Taste. And this dish comes straight from her new cookbook. It's called Skinny Taste Air Fryer Dinners. Gina, we need this.
Yeah.
By the way, I love the idea that you can use an air fryer and it's still, you can make it in a healthy way and it's delicious for you.
Exactly. And we are making chicken sauté lettuce wraps. So here's a dish that my family loves. And
why is the air fryer better? Just
it's
the basics.
So fast.
Yeah.
You don't have to preheat it. It's so convenient. And if you're frying, it's just so much healthier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're making this chicken. What do we need?
What kind of chicken do you like to use? What part of the chicken?
Well, today we're going to use chicken breast, but I also like chicken thighs.
Yeah.
Chicken breast here works great because there's some coconut milk in the marinade, so we're adding some fat to it, so it's got lots of flavor.
Okay. Coconut milk, that's great for Hoda.
Yeah.
So what should we do?
So let's start with the marinade. Do you want to give me? You want to help?
Sure.
I'll pour in the coconut
perfect.
milk.
So we got
See,
some
look at
coconut
me.
milk.
I'll help with the onions.
Great. Some shallots.
Oh, shallots, of course.
We have some soy sauce or gluten-free tamari.
Okay.
And this is some fish sauce.
Fish sauce, that's good. And what's this? Turmeric?
Curry powder.
Oh, curry. Yeah.
Some fresh shallots.
Fresh
I'm
shallots.
sorry, some fresh ginger.
Ginger.
And we need a little spoon. Yeah.
And what's
some
this?
kosher salt.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Okay.
So we're going to mix this all together.
Okay.
And then this gets poured right over the chicken.
How long do you leave it in the fridge?
So we could marinate this for about 30 minutes or as long as overnight. So the longer it marinates, the more flavor it has, but it's honestly really great in 30 minutes.
Okay, so half hour later, you take your chicken out, and now it's time to get to work. So.
Okay, so then we put our chicken in the air fryer, and whenever you use the air fryer, you always want to keep your food in a single layer because you want to keep the airflow. That's what makes it brown and crisp.
Oh.
Okay, don't pile it up.
Exactly.
Okay, that up.
Okay.
And you don't need oil, right?
Well, you could spritz a little olive oil, but for this recipe, you don't. Sometimes you could do it just so it doesn't stick.
Okay, so
And
you
of
lay
course,
that out.
400 degrees for about 9 minutes, and you
9
always want to
minutes.
turn your food halfway because the heating element is at the top.
Okay.
And then we make a glaze, right?
Okay, so this is the peanut sauce.
Okay. Peanut
So
butter?
yep, so we got some creamy peanut butter, some warm water, enough to make it drizzleable.
Oh.
And then we got some lime juice,
Okay.
Yeah.
some sriracha.
I love peanut sauce, by
Me
the way.
too.
on
A little
I want to
anything,
eat peanut sauce with a
Exactly.
spoon.
Yeah.
And then some fresh ginger and a little more tamari or soy
There you go.
sauce.
There's a little baby
Thank you.
spoon.
You
So-
can tell I couldn't quite get that.
So we're just gonna mix this until it is. You weren't supposed to add all the water,
Oh,
but it's okay.
It's a drizzle.
But
Oh, so
luckily
it-
we
oh, so
have
it comes like
simple
this
here.
texture.
Exactly, just
Sorry.
enough.
Little.
I mess up every dish.
Just enough to make it drizzleable.
Okay.
So now we're gonna make our
we'll
lettuce
make our
wraps.
own.
And
Okay.
these are so easy.
And so much fun actually
So-
for
You
kids.
wanna come in the
to
middle?
I'll go in the
assemble,
middle.
probably.
Yeah, so start layering your chicken on top. And then some more fresh shallots.
And what about cilantro? Yes.
Cilantro, love. And then we got some limes on the side.
And then you just put this on
Some
top.
shallots.
Oh. Do you squeeze lime on it or not
You
really?
could, yep, exactly.
I like lime.
And you use just like store-bought peanut butter, anything,
This
right?
is regular Skippy
Yeah.
or creamy
Jif or
peanut
something.
butter. Drizzle the peanut sauce on top. And
Wrap it up.
there you go. This is also, if you want to turn this into a more substantial dish, you could also have it on rice or. So good, right?
So good.
So much flavor.
Oh my God. Really good. Thank you.
It is so delicious. Thank you, Gina, for this
My
recipe.
pleasure.
Head to today.com/food and check out Gina's book. It's a good gift. Just head to today.com/shop.
Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is sharing 2 cool sides in celebration of National Picnic Day. All you'll need is a picnic basket, if you have one, and a blanket would be good too. Take it away, Joy.
Hey guys, today is National Picnic Day and things are about to get interesting. We are making 2 vibrant and flavorful sides, and we're starting with a roasted sweet potato salad without a drop of mayo. Here, I'm combining 3 vegetables that go together perfectly. I got 4 sweet potatoes, 1 Vidalia onion, and 6 carrots. Everything is cut up into bite-sized pieces. And when you roast carrots in the oven, they caramelize and become so soft, and they have a similar texture and taste to sweet potatoes. So when you're eating your potato salad, all you're gonna taste is creamy deliciousness. I'm tossing my veggies with a little extra virgin olive oil. Now I'm gonna season them up. So I'm adding in smoky paprika, some dried oregano, salt and pepper, and a little bit of cayenne to bump up the heat. Gonna lay them out on a baking sheet, give them a mist of oil spray, and I'm gonna pop them in the oven set at 400 for about 30 minutes. So you can see that the veggies are perfectly fork tender. I'm gonna transfer all of the yummy roasted vegetables into my bowl. Add your red wine vinegar and your extra virgin olive oil and gently stir it. Pop it in the fridge for at least an hour to chill, and then it's ready to be packed up and taken to an awesome sunny picnic. And one more thing, I garnish it with some scallions for a pop of color and some granola for extra deliciousness. It's creamy, it's crunchy. This is most definitely feel-good comfort food. Next up, an out-of-the-box coleslaw made with mango and cashews. In a large mixing bowl, you're gonna combine a 14 to 16 ounce bag of pre-shredded coleslaw mix, some shredded purple cabbage, some thinly sliced red onion, and some shredded carrot. These are 2 peeled and julienned mangoes. You can also use frozen mango chunks. Just let them thaw and you can chop them up into small little cubes. We're gonna mix this all together and you can see how colorful and nutrient-packed this is. And we are ready to dress it. First, I'm adding 4 tablespoons of lime juice, 4 tablespoons of low sodium soy sauce, into 4 tablespoons of rice wine vinegar. And I'm gonna mix it up and pour it right into the bowl. Go ahead and toss it. Right before you're ready to serve, you wanna sprinkle in roughly chopped toasted cashews. This really takes it to the next level. And there you have it, 2 yummy side dishes loaded with health perks and fit for a picnic.
Now I want a picnic.
I know. Can we do that?
I would like
3rd-hour picnic.
And Joy can pack the basket.
Get a picnic basket.
You can find these recipes at today.com/food.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Our Today food guest, Nadia Caterina Muna, who is incredible, also known as the Pasta Queen. She's taken social media by storm thanks to her tasty Italian recipes and hilarious videos, earning more than 43 million likes on TikTok. Nadia's here to tell us a little bit more about this breakfast dish from the new cookbook, which I told her I was going to move a lot of units today.
Yes,
where's the book, Nadia?
I need you
got to
sign
have the book.
Garçon.
Here's the book, the Pasta Queen, just gorgeous cookbook. Nadia, good to see. So you said your daughter introduced you to the tiki-taki.
Yes.
You see it and there's kids dancing.
Yes.
And how did you become a cook and a queen of it all?
As I was about to delete the app off my
Right,
phone,
good,
I
good.
stumbled upon a blasphemous lasagna. Someone claiming to have made the perfect lasagna.
And it was terrible.
It was terrible.
And you knew you had to get on the medium.
It was a mission. It kind of ignited the fire within me.
All right, so what do we have here, and what is this breakfast pasta?
So we are making a frittata di pasta.
Okay.
This is a Neapolitan special. Every family has their own version. Today we're making a pasta cake made out of salami, eggs, cheeses.
If I go to the
and
streets of
pepper.
Naples, is this a street food?
This is Italian street food.
Okay. Well, let's
at
cut
its
the
best.
salami.
Yes.
That's a very large salami there.
It is.
Can you substitute that for any sort of meat?
Yes, you can do bacon, seasoned bacon, you can do mortadella, anything. And also, it's beautiful because you can use any cheeses you want.
Yep.
I like fontina, Swiss cheese, provolone.
Of course you do.
Today we're using Parmigiano and mozzarella.
Okay, should I whip these eggs up?
So now we're adding the salami.
Hoda and Savannah are here enjoying
Look
the...
at him. He's doing all the work.
Yeah. I know. Well,
Now make my nonna proud. She's
good.
watching.
Okay.
Oh,
Nonna. This is for
Aw.
you. And
Yes.
the Parmigiana.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
It's beautiful. So we have the
Gorgeous.
spaghetti.
Yep.
These have basically been kind of like tossed in with butter so that they're ready to be put into an oiled pan. And you really want to kind of like make sure that they're even.
So this could have been last night's leftover
this.
spaghetti, right?
This is the perfect leftover. You can use short pasta, long pasta.
So any old pasta would work.
Any old pasta would work.
Yeah, okay.
It's perfect.
Do you like
Just
doing
like
the
you
TikTok
are.
videos?
Oh.
Oh, you're sweet. Oh, that's so nice. Your husband's 10 feet away.
Yeah,
Your
don't worry,
your husband
babe.
said something funny to me.
in the kitchen.
What did you say? You were the official
Chief pasta tester, just like you are.
chief pasta tester, the CPT. Yes, just like me. All right, so we're cooking this, and you want to get this crispy, right? So,
So now you pour this on.
should I do that now? Okay.
Yes.
Great. So this is the.
Look at him. We should hire him.
There we go.
So
Is that egg and cheese?
this is egg, cheese,
Cheese,
mozzarella, pepper, salt, and salami.
Do you need to press it down at all? Do
You just move it a little bit so that you make sure that the sauce goes everywhere.
Okay.
And then you let it go on a low flame for about 10 minutes until it kind of sets.
How was it?
Delish.
You like it?
Gorgeous.
Did you make this?
Yeah, I make
Anna?
just like
This
you
is
are.
in your
Could I
wheelhouse?
make it? I don't know.
Is this
You know.
hard? Is this a difficult dish for people
Let
to
me
make?
wait. We're not done
Okay.
yet.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is the thing. Once this is cooked at the bottom,
Yes.
Yep.
the bottom becomes the top. Just sometimes
okay,
in
okay.
people,
Yeah.
you know, in life, when you're at the bottom, all of a sudden you're at the top.
That's tasty.
Yeah.
So now this was the base, and we flipped
Pour a
it.
little marinara over it.
But how did you flip it? You just like.
So basically, you use anybody as a sheet pan, right?
Yes.
So you put it on top like that.
Oh, and then flip it.
Yes.
That's how I always wanted to see.
And
That's
then you
where it's
slide
tricky.
it back in.
And
And
then
then
you
you
cook
let
the
it cook at the bottom for another 5 minutes.
Okay. So
Grazie, Nadia.
It's gorgeous,
No,
just
we're not
like you
done.
are.
We're not done. We're not done. What, do you ever drizzle a little sauce on this, like a little marinara, a little something on top? If you
No.
want to, no.
No, Carson.
No.
Absolutely
So
not.
my 13-year-old, when he wakes up and doesn't eat breakfast, this is like a piece
This
of
is the
pizza.
perfect breakfast.
Hey, Dad, I'll see you later. Just take
Yes.
it with you.
This is like hiking food, picnic food.
Yeah.
You can eat it cold, hot, whichever way you like.
yeah, it's kind of like a quiche.
Yes.
But with pasta.
Yes,
That's cool.
exactly.
How much fun did you have making the cookbook? You have over 100 pasta recipes in there. And what is your favorite of all 100?
The lasagna from my nonna.
That's your best.
It's
Okay.
the top. If I was stranded on a deserted island, I would want to have that with me.
Right.
It's substantial.
I like
Well,
You know,
congratulations. Thanks for
I don't want aglio olio. No.
Okay.
Yes.
Grazie, Nadia.
Thank you for having me.
The pasta queen.
Thank you,
Delicious.
Oda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah.
Today.com/food is where you can get this recipe. Pick up the book. There's hundreds of wonderful recipes, and photographs of your family are beautiful too. Thank you, Nadia.
All right.
Today we are in for a treat because our pal Scott Conant is cooking for us.
Scott is hosting Peroni's Taste of Italy tomorrow night at the 15th Annual New York City Wine and Food Festival, where 100% of the net proceeds will benefit God's Love We Deliver. Hey, Scott, good to see you, man.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
So it's you and Alex Gornicelli, is that
me
who's?
and Alex, my good friend
Come
Alex.
on.
We're going to have a blast.
That's a party.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That
Yeah,
event is a party.
She's always so much fun.
She's
I love her so
wild.
much, and she's such a great inspiration. She is just blowing up lately, so we're going to have a good time.
Cool. All right,
tomorrow night.
what do we-
Good.
yeah,
We're going to
what
make
do
some pasta. I got penne. It's cooking over there. We have pancetta, butternut squash. First thing we're going to do is we're going to take this butternut squash. I think a lot of people get you know, it's a little bit of a challenge, butternut squash. You have to peel it. You have to take the seeds out of the interior. So I always say there's 2 layers on that you really want to get rid of, that exterior, and then there's a whitish layer. You want to get rid of that as much as possible. And then cut it into like 1-inch chunks, just like this. Very simply put it on a sheet tray, a little bit of salt.
Classic.
A little bit of olive oil.
Always.
You could toss it in a bowl and then put it together. I
Stick it in
roast
the
that
oven?
in like a 400-degree oven for about 20 minutes or so.
Beautiful. Okay, cool.
So I really like that hard exterior. Then I take this pancetta, so raw pancetta.
Look
We're
at
going to
that.
dice it just like this, and then cook it in this pan that we have here. I already have some
Okay,
in
so
there.
you chop it up into little
Chop it
baby
up into little pieces, and then we're going to let that render out quite a bit.
Did you put olive oil or is that just the fat?
I added a touch of olive oil to it just to get it going.
A little crispy pancetta is so good on anything, right? Gives us a little texture.
Yeah, and I was just saying to Hoda that not a single calorie in this pancetta.
Yes.
You know,
Is that right?
that's the
Look
good,
at that. It's that special
This is the
kind.
special stuff.
All right.
We're gonna let that render out and get a little bit crispy, and then we're gonna add a little bit of sage pancetta. I mean, all these autumnal flavors.
What is this?
That's
Shallot?
a little bit of sliced shallot,
Okay.
a pinch of crushed red pepper. Just gonna let that cook until it looks like this. This is
Okay.
getting a little darker than I'd like it to be. What we can do is take this penne right out, you see, and I utilize that cooking liquid as well.
So use that pasta water in there?
That's pasta water. So that pasta water, what happens is, this is the same pasta water. And then as I cook that down, it's going to continue cooking the pasta about the rest of the way. So I cook the pasta about 90% of the way here. I finish it in this pasta
Do you like your
cooking liquid.
pasta al dente or regular?
I like it al dente.
Everyone likes it chewy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
here you go.
it's the texture that's
The
so
texture,
delicious.
you like a little bite?
A little bite, yeah.
Okay.
And do you do what I do, Scott? Do you just pull one out and try it to know it's done?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I don't
know if
take
there
the
was a
spaghetti and
secret.
throw it against the
Does
wall.
anyone
yeah.
actually do that or not?
I mean, somebody must do it.
Yeah, at some point somebody did.
That butternut squash is amazing.
The butternut squash is so good, that concentration of flavor.
Scott.
Something as simple as throwing it in the oven, it's great. I do it with broccoli and cauliflower,
Really?
autumn squashes, all that stuff. It's great.
Oh, yum.
Yeah.
Anything more you can tell us about you and Alex in the event?
Oh my God, it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't even know how many restaurants are participating. It's a ton of restaurants. I think there's still some tickets available, which is the fun part. Alex is going to sing a song, I think, at some point.
Is she?
Yeah, I'm putting her on the spot now. I hope she's watching this. I think she's
You
going
have to.
There's some of those Italian classics, you know. Yeah, like The Godfather.
There you go. Old school.
You're tan. Where were you?
I live in Arizona.
Oh, okay, cool.
Always 10.
All right.
Year round 10.
Yeah. Cool.
For this delicious recipe, and man, is it good, head to today.com/food.
One and only Bobby Flay. For decades, we've watched him create some of our favorite dishes on countless TV shows and more than a dozen cookbooks. His latest is called Sundays with Sophie, and it takes us inside the Flay family kitchen, a collection of dishes inspired by meals with his daughter, Bobby. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this has got to be near and dear to you. Does Sophie cook too? You've been teaching her your skills?
Yes, she does. So Sundays with Sophie. Sophie's basically standing in for everybody. The idea is that it's Sunday meals or just meals for the family around the table. And actually, I devised a lot of these recipes during the quarantine because, like everybody else, I was cooking 3 meals a day at home. And so the recipes are incredibly simple, and they're really built for the home cook.
Oh, good. I love that. Okay, simple. You had me at hello.
Okay.
Talk about this poached egg. This is cacio e pepe poached eggs.
Cacio e pepe poached eggs. So cacio e pepe simply means cheese and pepper.
Yes.
We usually see it classically on pasta.
Yeah.
But everybody's cacio e pepeing everything.
Now,
at
is this
point.
a breakfast or is this? I know. Is this breakfast or is this dinner?
No.
Like,
This is like breakfast or brunch, or like it could definitely be like a late night. Listen, there's plenty of times I love eggs for dinner.
Me too.
And so basically what I do is I make a vinaigrette. This is very simple. So it's some white vinegar, some honey, some shallots, okay? This reminds me of when we did our cooking thing together.
I know, remember?
I know.
Do you want me to stir that? I can do that
Yeah,
now.
sure, go right ahead.
Look.
Exactly.
Look at me whisking.
And then some olive oil. And then we're gonna add some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, of course. And then some cracked black pepper. So there's the cheese, there's the cacio and the pepe, so to speak.
I mean, this is
Black
delicious
pepper.
right here. And this is our little dressing.
Exactly, there you go. So then we're gonna poach some eggs. And a lot of people are
I'm intimidated. All right, show me.
So it's 2 ingredients. One of them is water, the other is some vinegar. Okay. And the vinegar is going to help the egg. This is my big word of the day, coagulate the egg.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of brings it to
A little bit. Do you guys know how to poach an egg?
Got it.
Al, I know
No,
you do.
no.
Raise your hand if you can poach an egg.
Al can.
Okay, yeah.
Al poaches eggs with his eyes closed.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna just, and here's a little tip. I crack the eggs and I first put it into a little ramekin because if I break it, I don't want to put it in here.
Oh, true.
And a lot of times you'll do that if you just kind of go right into the water.
Okay.
So we're gonna let those poach. They poach for just like I don't know 3 or 4 minutes. And the best thing to do is kind of just do a little whirlpool so it gets a really beautiful shape.
Seems like it'd be hard to get those out.
Oh no,
without
they come
breaking
right
them.
out.
Really?
As soon as you can get them out, you just take them out. It's very simple.
Okay.
Should be no problem.
Okay.
We have some toast over here.
All right.
Okay. So sourdough bread, some kind of country loaf. I like mine like slightly thick, maybe I don't know, maybe sort of like 1.5 inches or so like that, and then just some good quality olive oil on the bread.
Yeah.
And then some salt and pepper. And this is one of the things that people forget when they're making toast. Don't forget to season it as well. Salt and pepper your toast. Like bring out the flavor of that delicious bread that you have.
I never do that. Okay.
Exactly.
Good call.
Okay. So we have the toast. I put a little more.
You just roast this in the oven, or you
I'm
put
sorry,
this in like the toaster
so you can
oven?
put it in the oven, you can put it under the broiler, or you
Okay.
can just put it in the toaster.
Got it.
I think a toaster is probably the best case scenario,
Yeah,
right?
that's
It works.
What's happening over here? Should we get these out?
You can do that if you want, but we're down here.
Okay. I was just concerned about that.
This is Savannah in the kitchen, right here. This is the kitchen.
Distracted.
Coming to Food Network. Okay, so we have a garlic clove, and I just rub the garlic clove a little bit on the bread, just to give it a little bit of flavor.
Yep.
This is a very savory meal. A little more olive oil, and then we take our poached eggs, and we put the poached eggs right on top. Whoops, right on top of our bread.
Okay.
And then we take our dressing.
Yes. Okay. Now this is the good stuff.
And this is where all the flavor comes in. Okay.
Oh, yum.
Just
How do they
pour
taste,
that
you guys?
right over there.
Wonderful. Finished it.
Really good.
Some Parmigiano.
Oh man.
Some fresh chives.
I mean, come on.
Can you make the dressing ahead of time, Bob?
Absolutely. And of course you can use it for salads, or you
I
can
was
put
about
it
to
on
ask
dish or
that.
vegetables.
Anything.
Absolutely. Very, very versatile.
Okay.
But this is what I was doing at home. It's like,
So yummy.
you're at home, like you just take the ingredients that you have in your cupboard and you make dishes, and this was one of them.
Okay. Well, that looks. Should I have a bite?
Yeah.
I'm so worried about those other
Dive
eggs.
in and go grab 'em
Okay.
out.
I
They'll be
just so
okay
want
on
them.
your
You got to cut it.
Okay. Here we go. Someone else gonna have to read
Gets
these.
gooey. Gets gooey.
Gets good.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So yummy, Bobby.
Wow, that's a GIF right there.
Someone's working on it.
You can catch
Wow.
Bobby again
On the
on
third
our
hour.
third hour. You can also get us recipes. Today.com/food.
Also, catch Bobby's Triple Threat tonight on Food Network. Don't forget the cookbook.
Oh, yes.
Sundays with Sophie.
Yeah, Sundays with Sophie and Triple Threat tonight at 9. We'll see you there.
On sale today.
one, the only Giada De Laurentiis, the famed chef and founder of the website and blog Giadzi. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
That's so cute. Giadzi is here with a simple, flavorful recipe for pasta zozzona. Giada, good morning.
Hi.
It has been 1,000 years since we saw you in person.
It's
How's
been
everything?
A hot second. It's been great. It's been great.
How's the fam?
The fam's great.
Yeah.
Jade started 9th grade, so
I
we're in
can't
high school
believe
now.
that. Oh my gosh.
So the days of like a little kid are over, as you probably know well, because your kids are getting older.
They're getting older.
And yeah, and so tonight I'm gonna jet off to Italy. Going to go to Rome and Milan and see some, farmers and some families that, make the ingredients.
I love when you go to Italy because then you come back and you've learned all kinds of
Yes,
new
and I collect
stuff.
all this stuff and curate it and put it
I
on
already
Jotzi.com.
predicted that the tasters will have clean plate
Halfway there.
across the board.
Well, let's show you how to make it then.
What do we do? Pasta zozzona.
So I heard you've been cooking.
Well, that's a stretch, but
No,
I have
okay.
learned. I can do a couple things.
Can you hold a knife and chop this for me?
I think so.
Or do you want me to
How
do
do
it?
you want it chopped?
Like that.
Well, it's not going to be that good.
Just watch your fingers,
Okay.
whatever you do.
I know, that's
So
what everyone says.
This is a shallot.
Yes.
I like the shallots because they're a little bit sweeter, but you could definitely use just a regular onion if you wanted to.
Okay,
But
let's pretend I did this.
Okay, that's great. Perfect.
Blah, blah, blah.
Throw it in
there
there.
it is. Okay.
No, wait.
What?
I got to take the pancetta out. So this is pancetta. So
The pancetta is coming out.
Wait, this
man.
pasta is a mashup of two of Rome's classic pastas, okay? Carbonara, which we all know is creamy. Hold on.
Yes, delicious.
Here, dump it in there.
Yeah, I was just like taking an hour.
Well, usually I do this all in one pan, but today.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Those smell good. Okay, what is this, sausage?
Yeah, and this is
Yum.
sausage. So it's a mashup of carbonara
Yeah.
and amatriciana, both Roman dishes.
Okay.
One is a tomato based and one is like sort of a creamy egg based, right?
Would you
so
use
cook
the
these
same
together.
pancetta plate or whatever this is called, saucepan, if you can normalize?
Yes, so I use
Okay.
one skillet to do everything. 'cause
That's what I
some of the fat from the
That's what I was trying to articulate.
some of the fat from the pancetta cooks the onion.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, because the shallot. Okay.
What about
so
all
then
this?
you can dump the rest of the shallot in here.
Okay.
This is great because just dump and stir for you.
I
It's
know,
great.
it is.
Okay.
I do like
garlic.
that. Garlic, okay. Big old whole
Just
cloves.
have your husband prep it all for you,
I
and then you
know.
can come home and
I
put it
mean,
together.
seriously.
Right? Okay, wait, no, tomatoes first. Give me the
why?
Calabrian
Why does
chili.
that matter even?
So that I'm
The whole
going to show
thing?
you. Yes, the whole thing. So you see how smooth this is? So in Italy we call this a passata. So it's basically no seeds in it, and it's very creamy.
Yeah, it
and
looks-
you buy it just like this.
Okay, it looks like ketchup, but isn't.
But isn't ketchup,
Okay.
I promise.
So I'm warming this up, and then I add the spicy stuff.
Yeah, so this is Calabrian chili, which you may have heard of. You guys all may have heard of it now. It's very popular these days.
Delish.
too busy eating.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, this makes it spicy, and it's gonna make it really spicy because that's a lot of Calabrian chili.
Okay.
But you could use red pepper flakes in
Yeah.
place of it, but this has more of like a balancing
Is it easy
sweet
to find,
and
though?
spicy.
All these fancy ingredients you've got. Can we find that?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
On Jazzy.com. Okay,
Oh,
moving on.
oh,
Move
oh
on.
my God,
Move
shameless
on, but you
plug.
can find
Okay.
it on other places
Now, what
too.
are these cute little pasta?
Okay, so look at this little pasta.
Aren't they the cutest?
So these are known as nodi marini. So they're from Naples.
Okay.
And you see they look like a little knot.
I love them.
Aren't they cute?
Marini. Thick. They're
So
like
I
little donuts.
I found them in Naples a few years ago, and then I started, bringing them back for everybody to have. A
I
little
love
taste
it.
of Italy.
Okay.
Okay, sauce is cooking. It
Yeah.
takes about 10 minutes, but on this burner it might take 5.
Okay.
Anyhow, so that all cooks together. So this is the tricky part right here.
I did not see eggs coming.
Well, because I said it was a mashup between carbonara
okay.
and amatriciana. Amatriciana
Right.
has
You did say
pancetta,
that.
it's a tomato sauce, carbonara, as we all know.
Okay, so how does this get into it?
So it got into the bowl. I
I mean,
separated
how
the
does
eggs.
the eggs get into the recipe?
Yes, because it's a mashup of carbonara has eggs.
Yeah, I
and
know.
Parmesan
Okay,
cheese.
yeah.
Okay, go.
What,
so
whisk?
You're going to break up and whisk the 3 yolks.
Look at this, y'all.
Look at
Nicely
you
done.
whisking.
See, look how good you are, yo. I think you've learned a thing or two.
I've whisked.
Okay, ready? So now we're going to add pecorino, half a cup, and 1 cup of Parmigiano Reggiano.
Oh my gosh, now we're getting to it.
Okay, so this is the trick right here.
Okay.
Because if you add this directly into here, what
Thick.
happens?
It's thick and
Well,
yeah,
you end up with scrambled eggs,
Right,
which
right,
you don't
right,
want.
right.
Okay,
No,
so here we go.
This is
It's okay.
This is my issue
Just
with
water
whisk.
there?
It's okay, it's
let's
okay.
bring the
Ready?
water in. Yeah.
Okay. Slowly, this is pasta water. So we're using it when you cook the pasta, reserve about a 1/4 cup, and you're going to use hot pasta water to break this up and create a creamy sauce, slowly. So when you add this...
Really bugging me. Okay, yeah. Don't you just want to get that out of there?
I don't understand
What
the
would you
whisk.
do?
It makes no sense.
The whisk.
Right?
It always happens with
There
the
we go.
whisk.
It's totally fine.
Okay.
Don't take it out on the whisk. It's totally fine. Leave
Okay,
the whisk
okay,
alone.
okay.
So you're going to use this instead,
Yes,
and you're just
oh,
going to continue
okay,
to mix
sorry.
it. We got to keep mixing it.
We'll have
Mix
this for
and
dinner tonight,
add.
the way we're going.
Mix and add. Mix and
Okay.
add. Okay.
I'm so
now
glad
that
they gave us so long for this segment.
Yeah, there we go. And that's it. So this is
Oh,
the
now we
part.
can get that
yeah,
in
so
there.
now you can get this back in there.
All right, we're back to the
And
works.
I'm going to add the pasta in the sauce.
Remember when you had that cooking show, Savannah?
Remember, it's coming back for the holidays.
Great.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
You should come on it, actually,
Oh,
Giada.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'd love to. Now that you've invited, now that you've invited me, I can come on
Yes,
it.
okay, now what?
Okay, so now look. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, off the heat. So we're going to turn the heat off. You
Yes.
want to do this off the heat? Go ahead and add it.
And then you poured it. This is exciting. I
There
really
we go.
didn't see this coming in the recipe.
Well,
And what
there
does
you
it
go.
really add to it? Just like a thicker sauce?
It creates creaminess. Go grab a bowl and taste
Okay,
it.
I will.
And then we finish it. So we basically do this off the heat. You got to do this off the heat so you don't scramble the eggs. You just keep tossing it, and the eggs get cooked by the boiling hot water. And in the heat of the pan.
It is so good.
Oh, good. See, look, good.
What is that?
Then a little bit of pancetta to finish it off.
Pancetta.
Did you want to taste?
No, I've got all of it.
That's so yummy.
And then a little bit more cheese to finish it. And we're done.
Okay.
Pasta di tuna. With Nodi Marini.
Jonah, thank you.
But wait,
You think I could do this?
You got it.
She's back in our third hour with a creative spin on a lasagna and a delicious Italian dessert. You can get Giada's recipes and more at today.com/food. Giadzi, thank you for coming. We love you. We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
Thank you,
Delicious.
If you planned on ordering Italian tonight, watch this one first. We're going to show you how to make a satisfying spaghetti dish with ingredients that are already in your kitchen.
It's a recipe from the new book, Dinner in One, by New York Times food columnist Melissa Clark.
Melissa makes everything easy, Bobby. Bobby, do you cook?
I do not cook. I do not
Melissa,
cook at all.
We're going to teach
You
him
have
right
your
now.
marching orders.
Exactly. We're going to teach you.
Okay.
Okay, so we are making a pasta carbonara takeoff.
Okay.
So this is an easier version because we're going to do everything in one pan.
I like it. Simple.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the in
It's
one.
just because everybody, people who love to cook still don't like to do dishes.
Yes,
so
yes.
this book is going to take care of that for you.
There's
So
eggs and pasta and bacon. I'm so
I
confused
know.
right now.
I know. You're thinking, is it breakfast time or what?
Yeah.
This is a traditional carbonara combination, but what I'm doing is doing it in one pan, and I'm going to add some fresh greens to make it a little lighter.
Okay.
Eggs.
All right. So will you beat those for me? You can do that.
How
right?
many?
Do I-
5?
So I have some eggs,
Is
and
this
I have
I
some
don't know how
extra
to-
egg yolks.
Is it just? Is this?
I'm gonna
That's
show
not
you.
beating.
No,
I told you I can't cook.
But we're going to
And then I would get it on our clothes, and it'd be a whole thing.
I know.
Yes.
That's the thing about cooking. It can be a little messy. Now, okay, I'm going to use 2 kinds of cheese right here. Now, Bobby.
Yes.
This one is the Parmesan. Put it right in.
How much?
The whole
the whole thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
we want a lot of cheese.
We're going at it.
Is that your wedding ring? The red one?
It is.
Oh, that's
Well,
nice.
because it's rubber, and I thought I was cooking today, and I didn't want to.
You wanted to slip in an extra, so we're
Yes.
get messy.
They're
Nice.
chewy.
Okay, and then Hoda, I've got also some pecorino. I'm using
Pecorino.
2 kinds of cheese
Look at
to
that.
make it. One is a little nutty, one is a little salty.
There's a cheese called pecorino.
Pecorino, exactly. Because guess what?
That
It's made from
sounds
sheep.
expensive.
All right, now we're going to add some pepper and some salt, and then
Okay.
this is bacon.
Oh,
So-
yeah. Now we're
What kind of
talking.
bacon? Regular?
So this is regular bacon. You'd
smells
use
good.
pancetta if you were in Italy, but use
Okay.
whatever kind. And I have some onion right here,
smell
and
that.
the onion is cooking in the bacon fat,
Oh,
and
that's
that is
the best.
part of what's going to make it so delicious.
I
Is
love
that's going to have that
Holy
flavor throughout
moly,
the
it
whole
smells
thing.
so good.
Exactly.
Yummy.
All right.
Okay.
Now
Can I ask you
here.
a silly question?
Yeah.
Did you cook the bacon and then chop it up, or did you chop
No,
it
I
up?
chopped it first, and
When
that
it
way
was
you
raw?
don't have to take it out of the pan,
Okay.
and
Okay.
it's
Okay.
neater that
Got
way.
it.
All right, now here is the part that I love. So to make this a one-pot meal, we're going to cook the pasta in with the bacon.
You're
and
gonna boil it
We're
in
going
here?
to boil it in here instead of messing up another pot.
What?
And this is also, what's so great about this is that it allows the pasta to take on a lot of flavor from the bacon because it's
Okay.
absorbing it, right? So we're going to add some water right here.
Okay. And
And
you just
then-
cover it? Should be all covered?
Yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
first we're gonna just let it simmer for a few minutes, then we cover it,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna add a little more salt.
I'm
And-
so intrigued by breakfast
I
foods
know.
and pasta.
I know, isn't it great?
Okay.
And then another great thing about this also is that you have a lot of control over it because you're standing right here, so you know when it's perfectly al dente.
Okay.
So you know when it's just right. So this is what it looks like. This takes about 10 minutes, and afterwards, this is what you get.
Do you throw it
So-
against the wall to see if it's done? That's what my grandma always told me.
You want to
Throw
try
against
it?
the
You
wall
want to try
and
it? Do it.
But, yeah, that one's not going to work.
If you do this one, you're just going to mess up your wall. It's
Okay.
definitely done.
Okay.
All right, so just give it a little stir.
Swirl it around?
Exactly.
Now, what about the egg mixture with
so
all the-
we have the egg right
Oh,
here.
there it is.
And then this is what you do. You add it. So this is off the heat at this point, and the
Okay.
pasta is hot.
Still hot, yeah, I
So
can
it's
see
going
this
to cook the egg. You don't have raw egg here. You have the pasta cooks it immediately. It coats it. It makes this beautiful silky sauce. Oh, look at that. You're doing that perfectly. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
so you just
Do you
keep
cook a
mushing
lot,
it
Rhoda?
around? No, no, I do not.
But when you do,
I
you
do
know what
not.
you're doing.
Okay, so you keep mushing it
Yeah,
around
you keep
until it's
mushing it
all
around.
over.
Yeah, and then, okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to, so
Okay.
this is another thing that they do
Okay.
not do with carbonara in Italy. They do not add fresh greens.
Oh, you add it
And
here?
I'm going to add all, yeah, so I have some spin, yeah, throw it all
The
in.
whole thing?
The whole thing because
That's what I said
took-
about the cheese. I couldn't believe it.
Exactly. I know, isn't it amazing though?
And this
because
whole
it
thing?
absorbs it.
What's
and
this?
that is parsley.
Parsley.
And basil.
And oh, I love basil.
And yeah, and we're just
Okay, so-
making a slightly fresher,
Okay.
lighter
So you
version.
keep mixing.
Keep mixing. And
Should
another
we try
thing,
it?
yeah. Another thing here is this is a one-pot meal because you have your veg. You have your pasta, your eggs, your bacon, and your veg.
Okay.
Do you want a little
What
extra
hour
cheese?
do you eat this? Again, I'm so. What's the
Any
perfect hour?
of the day.
7 a.m.
Right now, you
or
know
10
what?
p.m.?
10:30. This is a
Okay.
perfect hour of the day. 7:30
Oh my
in LA.
gosh.
What do you think? Do you love it? See,
That is so good.
Bobby, you could make this at home, right? You
Okay.
saw how easy that was.
This is what I'm going to say. Sometimes, for example, like a frosty and a fry in the South, we do that. It shouldn't
Yeah.
go together, but it does.
Right.
This is that.
Oh, a
So
frosting and a
good.
fry. Oh, I
Yeah,
love it.
that's a real.
It shouldn't go together, but it does.
Sure.
Yeah,
Awesome.
but this does.
Yeah.
All right, to make this at
Bacon, egg
home, head
pasta.
to today.com/food for more of Melissa's recipes. Check out her new book. You can get it at today.com/shop. Dinner in one.
I got to swallow here.
It is one of the longest running food shows on the Food Network. Folks love watching the up-and-coming chefs beat Bobby Flay, or at least they tried to. He's invited some fellow celebrity chefs to give it a go on his new show, Beat Bobby Flay Holiday Throwdown.
And today, Bobby's going to throw down in our kitchen with some chicken parm. Everybody loves
Yeah,
the chicken parm.
yeah.
Bobby, good to see you, man.
Thank
How
you
are
so much. So good to be here. It's holiday season.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you cook a big turkey for Thanksgiving?
I do. I do. Thanksgiving is my. It's my favorite day of the year. Actually, I'm going to be here next week.
Oh, good. Oh,
in the
yeah.
There's going to be a lot of food in this place.
Okay, good.
Man,
Look
I'll
forward
be
to
back
it.
then.
I'll be back.
So we're going to make chicken parm. This is a dish, obviously, I call this chicken parmigiano as opposed to chicken parmesan. It's a little bit cleaner version of the classic. And I just put this on my menu in Amalfi in Las Vegas. Okay, so a couple of things. You look like you're not going to cook. You have your
Oh,
hands
I'm
in your pocket.
cooking,
You want to
dude.
do this?
Oh, I
okay.
love it, especially chicken parm.
So
What do we
chicken
got?
cutlets. Okay, this is classic. So flour, eggs, breadcrumbs. And so you set up a dredging station. You season every single
Oh, each
one
part
them.
of it? Okay,
Yes,
we're
exactly, because
okay.
otherwise it's bland. So you go, so the flour to the egg.
Is that bad?
No, you're doing great.
You gotta get in there,
You can
right?
tell that Willie cooks.
You
He's
gotta get in
in
there.
there.
Look, he's in it. And now what?
Okay,
Now what?
and then the eggs hold on to the panko breadcrumbs. Exactly. And then you let that sit there for a second, and we just put it in the oil. I'm actually using avocado oil more these days than canola oil. And, I mean, they say it's better for you, so I say, okay, why not? Okay, so.
Are people laughing at my cooking?
I
think I'm doing great.
I don't know. What are they laughing
You
about?
gotta get your hands dirty.
Okay, so you want to make sure
just your hands, really.
So every culture has their own version of chicken cutlet, right? So we have. I've lost them. Thanks for coming.
I'm with you.
Okay, so then every culture has their version of chicken cutlet. Obviously, this is sort of an American-Italian version. We're gonna make tomato sauce. I have 3 ingredients in my tomato sauce: onions, garlic, and then some crushed tomatoes. And I let this cook for about 45 minutes.
How do you crush them with the potato masher?
First you let it cook for about 25 minutes so they soften.
Okay.
And then I crush them with a potato masher so it actually has texture.
Yeah.
And then I put like a little sugar. This is very controversial. Some people say don't ever put sugar in your tomatoes, but you know what? If they're acidic, you want a little sugar to bounce it out.
Okay.
Okay. So then we have the chicken cutlet, and then I take some buffalo mozzarella.
Look at that.
And I just put it right on top.
Look at that.
Now here's the thing that I do. You see, I leave some of the crispy bits uncovered because we want that good contrast of texture.
Crunchy, yeah.
Exactly. We put it in the oven. I love this kitchen. You put it in this oven, and then it comes out of this oven
magic.
right here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here it is. So then we take some of the tomato sauce. And instead of dousing it all over the chicken and then ruining that crispiness, I put the tomato sauce on the bottom. The cheese is melted on top. And then see, it's a much cleaner version.
Yeah,
a little bit of fresh basil and a whole bunch of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Look at that.
May I start, chef?
Yes, you can.
You must.
And then some fresh arugula because this is a very healthy dish. And then a little bit of
just olive oil on top.
And there we go.
Can I sneak in here, Bobby?
Get in there.
Let me try.
Get in there.
Thank you. Is it yummy?
So good.
Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. The really nice thing about it is you get, obviously, the acidity and the sweetness of the tomatoes. You get that crispy contrast, the texture on the chicken, and, of course, that fresh mozzarella is
it feels
beautiful.
a little light, which you can't always say for a chicken parm.
Well, the thing about chicken parm, and you and I sort of share that love of chicken parmesan, you know, where it's kind of doused in all that cheese and tomatoes. But this is to me, this is like a Tuesday night version of the Sunday night meal.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I hear you're in a movie?
Wait,
Bobby Flay is in One Delicious Christmas.
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
So I understand. Yes, the Oscar buzz has been so overwhelming.
I mean, what are you talking? Who do you play yourself?
I play Tom Kingsley, who is a food critic. It's called One Delicious Christmas. Yes, they wanted me to act. I said don't do it, but they said please do it. So here it is. Viewing everywhere. There'll be viewing parties all over the place for One Delicious Christmas. Exactly.
How do you really feel about a food critic, though?
I love food critics.
Okay.
Yes, we love food critics.
Thank you, Bobby.
Back with the one and only barefoot Contessa Ina Garden, who is out with her 13th cookbook
called Go-To Dinner. And she's showing us how to make one of these fabulous recipes right now. The good thing about these recipes, Ina, is they're easy. You could do it quickly.
And everything's in one pot.
Everything's
very
in one
often.
pot.
Yeah.
One thing about you, though, you are precise.
Yeah.
Like, you seem so
Extremely.
chill.
Yes.
But you're not, like, that's why your books, everybody loves them, because you've done the
Easy.
testing.
Yes. Okay.
Not only over and over and over again, but I've given the recipe to somebody on my staff and watched them make it.
Okay.
So I see what somebody's going to do with the recipe, and they're like, should I cut it straight across or chop it?
Oh.
So
and
that's
I'm like,
so smart.
So they
Let me
arrange
add that.
details.
You add that detail to it so that I know.
So should I put this
we're
large
making-
chicken in the pot?
We're making chicken in a pot with orzo.
Okay.
So it's all in one pot. So the first thing I want to do is brown the chicken. So
Okay.
in order to brown a chicken, you just want to make sure it's really dry.
you have to
Otherwise
dry
it
it.
steams.
Okay.
Exactly. So let's.
Oh, it really needs a
Yeah, see how when it's
towel.
wet, it
Well,
just
yeah.
just like that.
See, okay.
And then we can put it in the pot, and you want
Okay.
it nice and brown because that caramelization really makes a difference.
Whoa! Sorry, did I burn you?
No.
I burned myself. I'm sorry. I did burn
But you know what I love? The first thing you said was, "Did I burn you?" Even though you were on fire.
We're okay.
Okay, everybody's
no
good.
fire
I
alarms.
burned a national treasure.
So this is going to brown, and then I'll turn it over and later.
Okay.
But then-
Are these leeks?
These are leeks, and the thing
That's a
about
big
leeks,
leek.
Leeks are
I know.
good.
First thing with leeks, you want to take the green part off because they're kind of tough. So just like that.
Okay.
And then you want to make sure that they're really, really clean because they grow in dirt.
Oh.
So you don't want to let them get too. You want to make sure they're really clean.
Okay.
So what you do is chop them up like this.
Kind of fine.
And then you do a lot and put them in water. And just let the sand come out of it.
Oh,
And then,
that's what you're doing.
And then
yeah.
you take them out.
I like how you
And
clean everything.
And you want to make sure
you have to,
food's
right?
all clean.
Do you know
and then
that
you
leeks
dry
are
them.
diuretic?
They are
Amazing. Yes.
Good to know.
No, anyone who's trying to lose weight always eats leek soup.
I had no
Not
idea.
kidding. Try it.
Is that
That's
still a thing, or
Yes.
was that a 70s fad?
Forget
No.
the chicken, forget the
Now.
carrots, just eat leeks.
Okay. Make soup.
Okay.
Okay.
So then
leeks are
the next thing
delicious,
is,
though.
we saute carrots and fennel and celery and the leeks all in a pot like this, and then we're going
what?
to take the chicken that
So
we
you
browned.
just browned it, right?
Just
That's
browned
all.
it. All I
Okay.
did was brown it. Didn't cook it. Just because it looks
Yeah.
better and it's
Yeah.
going to taste better. Put that brown chicken
Beautiful.
right back
It already
in.
smells amazing.
Let me take
And then
this.
first we put in saffron.
Saffron.
Now,
I
saffron's
didn't
the
realize that's
stamens
what
of
saffron
crocuses.
looks like.
Doesn't that smell fabulous? That's what it looks like. And it's expensive because it is the stamens of crocuses.
What is a crocus?
A crocus is a flower, a little flower.
Did you
Chicken
know
stock
that?
goes in.
The stamen of a crocus?
I didn't want to
You'd know a crocus if you saw one.
Okay.
If
So
you
you
met
pour
one,
it-
right? Pour
so you
that on.
pour- that's just
right.
chicken stock?
And then we're going to put water on.
That whole water pot?
Exactly. So it's going to cook in this pot.
Yeah.
And then we need salt and pepper.
This is a great kind of
Lots of
thick
salt.
base soup.
Okay. You put a lot in,
it's actually
right?
going to end up being soup and orzo. So the orzo is going to absorb
Okay.
all the
All of
liquid.
that.
So this. Okay, now we have one other thing to
What's
flavor
this?
it. It's an herb bundle. So I've got
Okay.
thyme,
bundle of
parsley,
herbs.
And you tie up.
and you could put it in, but then you'd have to fish it all out.
So you tie
so I
it?
tie it.
Just
I
tie
tie
a
it with a
bow?
string,
This
so
is
it flavors
so
it, and then you can
smart.
take the whole thing out before you
Have
serve
you
it.
ever made an herb bundle, Hoda? Is this
No,
the
I'm
first?
so excited.
Hoda's made an herb bundle now.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
The whole
so
thing
that
in.
whole thing goes right
And that
in.
just kind of flavors
That's
it.
it.
Now this goes in the oven.
Top on it or not?
It goes in the oven with a lid.
With the lid. Okay.
For it's 350 degrees.
Okay.
And it's gonna
And then this is
cook for about an
orzo.
hour and 15
An hour and
minutes.
15.
And then when this comes out,
Yeah. I put the orzo
what you
in.
do
Is
is
the orzo
take the
is kind of
orzo
like a rice,
and
right?
just it's pasta actually, but it looks like rice. And you just put the lid on.
And do you cook it
For
again?
20 minutes? No, and it just sits.
Wait, you don't put it back in the
orzo
oven?
doesn't
Don't
need
put it
to-
back in the
just
oven.
the
Don't
top?
need to cook it.
Can I sneak over here?
Come
Get
over
this
here.
That's what you end
dry?
up with. And you end up with soup and orzo, and it's not soup, it's dinner. And the
my
chicken,
God.
and you
It
pull the
is
chicken
dinner.
apart.
Wait, does Jeffrey like this
He
recipe?
loves it. Anything that has to do with chicken soup, he loves.
You know what else is in your book that we just have to
It's the
mention?
biscuits.
And my girl,
Biscuits have
dip
to go
it.
with it.
Okay.
Right?
The biscuits.
See,
Good
idea.
Cheddar biscuits. They're pretty good, aren't
They are the best
God.
biscuit I've
You guys
already
are the
had
best
one.
audience in the world.
Oh my God, we're so
We love
happy.
you so much. You guys, and you can get this recipe at today.com/food.
Oh my
And
gosh.
check out Ina's new book. I bet a lot of people will. Go to dinners. It's a great holiday gift as well at today.com/food. books.
I know we love you. Time for one of our favorite Aussies, Chef Curtis Stone.
The Michelin-starred chef is taking a break from his 2 Los Angeles restaurants, Maud and Gwen, to whip us a California-inspired dish.
We miss you, Curtis.
I know,
I know, it's so good to be back in the city.
You're a very busy man.
How are the restaurants?
So good.
Back?
We are back, and you know, like it's been a tumultuous couple of years, as we all know. There's no point complaining about it. You just got to get on with it. We've kept our team together, which is important, and we're very happy to be back.
Awesome.
So good.
Okay.
So good.
What are the ages of your kids now?
Hudson's 11,
Yes.
and Emerson, my cheeky one, he's just turned 8.
11 and 8?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I remember when they were
Well,
born.
Hud turns 11 in a week.
Okay, all right. So I like chicken thighs. I'm glad that's what we're doing.
Yes.
That's
so-
another thing we could debate on.
Oh, yeah.
I like a leg.
Yes, the leg is amazing. Are you kidding me? Especially when it's on the bone. So leave the skin on.
Okay.
I've seasoned them with salt and pepper.
Yeah.
One important thing to do with chicken is sit it on a tray and just dry it out for a little bit. Don't cook it wet, because that's when it'll spit and hiss at you.
Oh.
And we don't like spitting and hissing.
Cook it well. Okay.
You
So
gotta let
you
it
cook
air
it with
dry.
the bone up in there.
Oh yeah, leave the bone in, because that gives you beautiful flavour.
Okay.
Right, so what we're doing with our thighs is just seasoning them both sides, a little bit of olive oil, and we're going to cook it in a medium heat. You can see it's not too savage, and then you let it sort of come up to
Look
come
how
up and get
beautiful
even.
and crispy it looks.
Right, and then what you do once you've got that golden brown is you add well, I'll cut them in half, but you don't need to chop
Are
them
those
down.
shallots?
Shallots, exactly.
So the
Shallots.
chicken's not cooked through, is it? It's just cooked on the top? Is it cooked
You
through
cook it both ways, and then what you do once you sort of get the shallots in there and get a little bit of colour is you transfer it to the pan.
baking dish, okay.
Right, so you come over here, and on this beautiful big purple sheet tray that they found for you guys.
How cute is that?
Yeah,
Today,
it
I've even
matches.
got purple shallots working. right?
Are they shallots or are they shallots?
Well, it depends what part of the world you're from.
Okay, so in Australia they're shallots.
We call them shallots, but I'll say
And
shallots.
do you call
for
these a grapes?
They're grapes. So throw the grapes in too. And what you do, you cook them on the vine. So this is a very simple recipe.
This is gorgeous.
And throw the herbs over the top. I like this. I'll just stand back here,
Now, can
Jenna,
I
and
ask
let you
a
do all the
question?
work.
Do you like apple picking?
I love it.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
why?
Thank you. Now, her argument is dead. She does not like it. She's against it.
You're an anti-apple. How can you be against apple picking?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Apple picking's fabulous.
Okay.
We go every year, actually, up near Palm Springs with my kids.
Nice.
They love it.
Okay.
So, in here, I have some white wine.
Okay.
A little bit of thyme and a little bit of chicken stock, and you reduce it down, right? This
Okay.
is the sauce we're making now. So that's going to bubble and boil. What you do when you reduce something is you go from, let's say, a cup of liquid to a quarter cup of liquid, but you keep a cup of flavour. So
Okay.
you're intensifying the flavour, and that's what's happened
Do
here.
we add? What about adding the most important ingredient?
Exactly, little butter. So the butter's to thicken, but also to flavour. So you take it off the heat.
So wait,
and
what
you
is this
whisk
you're
it.
making right now?
This is
It's
the
a sauce.
sauce. It's basically an emulsion of wine, chicken stock, and that flavour of thyme. You whisk it. It's called Monte à beurre. You're thickening with butter in the French. And while we let that melt,
I just tasted a baked grape. They're kind of like a raisin.
they are. They get a little more
wanna try
intense in
one?
flavour.
I do.
Get it? Hold on.
Thank you.
And so then the idea here is you've got your grapes, those little crispy herbs.
You're right.
You stick it all on the plate like
They do
this.
taste like raisins. They're
They
a
do,
raisin.
little raisiny.
Oh, sorry, I
And
didn't
then,
mean
of
to
course,
steal
that sauce that we've whisked together, that just gets drizzled over the top. You can finish it with a
Okay.
little salt and pepper. Here I have burrata.
Really beautiful.
We love burrata so much.
Isn't it so good? So it's mozzarella with a little stretchy towel.
Look at that.
I
How
just
beautiful
snip
is
it.
that? Look at that.
Right, so then it'll just start to ooze. All right, so this one's already started.
Oh my God.
And you
that
put it with
over
this
there.
beautiful French bread, which we love.
Isn't that gorgeous? Little bit of
I love
baguette.
crunchy baguette. Don't
And
you?
it's a very simple dinner. It's a roast. It's a take on roast chicken, but very, very easy.
By the way, very flavorful and delicious.
I know. I feel like I'm going to make this.
Thank you, Curtis.
Curtis,
So
we
nice
love
to see you guys.
for this recipe. Do you say I won't? For this recipe.
But you want to. You do
No,
really
you're
want to.
probably right. I probably won't. But it looks good. Okay, for this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Anytime a recipe gets passed down from generation to generation, you know it's got to be real good. And as we take aim to make your life easier this week, we are going to share that specific recipe with you.
Okay, it is a roasted chicken and rice dish. It's been passed down from a mother to her son, and that son just happens to be a Michelin-starred chef. That chef is at his restaurant, Veranda, right here in New York City, Chef George Mendez. Hey, George.
George.
Hi.
How
Good
are
to see you again.
We're so happy
Live
to
from
see
Veranda.
you.
I love that.
Oh my God,
I know,
so happy.
Veranda's close to my neighborhood. I gotta come visit.
Yeah, definitely.
Get in here.
Let's talk about your mom's recipe, okay? Because a recipe has to be this good to be passed down. What is it about this specific one?
These are flavors that I grew up with in my childhood. My mother used to cook rice dishes for my sister and my dad a number of times a week. Sometimes it was chicken, sometimes it was rabbit, sometimes it was a tomato rice. So that cooking has had an enormous impact in my career. So, she spent time in the kitchen with me at many of my restaurants here at Veranda, and she's an enormous inspiration for everything that I cook with and create. Very, really rustic childhood, home-style flavors.
Yeah, and I think chicken and rice sounds like the perfect dish for us to cook tonight. So let's get started.
Yeah.
Tell us what we need to cook.
So I am on the over medium heat. I have a cast iron skillet, oven proof, olive oil, onions, garlic. All right, a pinch of salt right away to get things started. Salt starts to release the moisture, starts to develop that base of flavor. And then I'm going to get paprika going in there and some sweet peppers. Great from the farmer's market right now this time of the year. Please visit your local farmer's market. More olive oil. I'm sure my mom right now is saying, add more olive oil. There we go. You can also add like a pinch of chili flakes as well. No rules here.
Hey, George, are you
to get that nice aroma.
Are you a dark meat
at home.
guy, or are you a dark meat guy or a light meat guy?
I like both.
Yeah.
I like the combination of both.
Okay.
When it comes to Thanksgiving, though, dark meat for sure.
Okay.
How about you guys?
We differ on this. I like
dark
Hoda
meat.
likes dark. I like light.
Yeah.
Okay, so once
Good.
you do all that, do we add the chicken? What's the next step?
Next step is we're going to add the rice
Oh.
here.
So that's
And it's a
uncooked.
bomba or a cholesterol rice. It's a very short grain rice. Really important because it absorbs a lot of the flavors of the chicken broth.
Yum.
Is that
And the
uncooked
flavors.
rice, or is that cooked rice you dumped
This
in?
this is uncooked. This is uncooked.
And it doesn't need that long to cook?
It's going to need about 20 minutes in the oven, but of course I have one ready for you to show you.
Okay.
And then at this point, I'm going to add the chicken meat. So the chicken meat I have right here that's previously done. This was confit in olive oil, really slowly for about 40 minutes. It's skinless, bone-in thigh. And then we take the meat off of the bone and pull it, just like if you're doing pulled pork, you're doing pulled chicken. And that's in here right now.
If we buy, if we maybe don't have as much time, do you just buy a rotisserie chicken and
cut it up?
Shred it?
Only if you don't have enough time, but
Okay.
with some
He prefers us to
organization
do
and a
this.
little bit of patience, you can do this at home. I
Okay.
promise you.
Okay.
Promise you.
All
Promise
right.
you.
What's the next step?
Chorizo
Mm-hmm.
goes in there. All right. And then I'm going to add, so it's about 1 cup of rice, and I'm adding about 1.5 cups of broth. I'm using a roasted chicken broth. You can also use a vegetable stock. If you don't have that, you can use water.
Okay.
Just make sure it's nicely seasoned.
Yeah.
And that goes in carefully like so.
Okay.
So this is a one-pot dish.
It's almost
a
like a
one-pot dish.
paella.
Yeah.
That's right. The only difference is this goes in the oven. Paellas cook on the stove top for the most part, and traditionally over a live fire.
Okay. So do we
But-
pop that baby in the oven now?
That's right. So at this point, I got a 400-degree oven, and I'm going to go right off behind me.
Good job staying centered.
Nice.
And there you go.
How long does that cook?
That's going to cook about 20 minutes. I'm sorry.
20 minutes.
We have options there at the restaurant where we pre-cook it just for speed. At home, you can do the same thing. You can have par-cooked rice so that you can speed up the process as long as you have the chicken. The beauty behind this is it's a chicken confit. It's traditionally done with duck as well, and you can hold this in your fridge up to a week. So this
Wow.
whole step with your chicken thigh, you need to do ahead, right? You can preserve it in your fridge.
George, will
and
you
then if you really want to.
Sorry, I
Go
didn't mean to
ahead.
interrupt you, but will you show us that final
That's okay.
delicious rice dish?
How do you serve it up? What else do you add anything else to it?
Yeah, so I have sliced chicken breast that's also cooked very similar to the chicken thigh. That's poached in olive oil with thyme and bay leaf. And then once the time is done, the rice comes out of the oven, I slice the chicken breast over the top.
All right.
And here you go.
That
looks delicious.
gorgeous.
George, thank you so
George.
much for this recipe. Head
You
to
bet.
today.com/food.
We are joined by one of our all-time favorite chefs. Today, a contributor, Elizabeth Haskell.
Yeah, she's got some good news to share. A new cookbook. It's called Come On Over. Southern Delicious for every day and every occasion. It comes out in a few months. It's now available for pre-order.
And this morning, Elizabeth is showing us how to make a couple of delicious recipes, really easy ones from her book. Girl, how does book launch day feel? How you feeling?
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I mean, I seriously might spontaneously combust right here on this set. You know, it's been a hard year, and it's so good to have something to look forward to, something to get excited about. And we are going to inspire you with this book to celebrate every day. I mean, like this chicken divan casserole and caramel brownies, that's from our weekdays chapter. So look, when those kids come down for breakfast and they look at you with that face and they say, you know, what's for supper? You know, like breakfast wasn't enough. Then you can say, oh, honey, chicken divan and caramel brownies. And I mean, the world's going to be happy. I mean, seriously, it's going to be Tuesday.
Yes,
Oh, it's catching on.
It's happening. Oh my gosh, it's finally, my dreams are coming. Tuesday's really catching on. So what are we making for Tuesday dinner?
Absolutely. So here we go. We have the chicken divan casserole. It is so easy. I have some cooked chicken and broccoli that's already in here. We're going to add a cream of mushroom soup, and that can be any can of cream of is going to be just fine. Whether you've got cream of chicken, cream of celery, it doesn't really matter. We have a little bit of half and half. That was sour cream.
Wow.
Cheddar cheese, people. Got to have some cheese if we're making a good casserole. And now we have all of our spices. So we've got a little bit of seasoned salt, a little bit of onion powder, some pepper, okay, and a little bit of garlic powder, and then we've got a little salt. And Mama was real funny. She loved to be exotic in the Mississippi Delta, so she would add curry powder to everything. I think it just made her feel real fancy. So you can add curry powder to this or not. It's completely up to you. We're going to mix this all up, and then we're going to pour it into our 9x13 casserole. Now, I serve this over my good friend Mike Wagner's Two Brooks Farm rice. And then look, we're going to pull out our good china. It's Tuesday. But I'm telling you, if we don't start using these things that we love, I mean, you're missing. There are so many more Tuesdays in a year than there are New Year's Eves. And honey, we're just going to pull it out and enjoy it.
Exactly.
I mean, what in the hell are we waiting on?
How about the dessert, Elizabeth?
Now, this is the best. So a lot of times we're running short on time during the week. I'm going to give you the easiest, fastest recipe you've ever seen. We're going to use a store-bought cake mix, and we use German chocolate cake mix. I've already made that with evaporated milk, and what you do is mix the melted butter, cook off half of it, okay? So just half, you're going to put that in the bottom, and then we're going to top it with chocolate chips. We add our caramel. And then once that's done, you smooth that out. And then you come back over with the rest of that topping that we had put in the fridge. And you just thin it out. It's almost like you're going to make a tapestry to cover the entire thing. This is going to go back in the oven on 350 degrees. And honey, you have got a dessert that is
Can I ask one question? Elizabeth, looks yummy.
Yes,
so do you actually... Wait, do you...
Look at those
It looks crazy. Do you mix the cake mix like you're making a cake the way that they tell you?
No, you don't. So it's just the cake mix.
Just the powder.
Melted butter and evaporated milk. And then you mix that up. So that's where we're taking a shortcut. And I'm not embarrassed to say it because I want your kids to have dessert tonight. And this is a way that you can do that. So this book has it has recipes for celebrating everything. So whether it's a beach day, I've even got a chapter on diet days. We're even going to make that fun.
That's probably a short chapter.
We got a cheat day. Yeah. And then we've got cheat days, we have beach days, party days, Delta days. So
Love
please go ahead.
Do you have Fat Tuesday?
Yes, Fat Tuesday. Absolutely. That's going to be in the next book.
All right.
But you know, with I've got 3 kids. 2 of them are in college, and I've got 1 going on the way. And they really like expensive shoes, and we got to sell this book.
We're going to sell it.
So look, it comes out May 4th. So look, Mama Melville, I know she wants a copy, and this will be right before Mama's Day. So Craig, get on that phone as soon as this segment's over, and let's get that.
He's on it.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
you can pre-order that copy of Come On Over. Just go to today.com/shop. And to get your hands on those recipes, those 2 at least, check out today.com/food.
Elizabeth, we love you. Good luck with the book.
Well, honey, I cannot thank you all enough. Cheers.
Cheers. Come on over.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan. This is the moment.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
This morning in Today Food, we got this pasta dish. It is simple, yet so sophisticated. Your family is going to be amazed. Alfred Portale is a James Beard award-winning chef, restaurateur, and cookbook author. Also the culinary director of Sartiano's, a modern Italian restaurant right here in New York City, and the executive chef of Portale. Chef, good to see you.
Nice to see you, Al.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I love
Yes.
This is about as simple as it gets, but I've been so looking forward to tasting this.
Yeah, it's a very, very simple dish, but very versatile.
Okay.
But we start with emulsifying a little bit of butter. I've got a bit of heavy cream in there.
Okay. Cream and butter so far, check.
And we want to whisk this in.
Is there a temperature that's too high for cream?
It should be medium-high heat.
Okay.
You want to just keep it moving. Once you emulsify the butter, then we add, this is a mixture of lemon juice and lemon zest.
That doesn't make it curdle or anything?
No.
Lemon juice and lemon zest.
Really quite simple. So once that's working, we drop the pasta. I'm using fresh pasta.
Okay. And that cooks faster than the dried box?
About 90 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we have some boiling salted water. We cook that.
Okay.
I have some over here looks about done.
Okay.
So it's a very simple dish. I think a simple but rather
yummy.
elegant, simple, and easy and versatile.
Yeah.
At Sartiano's, we serve this dish with Osetra caviar.
Oh.
So
shake it up a little bit.
So you could do like seafood with that, like shrimp or something like that?
I like to do it with smoked fish is great, smoked salmon,
Did you like
shrimp,
sprinkle bacon
lobster,
on top?
or even vegetables.
Or like Dylan said, some bacon?
Some bacon in there?
Bacon, all right. Then we're talking
Guanciale, if we want to be
my
fancy.
language.
So now you're just adding a little Parmesan
cheese, chives,
I'm trying it.
And if it gets too thick, would you add a little pasta water to that, or?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
That's it.
Oh,
Amazing.
and that's it.
That's
That's
literally
it.
a 5-minute dinner.
You guys have
on
to try
the
this.
table.
That fresh pasta, first
Like-
of all, priceless. Wait, I missed this.
you,
What
sir.
did we put in there?
Chives.
Oh, chives. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Are you
And
kidding
there we
me?
have it.
All right, now I have to try
And
it.
it's so simple.
Wow.
Oh,
Simple,
great
really
flavor.
bright
Oh my
flavors.
gosh.
Amazing.
Oh,
Yummy. Is there a secret? Why is this so yummy?
that is so good.
That is
Thank you.
delicious.
So delicious.
Chef Alfred
And the
Bertinelli.
fastest
Thank you.
dinner I think
Thank
we've
you.
I
ever
know. I
made.
want people to try it so they can see why we're like.
You go to today.com/food. Get this
my
recipe.
goodness. Oh
my
Make
gosh.
this tonight.
Yeah.
Third hour of Today.
Just
We'll be
find a
right
lemon
back.
And you're good to go.
Yum.
People will kiss you full on the lips for this.
Okay.
Look who's in our kitchen this morning. Home chef and cookbook author, Hold on.
Palak
Patel.
You got it. Yeah, Palak is whipping
Thank
up
you.
a delicious recipe from her debut cookbook, The Chutney Life, 100 easy-to-make Indian-inspired recipes. Palak, welcome.
Thank you.
We're
Thank you
so
for having
happy
me.
that you're
I'm
here.
so excited to
and
be
we're
here.
very excited
We
to
feel
try
like
this
this
out.
is a great weeknight kit.
Yeah.
Such a great weeknight meal, and it's really fall forward. You know,
Okay.
spaghetti squash is super great for fall, so I'm excited.
Okay, awesome.
Talk
So
to
tell
us.
us what we should do.
All right, so we've got our spaghetti squash here. I've already sliced this in half, and we're just gonna drizzle this with a little bit of oil
Okay.
and salt and pepper, and then this gets
So
roasted.
you just scraped it out? No,
Yeah.
no big deal? That was it?
All the
Okay.
seeds and all the kind of middle flesh, so super quick. And then
Salt and olive oil, okay.
salt really well, because that's gonna add a lot of that flavor in there. And then we've got our pepper, and you can be as generous as you like with this.
Cool.
And then we're gonna roast this cut side down. That's gonna help the inside of this flesh
Cut side
cook.
down.
Plus
Okay.
you're gonna get these golden caramel edges, and that's where you get
Okay.
a lot of flavor.
How long do you
So
roast
that
that for?
goes in the oven, 375 for about 45 to 50 minutes
Okay.
until it's really nice and golden.
Okay.
Now.
While that cooks, we're gonna make our sauce. So I've got some oil here, and this is where we add a lot of great flavor.
Awesome.
So we've got cumin seeds. These are gonna start to kind of sizzle and crackle in the hot oil. And then adding your spices to the oil is just a great way to add that depth
spice is
and
that?
flavor. These are mustard seeds.
Oh, mustard
It's very,
seeds.
it's just, they're crunchy. They have this kind of little bit of zing to them. And so we're gonna cook these, and they're gonna get really nice and toasty.
How long? You cook them for about 10 minutes?
I'd say about 10 minutes, and you want to kind of hear them crackle and pop, and that's when you know, all right, it's ready to go. And then we've got our aromatics. So we've got garlic, ginger, green chilies.
Yum.
If you don't like spice, you could always leave these out. And we've got some diced red onion. So all of this, we can.
Goes in there.
Yeah, you can do that, and
I'll do these.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'll
if you're
do this.
making it for kids, you leave out the green chilies.
You
probably?
can leave out the green chilies, but the garlic and ginger is not going to add kick. It's just going
No.
to add flavor.
Yeah.
So I make this for my kids all the time.
Right.
I'll add a little extra butter and cheese for my
Yeah.
children. So, and then you can add whatever veggies you like as well. So this is really versatile.
Okay.
If you want to add meat, you could add meat
Smell
to
that,
it.
We
smell
add
that
these
already.
spices?
Smell that
Yes,
already.
and so I've got tandoori masala, garam masala, and cumin. So it's just really warm and
Yummy.
And some
spices.
tomato paste?
Tomato paste. This is going to add a beautiful color along with just like a really great buttery tomato sauce. We're going to cook this down until it's really nice and
looks like what
golden.
we have
Which
down
is over here.
So then we get here, and the flavors are going to develop. Those spices have a chance to kind of blend together. To this, we're going to add some butter.
Yum.
Because that's just going to add that richness and creaminess to this sauce. And then we have a little bit of chicken broth. This is going to help thin the sauce out a little bit. And then to that, a little bit of good old cream.
Cool. Sneak
And
down
again,
this way.
cozy, really great fall meal.
This is the fun part right here. So this is your
Yes.
cooked squash.
Cooked
Yes.
squash. So
And
this
now
is what
you're
it looks
gonna-
like. It's going to be golden. You scoop it out. You've got strands, and this is what you end up with the sauce.
And you don't even need to do anything. Just
Super
scoop
easy.
it out.
You just scoop it up, and it's going to turn into these kind of like spaghetti strands,
Yeah.
as you see.
Oh, it's
They're really-
super
It's,
easy.
Mother Nature's version of
And it's kind of
pasta.
a way to get veggies, but it's like a noodle.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
like a noodle, and so you don't miss the pasta.
Is that so yummy?
Yeah, so it's
That
a great
is
meal for
super,
fall.
super yummy.
Thank you. I'm glad you
Thank you
enjoyed
so
it.
much, Pollock. Thank
That
you.
is delicious.
All right, thank you. Well, those recipes and more, go to today.com/food.
Thank
Wow.
you. Yummy.
It's Make Ahead Monday, and we're always trying to find ways to just switch things up a little bit. So this morning, we have a meatless twist on two classics. Joining us to help our healthy lifestyle influencers and hosts of the Facebook show Keeping Up with Coco and Lala. And it is Coco and Lala with us this morning. Good morning, ladies. Hi.
Hey there.
So before we get started, I just have to ask, how'd you decide to make vegan and vegetarian meals together?
Well, I'm vegan and I'm vegetarian. And so we just came together and created a dynamic duo.
Well, tell me this is good. So we're going to do this. Let's jump in. You're starting with a cauliflower bolognese sauce. Lala, why is cauliflower a good substitute for meat with this?
Because it honestly, it tastes just like meat when you have it with the spaghetti sauce
And the taco
seasoning, which we thought of this for you guys because we know you guys are busy moms. Al's doing this healthy eating type thing. So this is a great substitute and the kids love it. Coco has 5 kids. Her kids love this.
Okay.
And it's simple.
So
and
let's
you can
get
do it in
cooking.
Yeah.
Let's get cooking. What do we? You start off, and you mentioned taco seasoning, which I'm a big fan of the taco seasoning.
Yes. Good. So you want to start by ricing some cauliflower, and you can always buy this pre-riced as well. So once it's riced, all you need to do is get your saucepan, add in some garlic and some fresh onion, and saute this for about 5 minutes. You add in your cauliflower, and you let that simmer and saute for about 10 minutes, and that's it. Once that's done, you add in your taco seasoning.
I'm gonna try this.
This is so amazing, you guys. We literally call this best ever because my daughter Malia, who was 7 at the time, well, I kind of tested this recipe on my family without telling them, and she tasted it, and she's like, "This is the best food ever!" So now we call this best ever. So after your taco seasoning is in, then you add in your pasta sauce.
Okay. Just your
And
favorite
just
pasta
like
sauce?
that-
Yes, your favorite pasta sauce.
How do you not make it too
Just like
soggy?
that, you
Sometimes
gotta-
with the cauliflower rice, it gets mushy.
Look at you knowing.
Well, because I like cauliflower rice. But
So you want to make sure that your pan is hot and you have a little bit of oil, and you definitely want it
okay,
so that it's not too mushy.
That's why you only want to leave it on for about 10 minutes, you guys, because you're right. You don't want it mushy. No, we don't. Nobody wants it mushy.
Okay.
And then
And
you
just
put this
like
over
that, it's done.
any kind of pasta.
Any kind of pasta.
Any kind of pasta. And if you really want to healthen it up, you can use zucchini noodles or
the zoodles.
Yep. And then so you would take it out the fridge the next day, you have some extra. And then what you want to do is add your vegan barbecue sauce to your cauliflower. Already have it pre-seasoned from yesterday. And you want to heat it up. You're going to add it to a bun.
A toasted bun.
You can add a little bit of green peppers if you like. And on top, we're going to, now I don't know how to say this right, so I think it's gardeniera, but I say Italian relish.
Sure.
A little bit
give it a
of
little kick.
relish. And
Yes, a nice
give
kick.
it a little kick.
Yeah.
And TV magic, it's done.
Very good. Throw a little vegan cheese
And there's
on
no
there.
meat in anything.
And you can have vegan cheese too if you want. Yep, absolutely.
Wow.
That's really
No
terrific.
meat. No meat. It's quick. It's easy. Anybody can do it. Everybody probably has taco seasoning in their.
Oh,
in their
yeah.
package.
Ah.
You know, there you go.
We'll keep you
Two
posted.
healthy-
I'm going to try it.
All right, we're going to try that.
Fantastic.
We're gonna
Coco
post
and
it.
Lala, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right. For these recipes, head to today.com/food.
If you're looking for a way to get everybody together this weekend for dinner, tell them you're making the ultimate Italian family meal. Of course, we're talking about spaghetti and meatballs.
And you can't get any more classic than that. Our friend Scott Conan is going to show us how to fix it ahead so you don't have to spend your Sunday in the kitchen. His recipe is straight out of his new cookbook. We love this title,
Peace, Love, and Pasta. By the way, brilliant title, Scott. How are you?
I'm great. It's nice to see you. Thanks for having me this morning.
Well, everybody loves a good old-fashioned plate of spaghetti and meatballs, but I know you have your Scott twist on it.
You know, it wouldn't be me if I didn't just do a little something to it. I started with this beautiful Neapolitan tomato sauce. So I took a bunch of beef and onions and celery and crushed red pepper and garlic, and I cooked it all up together, got it nice and caramelized and brown. I added a bunch of tomatoes to it, fresh tomatoes, canned tomatoes, about 50-50. And then I just cooked it for a while. I made a large batch, so this went for about 3.5 hours until this meat, which I later pulled out, was just falling apart and beautiful. And I love those little flecks of meat every once in a while that you get in the tomato sauce itself.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is take that tomato sauce and make these little polpettine. We call them polpettine because we charge by the vowel in Italian restaurants, right? So, it just goes. So I have here this beautiful, can you see that? So it's ground beef, ricotta, Parmesan cheese, garlic, oregano, just a really simple, straightforward recipe. The key to it is this panade. And I just mix it up like that and make these meatballs. I like the meatballs really tiny.
Oh,
so I line
those
them
are
up like little
adorable.
soldiers. And I just take them and roll them out really small. It's painstaking, gives you a lot to think about, a lot of time to think. And I just line them up on the little tray just like that. And then what I'll do is I'll go to this cast iron pan here and I'll fry them up.
Oh, fry the balls.
Butter, a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of, and you see how nice and golden they get? They're just really beautiful.
Oh, yum.
And I toss them in that sauce, just like this.
Look at that.
I add a little bit, and I'll just let that cook like that together for about 5 minutes or so, just for a little bit of flavor impart. But there's so much incredible concentrated flavor inside this tomato sauce with those meatballs now. I take this pasta, this macaroni. This is a store-bought one. You could easily do the one that I have in the book as well. It's a beautiful macaroni. And toss it together. And I add a little bit of this pasta cooking liquid as well. Did I lose you there?
Yes.
I think I lost you.
No,
there we go.
Right
Perfect.
here. We're just taking notes.
Right there with you.
Okay. So toss it all together. Add a little bit of butter, a little bit of torn basil inside of it. And this is special stuff. You could freeze the sauce ahead. You could freeze the meatballs as well. I mean, those are really important things to do. And then it's just really easy assembly for you.
I mean, by the way,
Scott, we want
that. It looks so good. You said you throw some butter cubes in the finished product?
So I put a little bit of butter inside there. You know what it does? It rounds out the edges of the acidity of the tomato sauce.
Okay.
So I feel like it just kind of softens it on the
Hoda and I both like to eat our spaghetti with our kids, Lady and the Tramp style.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
And we're going to try it with your recipe this weekend.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. To get this recipe, head to today.com/food. And for Scott's cookbook, we love this. It's called Peace, Love, and Pasta. Head to today.com/shop.
We are back. It is 8:49 with Today Food. And this morning, our dear friend Valerie Bertinelli is back.
She's with us.
She's by the way, we just lost her shot 2 seconds ago, and she came back because we just trust and believed.
The power of Valerie.
We are so happy that Valerie's here. She's got recipes that are full of light and full of flavor. Hey, Valerie, I know you're just resetting your shot. We're so happy that you're here.
I don't know. Oh, I gotta fix the
That's
the
all right.
sound.
Take your
Oh,
time.
no, you're good.
Take your
You're
time.
good.
You
Can
got
you
time.
hear
Don't
us?
worry.
It's the perfect.
It's good. We see your glasses and your ceiling.
You look
It's fine.
adorable.
I don't know if she can hear us.
Oh, she can hear us. There you go.
The perfect spring dish, Valerie?
Why are my earpods not coming on?
I don't know.
right.
You know what?
Because you're listening
and you
to
know what?
Wolfie's
You
music.
don't have to be a arithmetician to be able to make this.
Wow. I'm never going to hear the end of this.
Go, Valerie.
I love how long people are watching the show.
Go, Valerie.
Yeah.
Valerie, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
boom. Girl, we're
Yes,
so
okay.
glad. We're so glad to see you. Other than your shot just going down, how have you been doing?
I've been doing very well. How about you guys? I cannot wait to get my butt to New York to see you guys in person.
I know.
Yeah. Oh,
We
let's go.
want you to be one of the first chefs who walks through the door. So, what are you whipping up for us today?
Oh, I am whipping up. Oh, let me get everything on. I'm so worried about actually getting on. So I've got a little bit of olive oil. This is a nice lemony, herby with pasta with some nice fresh beans. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a pan going with a couple tablespoons of butter. I'm all verklempt now. Okay, so let me get the heat up and get this all melted. And then into that, you're going to throw some shallots, 1 shallot. And that's all nice and chopped easily. Shallots are really easy that way. Get that stirred up. While the shallots cook, you're going to slice up some garlic. Now, usually I like to grate garlic into any meal that I'm making, but I want to see the slices of garlic in here. And they get really beautiful and soft and creamy, and they just melt right into the pasta. So I've got the pasta already going, just plain old spaghetti, the good stuff. Good old-fashioned spaghetti that I grew up on. So while this sautés a little bit, plus we're going to get a little bit of chili pepper, red pepper in here. And this is going to soften up in the butter and the olive oil. So as that softens up, the pasta is really ready to go because I put it in when we first met you guys at the very, very beginning, like 45 minutes ago. Not that long ago. Anyway, you're going to use the nice hot pasta water and throw in your snap peas. And you're going to give them a really quick blanch in there. And so while those guys blanch and this guy fries up, you're going to throw in a little bit of heavy cream. And this is going to give you a really beautiful, creamy sauce. It's just a couple tablespoons. It's not much. I love that I'm hearing all these mms and mms. One of these days, we're going to be together and you'll be able to actually taste it.
Yes.
So while that cooks down, I'm going to throw this heat down really low because I don't want to boil off all the cream. Then you're just going to grab some pasta water out of your pot right here where your beans are blanching. Throw that in there and you're going to loosen it up. And while you're at it, just grab all of your spaghetti and your beans. It's not peas. Why am I calling them beans? And you're going to throw them right into what you just created, that beautiful
I like that
sauce.
thing just drains the water right there.
Yeah.
I know, isn't that great?
Yeah.
Then you're going to throw on some lemon juice and some lemon zest. Get a nice lemony flavor because that's the way I roll. Get that all mixed up. And while you're mixing that, throw in some Parmesan.
Of course.
And then you're going to throw in some fresh herbs,
Oh,
some
that's
parsley.
fantastic.
That's a live shot.
That is beautiful. Ooh.
There you go.
Hey,
Now,
Val, could you
all
serve
of
that cold?
You
Sure.
absolutely could. Look, I made some last night. It came right out of the fridge. And I'm going to have this for breakfast when I'm done with you guys.
Oh, my gosh.
Beautiful. Valerie
Isn't
eats
that
pasta
beautiful?
For breakfast too.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, Valerie, how's Wolfie doing?
He's doing great. His album drops on June 11th. I hope he comes back to see you guys.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I love
Look
that
at
song,
that boy.
Free. That track Free, I think, just came out recently. So many good songs
Isn't
on that
that
record.
amazing?
Yeah,
I mean, it's so hard for me, even though I know him, that he plays every single instrument on that. It's just crazy. He's brilliant, but I'm his mom. What do I know?
And Carson, when that single came out, what kind of reception
Distance.
did it get?
Oh, immediately. As I spoke to Wolfie, he was worried about what Van Halen fans would think, but he's carved his own way with this record. And as Val said, it's And I'll say it. I mean, it's ridiculous that he is that talented to do every part on that record. And it's so good.
I love you, Carson.
No, it's true. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
Yeah, it's great. You don't have to pay
I'm so
anybody
proud
else.
of him.
Yeah.
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 That's right. You'd have to split that check 5 other ways.
Good to see you,
Thanks,
Val.
Oh, we miss you.
We miss you.
Good to see you guys. I can't wait to see you. I
Enjoy
hope
that
it's good.
pasta.
Yeah. If you want to get your hands on Valerie's recipes, you can go to it's been a long 24 hours. Today.com/food. And don't forget to catch episodes of Valerie's Home Cooking on the Food Network. Bye, Val. We love you.
Bye, Val.
This morning's guest is known affectionately around the world as Pepper Ty for her fun videos, her love of spicy food. And Chrissy Teigen knows her quite well. She calls her mom.
I love it. For years, Pepper has been showing off her culinary skills on YouTube in Pepper's Corner, a series featured on Chrissy's channel. And now you can cook along with her because the Pepper Ty cookbook is out today.
That's right. We're so excited that she's here with us to tell us that and so much more, and to share one of her favorite family recipes. Good morning, Pepper. How are you?
Good morning. Hi, good morning, New York.
I love Thai food. Pepper, before we get to your recipe, I guess Pepper is not your given name. You weren't born with that name. How did you get that nickname?
When I first came to America in 1983, her father and I bought taverns up in Seattle, Washington, and we run the tavern for a while. And I've been cooking there, and I always make my own food, and I eat so spicy, so hot that. And then my Thai name is kind of hard to pronounce, so they give me the peppers.
We'll take it.
As
We'll take
my name since then, yes.
Sounds good. All right, let's talk about what you're cooking here. Stir-fried spaghetti?
Yes, spaghetti and like a sweet chili jam with sun-dried tomatoes. I think it was a very easy, pretty much kind of like a pad thai a little bit. I think it's a lot easier too this way.
Wow.
Wow. Good morning. Hi, John. Hi, Chrissy.
They are wedding.
so excited for Mom. We can't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not rehearsal.
Nice person. I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
John is dressed. Chrissy is not.
We miss New York.
I know. It's so fun to be all together like that. Pepper, so how do you make this? Give us your recipe here.
So I just fried garlic, chicken, slide up, and then chili jams. I add in a sun-dried tomatoes, and wait till the chicken is cooked. This is the chili jam. I had it in my book. You can make your own, or you can buy it at the supermarket.
And you can make it spicy or sweet, right? Or maybe if your kids don't like spicy.
Yes, right. Yes. I mean, even this chili jam, it comes with no spice, mediums and high. And for me, I add more.
Yes, you do.
Pepper, you use a lot of fish sauce. throughout the cookbook. What is fish sauce for folks who aren't familiar with that?
Fish sauce is like a fermented fish. And I cannot live without it. We use a lot, try to get people to learn how to use it. Even our household is like a regular thing at the house. People really tend to using it now more than 20, 30 years ago. Our house is like every day, more than the soy sauce.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So, Pepper, Thai food, I think anybody would say, is one of the most delicious cuisines on earth. The flavor is just so elevated, it's so good, but people are probably a little intimidated to try and recreate a Thai dish in their own homes. Why should they not be nervous to do that?
People always order Thai food, but I know they're intimidated. I mean, even Chrissy, she have me now. She's rather have me doing it. It's so easy. We have to do our own hair today.
Does she always do that when you're cooking? Come in and do your hair?
Such a stage mom.
You look beautiful.
She loves to teasing me and playing around with me.
I would cook every day if Chrissy Teigen came in and did my hair.
And tussled your hair.
I did that. Yes, I did that.
Pepper, thank you so much. Congratulations on the cookbook.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Miss
Pepper.
New York, love your guy. I watch you guys every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's called the Pepper Thai Cookbook. You can find it at today.com/food.
Love Thai food, right?
Yeah. Oh, got to do it tonight. Now that's a picture.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Chrissy.
Bye, Chrissy.
I wish John was in a towel.
Guys, thank you.
It's a family affair today.
I love her.
Okay, if you're tired of coming up with dinner ideas night after night, we're kicking off a new series to help you out. It's called One